Apex Tech Racing. Apex Tech Racing Supply is your go-to source for the finest sim racing hardware on the internet. Visit apextechracing.supply for all your professional grade sim racing gear. Race with the same equipment our pro drivers use to win. Pro sim rig, aluminium race rigs and monitor stands, base performance simulator cockpits, BPG and precision sim engineering racing wheels. The best tools so you can win on the track. apextechracing.supply. Sim racing products for the discerning sim racer.
A group of people who wanted to race serious but with a smile started a league. A league that we know today as Platinum Racing League. They've hosted numerous events, but Platinum Endurance Championship Season 1 has been one of their best championships as of yet. This time, we are once again back in the Ardennes to start a new season of what will hopefully be another action-packed and exciting championship. Welcome to the Platinum Endurance Championship Season 2. Welcome everyone back to the Ardennes. Once again, we start the season here in Belgium on the beautiful circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. Today, I will be joined by a couple of different commentators in the booth. But with me at the moment is Edward. We have 60 teams out on track. We have 60 teams that have signed up for this championship. Season 2, we want it to be even bigger and even better. We have a couple of guests to go through before we get to the start of it all. And yeah, I just want to tell you something about Platinum Racing League. Platinum Racing League was, of course, like I said, founded by just a group of people who wanted to race seriously, but just with a smile. And they hosted numerous events. They hosted a Porsche Cup season. They hosted GT3s, which they started with. They're now doing MX5s. And yeah, it's a beautiful league to join. So if you want to join, the link is, of course, in the description, as is the link of our beautiful sponsors, Apex Tech Racing Supply. If you want to get the best racing supplies as a sim racer, of course, go to their website. The website is shown on your screen, https://apextechracing.supplies/. Of course, like I said, if you want the best sim racing supplies, go to their website. But for now, we have 60 teams, like I said, and yeah, we have at the moment a little history lesson about Platinum Racing League. They have hosted, like I said, Porsche Cups, GT3s, MX5s, and they are still going now with PEC, the Platinum Endurance Championship. Last season, we had a couple of interesting fights for the championship, that is, because we had fights all over the races. We had beautiful races that were exciting. And this season, it's hopefully going to be even better than that. We have a schedule to go by, and at the moment it looks like we have Marnix as well now.
Body green.
Marnix, welcome.
Mate, I'll be right back. I'm giving the driver's briefing.
Okay. That was Marnix. We were a little bit early with that then. Anyways, we had a schedule to go by, but it looks like that is a little bit out of place. Edward, we're going to bring you into the commentary. Edward, welcome.
Hello everyone, absolutely great to be back here at the Platinum Endurance Championship. It's been, it seemed like a long wait, even though it's been only 2 months. But yeah, the racing is so beautiful, and the atmosphere here at Platinum Endurance Championship is amazing. And it's always for me a pleasure to be with you guys. Amazing racing, great commentary colleagues. And yeah, I'm sure it's going to be an even better race than what we had last season at Daytona, where we've had a battle for the championship. This time we have, as you said, 60 teams. They all signed up for this one. And yeah, it just shows how much not only e-racing has come, but Platinum Endurance Championship coming from some people who just wanted to have fun and race seriously in the weekends. Now we're having a championship with 60 teams, and every team has 3 to 6 drivers. So that's if you make some mathematics, that means about 200 drivers. So it's absolutely amazing.
Yeah, for today, exactly like you said, we are expecting, of course, every team has to have 2 drivers at least, so that is already 120 drivers if every team has only 2 drivers. But there are some teams out there that have more than 2 drivers, 3 or maybe 4 drivers, which will mean that we have around 160 to 180 drivers today that have all made their time free to come and race in the Platinum Endurance Championship, and I think that's absolutely amazing.
Yes, it is. It absolutely is. And I'm sure that the racing is going to be even better than last season. It's going to be fights all over the place, because when there are so many cars, there are always things happening, especially in the first hours. And in qualifying, everyone is going to try and do their best in order to start from the front. And yeah, I'm really curious, what is Tempus Simsport? What are they going to do, the champions from last season? They've had a very good campaign. They've won the title in Daytona, and now they will want to regain the title and keep it at their home.
Yeah.
Anyways, more teams. I was just looking on my Instagram today, and I was seeing how many different teams have joined and how much passion it is into this racing. Creating posts, making marketing for these races. It's absolutely amazing, and yeah, I absolutely love it.
Yeah, and as we said, 60 teams, and with all of those 60 teams being from somewhere else, and that's the beauty of sim racing. I think they are all over the world, and they are racing from their homes basically, and they're all racing on the same server in the same league, and all racing for the same thing. But we have Marnix now with us. Marnix, sorry again for dragging you out there, but yeah, welcome.
Thanks, Dan. Thanks.
Marnix, Edward and I were just talking. 60 teams right now with us. Yeah, tell us how was it to set this all up, and who's the team behind it?
I mean, the team behind it is just the staff members of what has started as Platinum Racing League. As maybe known to most of the audience, it used to be Next Level Endurance, and we had the opportunity to take over Next Level. And yeah, with the team we've already had for Platinum Racing League, we started to create PEC, the Endurance Championship. And yeah, it's grown massively with a full pack and it's of cars, and it's just amazing to see this excitement this early in the season. We saw full practice sessions. We have 5 practice sessions per week, a race week, divided over the 5 midweeks or days, Monday to Friday, and they were all full. It's just amazing to see that commitment by the drivers, and it's just amazing to see that we've grown this much in this little time, and I'm so grateful for the help everyone has given me so far. I want to thank, of course, the stewards for their time, and of course people who helped with spotters guides, to streaming, to commentary, to helping behind the scenes with graphics. It's just the help we've got so far is just amazing, and I'm really thankful for it.
Yeah, and you're saying that it's just all so much work. How do you even manage to keep track of that? Because we all know that we all have busy lives. We need to work. I don't know if you still go to school, but if you do, you have to go to school or to uni. And then apart from that, you need to manage this. I mean,
yeah, it's just we say in Dutch, an uit de hand gelopen hobby. It's just a hobby that has grown way too much in my life, which it's good, and I like everything I'm doing. So it's not like it feels like a job for me. It's just me doing my thing with the people who are helping me, and they are doing the same. And so it's never like it's not an obligation. It's just a free time. Whenever I'm free, I'm doing this. It's just a hobby.
Monix, it's special to have this all. I'm gonna thank you for everything you are doing. It's amazing to see 60 different teams from all over the world racing in one championship. It's amazing to see it on the Platinum Racing League ground. Thank you.
Yeah, it's amazing. You too, man. I wish you guys good luck with the commentary, and I want to wish all the drivers good luck this race.
That was Monix, our founder of Platinum Racing League and of Platinum Endurance Championship. 60 teams, Edward, and we're going to go over them all right now, because we have, like Monix said, a beautiful spotter guide in place for you. And here we have the cars on the button. Starting on the first row of our spotter guide is the Tempus SimSport LMP2. Like Edward said, the champions from last season, that's why they can race with number 1. Then we have the number 13 ATRS, Apex Tech Racing Supplies Esports, hashtag 13. Platinum Racing Team LMP2 will race in the number 16 Dallara LMP2 this season, and the number 21 is for the DLR Rotary Industry Orange car. That team has 3 different LMP2s in the top class of this championship. Starting with the DLR Orange car, of course, and then the DLR Rotary Industry Red car. With the number 22 and then number 23 will be the DLR Rotary Industry White. With number 24 will be the Octopus Racing Team LMP2, and Lithium Motorsports also returning team with the number 34 on the car. Then on row 3 we have the Rendale Racing number 36, TSR Racing, with the number 44 the Dallara P2. With number 46 will be the 046 Racing, and with number 48 the DCW Racing. From this point, Edward, you can take over.
Yeah, I still cannot see the stream that you're putting, but you can see the cars. With number 50 is going to be 505 Endurance, and then with number 55 the Digital Spirit DC Racing, with that red and white beautiful car, which reminds us of the Ferrari. Hopefully they will have better strategies than the Ferrari. Gas X Team LMP with number 63. They are going to have a green car, and with a green car it's going to be Bazinga Motorsport as well. Then we're having with the number 77 Loose Screw Racing. Hopefully they are not going to have any loose screws this race. And then with number 78 Writer Engineering Esports with that beautiful orange livery. Car number 93, like Mark Marquez in MotoGP, NCR Esports with a blue car, and with number 99 Trackside Esports Endurance.
On
and these are the
number
cars
6,
for the
yeah.
LMPs.
On row number 5, that's all the cars. Those are all your LMP cars. In total, if I'm correct, there are around 20 LMP2 cars. So a bigger top class for us this season. And moving on then to the GT3s, because the GTEs do not exist anymore. That is one of the changes that Platinum Endurance Championship has made. We will have the number 101, our champions from last season as well. That will be the MRP by Fields Academy. They had a beautiful campaign last season, and they are looking to do exactly the same once again this season. Then we have the Tempus SimSport. They were very strong towards last season. They are not here, from what I have understood, together with the Tempus SimSport 104. So both of those Tempus SimSport teams not here today to race with us. Not the perfect beginning to the season for them, but as we know, a very good team, so they will try and work their way up the order once again. The 111 Mad SimSport BMW, beautiful livery, beautiful car, and a team that will try and do the best they can, as all the others. Then we have the Platinum Racing Team Orange in the 114. The 115 will be for the Netrex Grand Prix GT3 BMW. And then Platinum Racing Team Blue in a BMW with 117 as well. A lot of BMWs, a lot of Porsches. Another Porsche is the PGZ Motorsports 119, which will be a very, very competitive car at the moment, as you can see on top in practice. Then we will have another BMW, which will be the SR Technic BMW, also a returning team from last season. And with number 123. The number 124 will be for Octopus Racing Team, which is my favorite team name in the field. I just love the fact that it's called the Octopus Racing Team. Beautiful livery as well. Then we have a Mercedes, which we will see a lot as well this season. The 149 from the Verve Racing Team Black, also a returning team this season. The GTS Racing Team and the BMW, the 161 BMW will be racing with us as well. Another Mercedes then, the 169 Mercedes, the AVL Sim Racing. And the number 176 Austrian Sim Racers Cyan car, the BMW. Another Porsche in here then, the 180 from Astro Racing Cellular Mode. The 181 from Astro Racing Arienza Moderna. So that team once again in here with two cars. They keep their iconic purple liveries with the stars in them, is what I call them. Then we have one of our Lamborghinis in the field, the 187 from Austrian Sim Racers Orange. Platinum Racing Team Black will race with number 215. These are all pro cars that we're going over now because we have an Anfield. The 222 Mercedes will be from No Limits Sim Racing, and the 237 will be from the Reiter Engineering. Then that team has two other cars in here as well, which will be Chicane Online Racing Red with the Mercedes 269, and the Mercedes 278, which will be from the Manatee Racing Black community. And then we have our first Ferrari in the field. Not only Ferrari liveries in the P2 class, but also a Ferrari in the field as well. Reiter Racing Full Send, like I said, another team from Reiter Engineering Racing. My Skin Lab DS Racing will be in the Mercedes 299, which will be our last pro team. Then we move on to the AM class. Platinum Racing Team Red in the 315, the BMW, the BMW number 324 from Octopus Racing Team Black as well. Chicane Online Racing Online Racing Orange, excuse me, with the number 369 and the number 398 Ferrari for Trackside Esports Endurance Orange. Two more rows to go of AM classes. The 399 BMW from Trackside Esports Endurance Team Blue, and Crips Racing in the Mercedes number 418. The number 444 from the RFRO Orange, and then the number 460 from 046 GT3. The last row on our spotter guide will be the bottom split Heroes Mercedes 469, the YS Motorsport 01 BMW with number 474 on it, number 478 BMW from Manatee Racing Yellow, and Austrian Sim Racers Yellow with the Mercedes 479. Wow, Edward, that is a lot of cars and a lot of different liveries.
Yep, I can agree. And I was just looking at the chat while you were reading about all the teams on the grid, and I'm seeing fans from different teams. It's absolutely amazing. I said it before, I will say it again. The support for this league, and not only this league, but for esports in general, it's amazing. It has gone such a long way, and I think the pandemic has really helped this thing. But what I'm seeing right now, so many teams, and while we were reading, I was searching different things about these teams, and there are every single team, it has a lot of people involved in their projects, real sponsors. You were talking about the Octopus Racing Team. Yeah, they have a pretty funny name, but if there's something very interesting about them is that they are actually sponsored by Vida Energy, and Vida Energy is a brand that actually makes energy in Spain. So they're an energy provider in that country. It's amazing, again, how far esports has come, and especially this league.
Yeah. Well, Marnik said or Shadow UK says, guessing the 499 doesn't exist. Well, like Monik said, some teams were too late with submitting their liveries. So there's no way for us to then put them in a spotter guide, sadly. So not all teams do exist on the spotter guide, sadly, but that is not something that we are capable of doing if we do not have a livery. So sadly, the 499 car then does not or did not submit a livery, sadly. I can see, no, the 499 car did not submit a livery because it stops at 479. For the people who want to see it, and we see on the bottom of our screen a drive-through penalty for the GTS Racing, multiple infringement, livery, team number. You don't want to start the season like that.
Yeah, for sure. For sure you don't want to, but again, you need, as we said, it's a big league. You need to also do small things that are important for us, the organizers. So you need to obey to those rules that have been created with so much time taken and so much thought put in them. But yeah, a penalty for them. Not a great start, but who knows. Anyways, we have Tempo Sim Sports, the champions from last season, and they already have experience in Spa. So if I would have to make a bet, I would put my money on them. They have raced about 2 weeks ago, if I'm not wrong, maybe even more. They have raced in the 24 hours of Spa, where they have led most of the race. Then they had an incident, and I think they finished about P20 with that BMW in the GT3 class. They have experience on this track, and yeah, they might be the ones to watch today.
Yeah. Well, qualifying has begun, Edward. It's exciting times here at the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps, and all GT3 cars are now out on track. They will have half an hour to qualify. They can complete their lap then, or 25 minutes to qualify. They can complete their lap then, and after half an hour, the track will go green for the LMP2s. But a penalty is not how you want to start your season, Edward. It's like we always say, a good start is half of the work already done. And starting your season with a penalty is not what you want to see.
Yeah, it's not what you want to see, but again, it's a 6 hour race. You can recover that. It shouldn't be a big problem, but it's not a great start, especially psychologically. To start with a penalty, you get angry, then you are not focused that much on the race, then you don't do good laps, and what, you know, is that saying, what it starts bad, it gets even worse, and it finishes, or you don't finish the race at all. So we might see what's going to happen with them.
Yeah. Let's hope that all drivers and all teams that are in this race are able to finish it. A couple of different rules have changed, which will involve the race and the qualifying. In qualifying last season, we were able in iRacing, as we know in all simulators, to stand still alongside the track and hit escape and go back to the pit lane. You cannot do that anymore. That is not allowed, apart from when you run out of fuel. Then, for the race, and that's the most exciting thing that I think that has changed, is there is a safety car now. It's an iRacing safety car, so not a safety car that is driven by a real human being. It's the iRacing safety car, but there is a safety car to bunch everything up if a big accident happens. So yeah, that's gonna definitely bring us some exciting times.
Yeah, Dan, if you can just check the commentators chat, that would be absolutely great.
Will do. Okay.
Anyway, qualifying now for the GT3 cars. A lot of cars in this class. As we're seeing now, the No Limit Sim Racing going through Eau Rouge and Radion, which is a very, very dangerous corner. Obviously not for the GT3 cars, but I think in Formula 1, it's a little bit too dangerous for that competition.
Yeah, I fully agree on that. And the thing is with racing, we're always striving towards more safety, but also towards going faster. Big slide there for the No Limits Racing Mercedes, the number 222. But we're always striving towards going faster, but also towards it being safer. And with it becoming faster, it's also becoming
More
more
dangerous.
dangerous. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I think, we've seen so many crashes there. They have changed some things in the real life on the Spa-Francorchamps, which is a great thing. We haven't seen any crash there in this year, but, it happens in any competition, Formula 1, World Endurance Championship, and it got pretty dangerous. They wanted to get Spa out of Formula 1. I heard some rumors that they want to not race there with WEC, with the World Endurance Championship anymore either. But besides the Euro-Geradion, it's a very beautiful track and it has history, fast corners. It really puts you as a driver to a big test.
Oh yeah, it's an amazing track, and as you see now, the No Limits Racing Mercedes completing its first lap through Blanchimont and onto the bus-stop chicane. It's a track that tests you as a driver, and it hosts, just a reminder for everyone, the biggest GT race in the world, the 24 Hours of Spa. That's how amazing this track is and how fiercely competitive it is with a 2:15.881. That is a very good lap time from the No Limits Racing Mercedes. But of course, remember, that is with more fuel than you usually would be, because you cannot reset to the pit lane.
Arvensis Racing Red, they are going to first place, 2:15.5, and Vice Motorsport gets very, very close. Also, AVL Sim Racing, less than 1/10 between the top three. Now 4 cars in 1/10. This is incredible, especially considering that the lap is being made at 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Oh, this just shows how close the competition is in the Platinum Endurance Championship.
Yeah, and as we see now, look at that. The PGZ Motorsport car jumping to the top in that beautiful Porsche from theirs, the 119, with a 2:15.353. Winston Eckel in the Platinum Racing Team blue car up into P2 in the BMW. That means that there's one car in there, the Platinum Racing Team blue car, which is this car. They are in P2.
Yeah, Platinum Racing Team, obviously they are racing at their home competition, so we're having very, very big expectations from them, and they're living up to it. Second place in this qualifying, it's not bad. PGZ Motorsport, we know they're a very good team, very competitive, fast drivers, and the Porsche is very good on this track. I remember when the virtual 24 hours of Spa had happened, there was a glitch when the cars were going faster by going onto the grass.
Yeah.
It's very good that they have solved that issue, because it was a very weird race to watch. You were seeing cars going all the time on the grass and not on the racetrack. It was like watching an off-road race rather than a 24 hours of Spa virtual.
Yeah, and the thing with that is, I mean, everyone can do it, but for a race like this, which is broadcast, of course, and it's part of a championship, it just doesn't look good. Where in real life do you see a car going onto the grass to cool their tires off in order for them to gain like 2 or 3 tenths a lap?
Yeah, and especially the pole lap from that one race. The car was staying on the actual track for about 10 seconds, and all the other time it was off track. It was looking like a very bad lap, but when you look at it, it was 3-4 seconds faster than a normal lap. It was absolutely incredible.
Yeah. And with that came, of course, the comments that they got on that from iRacing was, yeah, of course, not the best to read. But I think if iRacing missed something there, and they missed something in the in the coding, which is, I mean, easily done. We're all humans, and we all make mistakes, but it's something that, yeah, it should have been looked at.
Yeah, but obviously every time a thing like this is happening, obviously all the fans are going crazy. We're seeing that in real life. All the hate comments that are being sent after a real life race, and not only in Formula 1, but in any competition right now. It's crazy. And again, when we see the passion that is being put into this competition. And if you are not really that close with everything that's happening in iRacing, and you do a normal lap on Spa, and you are 4 seconds, 5 seconds slower, you are wondering what is going on. And after that, you see that the pole up is being made always off track. Obviously, you get angry, as we were talking at the start of the stream about Eau Rouge and Radion being very dangerous. We're seeing now the Platinum Racing team. No, this is not the Platinum Racing team. Is the Ferrari that has gone wider to Radion.
Yeah. For the people who are wondering, the timing is a little bit off. There's nothing that I can do about that, sadly. We've had this numerous times during practice, but the timing on the left is it is not right. It is way behind, so I will keep you up to date. It is the Astro Racing Agenza Moderna team at the moment in the pits. They are on pole position. The PGZ Motorsport car is in P2, and behind that is the Platinum Racing team blue car. Yuri Matthijssen in the Arvensis Racing red car. They are in P4, this Mercedes, and I have to say that livery is it looks very clean.
Yeah, it absolutely does. It looks a little bit like the Williams from Formula 1, but on that Mercedes, it looks so aggressive and so beautiful at the same time. Very good, and hopefully it's going to be as fast as it looks for them in the race as well.
Yeah, it is. It's a car that is loved by the whole community at the moment. It is the Mercedes, and yeah, it's a car which I think that was in the beginning when it of course came into iRacing, it was a little bit too quick for its class, but yeah, they fixed that now and they are right up amongst everyone else. So as we see cars getting out of the way of everyone else.
Set to start another lap, a lap of Spa, which is one of the longest tracks in the world for racing. It's very hard to make a perfect lap around this track, especially with those LMP2 cars that are faster, and it's so easy to do a mistake, to run wide through a corner, especially through Pouhon, to not really send it as you would on the Radion and Eau Rouge. So easy to do a mistake. And again, here at the chicane, you can lock up so easily, and then your whole lap, it gets ruined, as we're now going on board with the Arvensis Racing team. That beautiful and much loved livery. Now going through La Source, through this hairpin. You can go wide here. In real life they have added driver through there. You can't go any more wide, but this car has gone perfectly through there. Now Eau Rouge Radion, very fast. If you lose it, then it's race over, but he sends it absolutely perfectly, and now it's pedal to the metal on the Camel Straight.
Long run up to chicane at the end of the straight, and I do know that the live timing is not working. This is a problem with SDK when there are a lot of drivers in it. There's nothing I can do about it, sadly, but I will try and fix it, try and see what I can do. But yeah, hopefully it resets itself once we get to the race. Down then through Brussels onto No Name. It's also close then to double gauche, double left-hander, that is in French. That's the only French I do know, double gauche.
Very good accent, Dan, very good accent for that corner.
It's a corner that is special in any car. It's in an F1 car it's almost flat, and in this GT3 cars it's such a high-speed corner, and it's so easy to lose it there, but this car is absolutely planted to the track.
Like a train on the rails is this Mercedes. Can it get on the pole position now after they finish those 7 kilometers of 20 corners and some straights, one longer than the other? Camel Straight is very, very long, and probably is going to be the overtaking hotspot in the 6 hours of Spa, presented by Apex Tech Racing Supply. Now through the chicane, turns 19 and 20, they are going to complete their lap. Let's see where will they finish. The Arvensis Racing, ooh, a little bit sliding there. He has saved it, but I don't think it's a great lap. Done.
At the moment that moves them up into P3. Sorry everyone for once again it not working, but it moves them up into P3, but they immediately get down to P4 because this team, the Jorge Sanchez Rodriguez, the Vice Motorsport team, they get up into P2. At the moment, I don't know what's happening. At the moment, it is this team, the Astro Racing Agenza Moderna team. They are at the moment on pole position. And it is, like I said, the Vice Motorsports team in P2. P3 is for the PGZ Motorsports team. They are at the moment on a quick lap. On a quick lap as well was our Ventus Racing Red. They are now down to P4. We saw that lap on board, and it just tells you once again how special it is, this track, when you go on board, Edward.
Yeah, it absolutely is. I was just doing some calculations of this track. How much fuel would you need to put in the car, and what would be a perfect strategy for these GT3 cars, especially after seeing their lap times. But obviously, there's one thing to write on the paper, and there's another thing driving, as we know. So everything that I do most probably is not going to turn out correct. As we're now seeing the Platinum Racing team car, obviously they're racing at their home league.
Yeah. Which, in racing, is it really an advantage to race in your own league? Because you still get treated the same as others, as is like it should be. But yeah, I don't think you have any advantage racing in your own league. Maybe that you know the rules better than others, but that's the only thing that I can think of that really benefits you from racing in your own league.
No, I don't think they have actually any advantage. It's just a way to portray them in this competition. But obviously, the drivers from the Platinum Racing team, they are not going to our meetings, they are not chatting with us so much. The organizers, the commentators, and anyone else involved in the organizing of this competition, they are probably the same. And about knowing the rules, I don't know if they read it, because I know that many drivers, they are not actually reading the rules. They are going through the briefing, and whatever is being said there is good, and what they know from before is good again. But I'm not sure that all of these drivers, as you said, 180 drivers, I don't think they have all read the rules, if I'm being honest.
Yeah. JP Broadcasting says, reload your overlay, boys. I did that, but it doesn't want to reload. It's SDK problems, which I've had numerous times if you do big races where a lot of drivers are in it. But yeah, it's sadly something that happens. But Astro Racing Agenza Moderna still in pole position, so that is correct. They are still in pole position with a 1:15.273. That is still correct. But on a very quick lap now is this car, the Astro Racing cellular mode. On a very quick lap. They were on a very quick lap. Sector 4 was very quick, but they are now once again towing up behind their teammates. We saw them do this at the end of last season as well. This is a very, very well-oiled team, this Astro Racing cellular mode. Together with, of course, the Astro Racing Agenza Moderna.
Yeah, I was checking the fastest lap from real life here at Spa with the GT3 cars. That's a 2 minutes 16 seconds, 0.221. So the game is about 1 second faster than real life, as we are already in the 2 minutes and 15 seconds. As we're now seeing that also helpful slipstreaming here at Spa. Obviously you have those long straights, the camel straight, and then from turn 16 all the way to the chicane we are going flat out. So having a car in front which tells you it's a very, very big help.
Yeah, and the Astro Racing Agenza Moderna team is, they of course took the victory in the GTE class together with their, from what I can tell you is that both Astro Racing teams, Astro Racing Mayorla and Astro Racing is what they were called last season, they were fighting in the last race against each other for the championship in the GTE class. That's how dominant they were. They were fighting against each other for the victory in the GTE championship.
Yeah, But this time, it's just the first race. They are helping each other, I think, because we can see one of the Porsches going so far on the left side of the track. Maybe he's just trying to break the toe and not help the sister car. We're going to see what's going to happen, but it's a very interesting strategy because they are so close one to each other now after the first corner, after La Source going through Eau Rouge and Radion. This is such a good place to have a car in front of you because the amount of speed and time you can gain by being behind another car, it's very, very good.
Yeah. At the moment, still in pole position is this Aston Racing car. Behind that, though, there are Jorge Santos Rodriguez from Vice Motorsports in the Mercedes, the number 121. Milan Radijevic for PGZ Motorsport in P3. Sorry, we have to do it like this. Hey, maybe race laps would be an option. Not really. It's not advanced enough, sadly. But hey, we'll stick with this. There's nothing we can do, and I will try to do my best as always to try and fix it. This is Jurgen Matthijssen in the Arvensis Racing red car. They are still in P4. Nothing has changed about that. It's Winston Eckel in P5 for Platinum Racing Team Blue, and the MRP Byfields Academy car in P6. Martin Ray in that car. These were the champions in GT3 from last season, but it looks like they're going to have a bigger fight this season than they had last season.
Yeah, Vice Motorsport, I was searching about them, and I think they also have a YouTube channel, if I'm not wrong, where they are posting different video clips about what happened to some cars, some teams, some drivers that have been forgotten. So if they are the same thing, they're doing a very interesting thing.
Yeah. Dutch League Racing says that's a tow live in stream. I think towing is still allowed. It's just towing back to the pit lane, which is not allowed. So you can't call like a truck to come and pick you up to put you back in the pit lane. Is effectively what we're seeing.
Yep, that's a tow. Obviously it's not illegal, but it's very helpful. And if you don't have a sister car, and if you don't have a teammate, that's obviously a disadvantage for you, but we can't do anything about it. It's part of racing. We're seeing that also in real life, in Formula 1. We might see that tonight, tomorrow, if obviously we're racing in Monza there. But
well,
the qualifying is about to finish, if I'm not wrong. There is 6 minutes to go from qualifying.
No, there are 8. No, actually less. There's 3.5 minutes to go in the qualifying, and then they can start their last lap. Oniel Vogt for the No Limits Racing Mercedes down in P7. And PGZ Motorsport has actually gone to the pole position with a 2:15.05.
Yeah, PGZ Motorsport, a super fast team. They have raced in the 24 hours of Daytona organized by iRacing. They have been close to winning that race and have done such an amazing job all around.
Yeah.
And,
sorry for the issues we're having. I cannot explain why this is happening. I've been in practice sessions. We've done our practice, and this has never happened, of course. There are also not 60 teams in the race at that point, but yeah. Seems like we're having a little bit of issues.
Yeah, obviously these issues will be solved as soon as possible. We just need to figure out why are these things happening. So we're sorry for these things. Obviously we do always our best, as Marnik said, as also Dan said. There are so many people involved in this, and we're always assuring that it's the best stream that we can put out. But yeah, problems can happen every time. We can see problems happening even in real life with the Endurance Championship streaming. So yeah, we are going to do our best to fix this.
PGZ back into the pit lane. I think that's their qualifying done. They're not going to change anything about that. Jurgen Matthijssen for Arvensis Racing Red will be in P4 at the moment. It will be Xavier for the Astro Racing Moderna team, which will be in P2 at the moment, and the Vice Motorsports 2 car will be in P3. Oriol Volg in the Mercedes for the No Limit Sim Racing, a car that was very early out on track, one of the earliest out on track actually, in P8 at the moment, and it looks like they are going to stay there. They are not improving. He did improve in Sector 4, but it doesn't seem like that is enough. Alexander Postma for the 046 GT3 car. They are currently on a 2:16.56. He has improved that last lap. Let's see what he can do this time round. He seems to be the only one improving at the moment. But the pole sitter for the GT3 AM class is Thijs Merckx in the Platinum Racing Team red car, ahead of this 046 GT3 car.
Yeah, I'm looking at this absolutely beautiful blue, green car, the Mercedes. Oh, how good does it look?
Yeah. It looks like qualifying at the moment is done for most of the teams, but the Astro Racing Agenza Moderna car will go out once again.
Maybe
at the moment it looks like, yeah, go on.
Maybe they want to do a practice start,
That
because
could be the
obviously
case.
they don't have the time to do another fast lap. Maybe they just go out, they do another practice lap, they try more fuel, try a racing setup, and they just try to make their car better for the race, to prepare for the race,
Yeah, that could be
because
the case.
there's no time.
Yeah. This is now done, so I will try and go and fix this real quickly. We will be back to you within 5 minutes when the LMP2 qualifying starts. No one is out on track at the moment, improving. It is PGZ Motorsport who will take pole position, Astro Racing Agenza Moderna behind that, and Vice Motorsports will be on P3. The full starting grid will be provided to you at the start of the race. We'll be back in 2 minutes to try if we can fix this.
Apex Tech Racing Supply is your go-to source for the finest sim racing hardware on the internet. Visit apextechracing.supply for all your professional grade sim racing gear. Race with the same equipment our pro drivers use to win. Pro sim rig, aluminium race rigs and monitor stands. Base performance simulator cockpits. VPG and precision sim engineering racing wheels. The best tools so you can win on the track. apextechracing.supply. Sim racing products for the discerning sim racer.
Back.
Streaming the Discord
Yes.
as well.
We are back once again. And hopefully it is now fixed. These standings you're seeing on the left now is the standings that are correct. And it is PGZ Motorsports in pole position right now, ahead of the Astro Racing Argenza Moderna car. Rune Bobars for Trackside Endurance Team Blue. They finish P35 overall, so they'll be starting last on the grid if all P2 cars qualify. Sorry for the issues. Did our best to fix it. Let's hope that it will be fixed now for the rest of the day. Daniel Whitney will be on P28 for the DSA Sylvan Motorsports Mercedes. Alex Delgado for Octopus Racing Team. All cars are now finishing their laps. They're gonna go into the pit lane. Oh, so we see a big puff of smoke there. That must be an issue for some car. Maybe an engine blow up, or maybe just a little lock up for a car, which I can't imagine because these cars have ABS. So, oh, but this is unbelievable. The last lap from this Astro Racing Argenza Moderna car was a 2:15.05. The gap between P1 and P2, Edward, is 0.004 seconds. So 4 thousandths of a second.
Yeah, very, very good lap. Oh, surprises keep happening here at Spa-Francorchamps before the 6-hour race. 10 seconds to go. Up until the end of the qualifying.
Yeah, there we see the standings for you now. At the moment, the LMP2 cars are waiting to go out. All LMP2 cars will be able to go out in a few minutes' time, but that is a beautiful qualifying there from all the GT3 drivers. And yeah, with half an hour now gone, it's the LMP2's turn to show what they can do.
Yep. That's the great part. The LMP2s, they are the faster cars, and racing with them is always great. And as you said, 20 LMP2 cars, it's a pretty big grid of cars.
Yeah. It's of course most of the field is GT3 cars, 35 GT3 cars in total. Not all teams are here with us today, sadly. But there, with 60 teams, with so many drivers, there are always people who cannot race on time or cannot race that day. There is not a lot of times where you actually have 60 teams out on track.
Yeah, obviously we were talking at the start of the stream about how many teams have signed up, probably, and we hope that there is going to be one race that all the teams are going to turn up. But again, so many teams, so many different drivers. I'm seeing cars like the car 181 from the Astro Racing Agencia Moderna. They have 6 drivers at the same time. Obviously, it's going to be very hard for all the 6 drivers to turn up at the same time, at the same hour, in order to race. So this is why there are teams that are not here with us today. But we're now waiting, and we're seeing all the LMP2 cars just lining up there to go out. We can see how many, I think all of them are there waiting for the green light to go out and do their lap.
Yeah, it's at the moment I think we have 15 LMP2 cars out here on the track with us today, and it is unbelievable how these drivers are all making time. Like I said, once again, they're making time to do this, and it's unbelievable. and it just amazes me every time to see so many drivers out there. It's absolutely amazing.
Yep. I can't see 11 cars only from this image waiting there in line to go out on track. The lead car is now the 77th, and Loose Screw Racing, they have exited the pits, the first, and they are now going on the track, the first. Loose Screw Racing are going to lead the way of all the LMP2 cars here for the first qualifying session in this season. Let's see who are going to be the first car, the first drivers to also start in pole position, as we're seeing drivers overtaking other drivers in order to get that perfect position for the qualifying. We're seeing a little bit of a battle here for track position.
Yeah. It looks like SDK is once again frozen. It's unbelievable. I am sorry, guys. There's nothing I can do about it. I am so sorry. There's nothing I can do about it. It's I've tried restarting it, and it just is not working. It just freezes the minute it starts up again. It's just because there are so many drivers, of course, in this field. I don't think that it can handle it that well. Anyways, on to the LMP2 qualifying. It is loose screw at the head of the field. Let's hope there are no loose screws falling out of the car and hitting other cars.
Yeah, it's iRacing, so obviously they don't have a team to make the car. It's the iRacing crew who makes the car. But seeing how close they are one to each other, any loose screw would destroy the qualifying, and they will start in pole position because they would be alone on track. As we're seeing the car number 13 now trying to overtake the ATRS esports, but the car number 77 is actually trying to defend the track position and be the first car out. I don't really know why they are trying this thing, because they will not get any tow. Everyone behind them will get a tow besides them.
Yeah, maybe they just want that clean track, and when you get that clean track, it's of course way easier in the corners. You don't get the aero wash onto the LMP2 car, because we know that the LMP2 cars have that, and I think the car behind them is just a little bit too far back to actually pick up any slipstream. So they timed this to perfection. They now have a clean track behind them, and they are good to push for that pole position that time.
Yeah, I'm really curious what is the Tempus Sim Sport car going to do. But car number 13, it's not that far back. They will get some slipstream, and they will also have a clean track, because the dirt here is not that effective on these LMP2 cars. As they have gone, car number 77 has gone a little bit wide there. We were seeing some of the gravel going in the air, but they are still doing a pretty decent lap with this black
Look at that
car.
That is so close to an off track there, and the back or the rear just stepping out a little bit there in no name double gauche, double left-hander, or Pujon as we all know him. They get through there pretty cleanly. We can go on board maybe the next lap with a different car and see how quick you go through Pujon, because it's unbelievably quick through there in a car with downforce, and it's just, I think, a little hint of a lift for these LMP2 drivers.
Yeah, but the way the car is sliding in every corner just shows how fast this car is pushing, and the driver is pushing this car in the quest to get that pole position that is so helpful here at Spa-Francorchamps. Obviously, it's a 6-hour race, but to start first, it's always great. Maybe not that much for the race, but psychologically, knowing that you are the fastest, it's such a big advantage. And again, another slider after the chicane. They have finished the lap.
Not the best lap. And they go up at the moment to pole position with a 2:01.88. Once again, it is not showing on the left. We are sorry for that. There's nothing we can do about it. It's SDK not being able to handle the amount of drivers that is currently in this session. So yeah, we are sorry for it, but there's nothing we can do at the moment about it. We tried it. We tried starting it, and we tried closing and starting it again, but it does not work, sadly. It is 046 Racing, this car who currently has the pole position with a 1.75. Behind that is the ATRS Esports hashtag 13. Apex Tech Racing Supplies Esports, that is. DCW Racing PEC is in P3 with a 201.98, just a tenth behind the ATRS Esports. Then we have Johannes Trupe in the TSR Racing LMP2. They have a time of 202.43 and they are with that time in P4. Right Engineering Esports then is in P5. Trackside Esports PEC LMP2 in P6. Lithium Motorsports in P7. P8 is Randall Racing. P8 or P9 on the grid at the moment is Dennis Cho for 505 Endurance. Then on P10 it is Gazix Racing Team with Maximilian Paul. Stefan Sivier Laro is in 11th for Octopus Racing Team LMP2. And then DLR Rotary Industry Red is in P12. The last of the LMP2s who have set a lap time yet. We still have at the moment 6 LMP2s who haven't set their lap time. So there can still be a couple of changes there. But this car at the moment has the pole position. The 046 Racing number 46.
Yep.
This is Sylvan. We see in the GT3 AM class. It looks like they've got a penalty, I think, if I look correctly in the channel. Looks like they've got a penalty. What for and what penalty it is, I don't really know yet. It looks like they're under investigation for a penalty. Hugo Preto for the Loose Crew Racing Team at the moment in P3 starting. They have started a new lap. Let's go on board with them then to see how quickly we go through Pouon then.
Yep, we're going on board. So interesting to see how these drivers are wrestling their car into every corner, especially here. It's so easy to do a mistake. You can just hit that curb a little too hard and then you're around and you go straight into that wall and qualifying is pretty much over for you. But we're seeing this car going absolutely perfect. I think, if I'm not wrong, Dan, this is car number 16, the Platinum Racing Team.
This is the Loose Crew number 77.
Okay, that's my bad. Yep, it has the black
Yeah.
livery with red. So that's my fault, I'm sorry for that. But now, going pedal to the metal through this section, it's so interesting to see cars going side by side through here, and it's something that surely is going to happen in the race. So stay with us, because the battles are going to be amazing in the next 6 hours of racing. Now through the chicane, it's so easy to lock up through here. 2 more corners and lap is finished. Oh well, they are not going to finish their lap because they go straight, or he goes, Mercedes, straight into the pit lane.
Looks like that was not the lap they were hoping for. This is the Loose Crew LMP2. Oh, as you see, I think that is the trackside car cutting over the green area. I don't know if that is allowed. There might be a penalty up for that, but that was over the white line and over the green area on pit entry. Not what you want to see from them there. That could have been a very dangerous situation. But everyone now into the pit lane to get a couple of new tires. 4 tires to be exact. 4 on each corner of the car. Get some more fuel in and try it again.
Car number 44, the blessed car, as we know so many years. We've said that the number 44 is blessed. Maybe today is going to be blessed for them as well. Let's see what they are going to do in this qualifying, and especially in 6 hours of racing. These endurance races, for me, have always been incredible. You know, because often I'm commentating Formula 1 cars, Formula 1 racing, and you know, it's 1 hour and a half of racing. It's action-packed, but in these races, you have to be for 6 hours focused all the time. One mistake and you are gone. One little connection problem and you are gone. This is why to win an endurance race, you need absolute perfection on a long period of time. This is why these drivers are absolutely amazing.
Yeah, and it's as we have with real racing, an engine can blow, your brake line can fail, or your brakes just in general can fail. That is the loose screw car going a little bit slowly, so the Bazinga Motorsports car has to go around it. Number 69. But an engine can go, your brakes can fail, and that is not the same in iRacing. But what is the same is that you can lose connection, which will eventually also put you out of the race. And that is, for me, that is the same as an engine blowing or an engine blowing up.
Yeah, exactly. But you're talking about braking, the brakes failing, and the engine blowing up. But your controller, or your well, I know that these drivers are not racing with the controller; they're racing with the wheel. But your wheel might get broken. I remember when Max Verstappen raced in the 24 hours of Spa, his brake has failed.
Yeah, that's a very good shout there from you. And
He had to finish the race without brakes. I think there were 1 lap or 2 laps to go, and he has done the lap very slow because he had no brakes because of his simulator. And also when there was the pandemic and there was the virtual 24 hours of Le Mans, when we've seen real life drivers.
I think I remember Simon Pagenaud in that, just switching his race rig, which is one of the most iconic sim racing moments. Just takes another sim rig, puts it in front of his TV, plugs it in, and just goes again. That is the kind of preparation that these drivers have to go to. That is the kind of length of preparation that these drivers have to go to in order for them to have the best chance of winning. You want, and I can speak out of own, just environment. You want to have absolute 99% perfection. There is never a case where you have 100% perfection, but it is you have to go to extreme lengths, practice enough, get everything else, get maybe a reserve rig if you not everyone has the money, but maybe a steering wheel for like €100 that you can at least drive back to the pit lane, plug it in, drive back. That's the kind of length you have to go to, Edward, to in order to have a chance at winning this championship.
Yeah, this is why I'm a commentator and not a racer, because I'm often racing with my keyboard. I actually bought a wheel, which was pretty expensive, because I've had my moment when I said, okay, this is what I want to do. I will be the next Jarno Opmer. But yeah, that never worked. I'm absolutely slow, and I'm still racing with my keyboard because I'm faster. And yeah, you can't race in iRacing with your keyboard because these drivers are going with a wheel. They are so much faster. But buying a microphone, it's not that expensive. And yeah, I think I'm doing much better than as a racer.
Yeah. There's a reason, Edward, we're sitting here and these drivers are out on track. But just as an update, it's still the 046 racing car that is in pole position. Behind that is the DLR Rotary Industry Wide, the ATRS Apex Stack Racing Supplies Esports 13 car is in P3. This car might jump up. Purple in the third sector. The answer is it's an improvement in time, but not in position. A 2:01.75. That is around 2.5 tenths off of pole position. And 2:01.75 is already way quicker than I ever could do, Edward.
Yeah, exactly. And the amount of preparation that these guys are putting into this racing, it always amazes me. Because I have friends who are league racing even in the 24 hours of Daytona and the 24 hours of Le Mans, the virtual races, and they are staying from morning to the evening and they are practicing for those races. It's amazing because everyone has a personal life as well, and they do this as a normal job. Obviously, not a lot of them are getting paid, as we're seeing a spin here for the car number 55.
This car number 55, sorry to cut you off there, Edward. This car number 55 in the lap we've just seen jumped up to P4. So Digital Spirit DS Racing now up into P4 with a 2:01.76, just 100th behind the Nicholas Headsback from the ATRS Esports 13. So very close there in the top 4. Carry on with your story, Edward.
Yeah, I was saying that these people are putting so much time and so much stress into these type of races. And you know, it's not something that you can go out and you know, say about it. You don't go out in your life and say, oh my god, I'm a sim racer, you know, because other people are not thinking that it's an important thing, but it is. Also commentating, I think you need a lot of practice to get here. Dan, you can confirm it. And you know, it's such a beautiful thing to do. It's sad that it doesn't get the respect that it should get. Also, a lot of these drivers are actually kids that are still staying with their parents, and you know, the parents are always going to say, oh my god, you're staying so much at your PC, get out of your PC. But the amount of passion that is being put is it's so respectable.
Yeah, and this car, of course, because I want to go a little bit deeper into the Digital Spirit DS racing car. It's a returning team, not in the same category, but it's a returning team, so they know how PEC works, they know how it all goes, and yeah, it is. It's looking like they got the hang of it. Currently in P4, only 2.5 tenths behind pole sitter at the moment, and at the moment improving once again. So this could be, that's why I'm staying with them, a pole position lap here. Through the bus stop chicane they go then. Number 55, the Lara LMP2 from Digital Spirit DS Racing across the line. Let's see what the time is going to say for them. The answer is not an improvement. They left a lot of time on the table in Sector 1. So it looks like they're going to have to do everything they can in the last couple of minutes. At the moment, 5 minutes left here in qualifying for these drivers to finish off their laps. Still this car in pole position, Edward.
Yeah, car number 46. We've seen an iconic number 46 in MotoGP with Valentino Rossi. We might see another iconic number 46 this season if they win the championship. Obviously, it's just the first qualifying session of the season, so it's very far off talking about a championship win. But they seem the fastest in practice and now also in qualifying. 046 Racing. We should keep an eye on them.
Yeah, it's looking like a really quick team. This car though, oh, it got oh so close. The gap at the top of the standings is 300ths of a second, a 201.56 from this DLR Rotary Industry white car against a 201.53 for the 046 Racing pole sitter car at the moment. Let's see what this number 23 car can do. It got very close last lap round. Hopefully they can get even closer this time round, or maybe ahead.
On board with them. Now going through turns 7, 8, 9 Lecombe, and now turn 10 Bruxelles. Such an interesting corner, and it's so hard to get right, and I think they are not actually on their limit because I seen there on their steering wheel going into the first gear. You can't take that corner in the second gear, but well, who knows, maybe it's a different strategy, a different way to take that corner now through pull-on. Perfectly done. Corner number 12, and now 13, 14. Easy to do a mistake through here as well, but they get it to the pinpoint perfection on the curb there on the right. Perfect. Turn 15 and 16 to Staveo, and bell to the mill up until the chicane now.
Yeah, you said turn 13 and 14 there. Easy to go wide in turn 13 and just compromise your exit of turn 14. So very easy to make a little mistake through there, and that is going to cost you a lot of time. That is why that corner is so tricky. Through Blanchimont now, absolutely flat in these cars onto the chicane, braking just before the 150. And into the pit lane we go. You were absolutely spot on with them not being on the limit there. A car that will be on the limit for the next lap. Oh, on the limit even on pit exit is the 046 Racing. They are short on time. They're going to have to push like an absolute stamped rat in order to get to the line in time. So they will not have an easy outlap.
They will not. Maybe they will try to cut some corners in order to get there even quickly, but even quicker. We will see. But going so fast on your outlap overheats your tires.
Yeah.
So I don't think that it was the greatest thing that they have done this weekend, but we will see. We will see. They're still in pole position, so not too much stress on that on them.
Definitely not. And it is Kitago Martao. It's a very difficult name for me to pronounce, but he at the moment is driving this car. Hopefully the issues with SDK will fix itself once we get into the race. Maybe that's just an issue from SDK right now. Hopefully it will fix itself. And we can go into the race in peace and enjoy it with some timing on the left as well. Because there's been so much time put in, not only by me, but by everyone else, to get everything right, for me to put everything in here right. Everything is put in right, and then the software just cannot handle the amount of drivers, which is then very sad. But hey, we're trying to do our best, and if we can fix it, we of course fix it for you. It is the Astro Racing, or the 046 Racing Dallara LMP2, who will start its last flying lap right now. And we'll stay on board with our current pole sitters. I'll keep you up to date about the sectors that they are doing.
They've got it. They've got it done. They are starting another timed lap, so they have timed their pit exit to absolute perfection.
Yeah, and this is what makes a good team. It's putting everything to perfection, especially in qualifying. It's not only the race, it's qualifying, the race, practice, everything. Everything goes into a good race. People say qualifying is not important in a 24-hour or a 6-hour race, and I do not agree with that. If you start at the front, you're going to make your life so much easier from the start on in. It does definitely matter. If you start in the middle of the GT3 field or at the back, you're already 20 to 25 seconds behind the lead car. So it does definitely matter.
Yep, even half a second lost is important, let alone 25 seconds. So
Exactly.
car number 46 is doing a good thing to themselves by starting well in the race. I'm curious, what are the other cars doing?
At the moment it is DLR Rotary Industry White in second position, just over 500s behind the 046 Racing. Currently not seeming to improve. It does seem like a quick lap, but not their quickest. No green sectors on the board. The Gazax Racing team, Maximilian Paul in 12th is who we're looking with now. This honeycomb livery, I like it, man. It's also one of my favorites, and the gold they have in there, the shiny gold, that reflects. It's it's cool.
Yeah, it's surely it is.
So at the moment we have 2.5 minutes left, a little bit less in qualifying. And it does look like this car I switched off too early. No green sectors, one green sector in sector 4, but that was enough of an improvement for them to strengthen their lead at the top of the standings. A 201.45 over a 201.56 for the Rotary Industry White car. So 046 Racing at the moment in pole position with just over a 10th. Absolutely amazing there, Edward.
Yeah, it is. It absolutely is. So, as I said, they are just helping themselves. They are making their life easy for the race that is just about to start. We are seeing cars finishing their laps, I think.
This car improved last time round as well. It was a very minor improvement from the ATRS Esports. It was an improvement in the thousands. But as we know, Edward, every 1,000th of a second counts. Look at the gap in GT3 Pro, because that is correct. 4,000ths of a second is the gap there. So every 1,000th, Edward, that you can find out on this track is worth a lot.
It is. And to make that lap that the car number 46 has done, it just takes practice, and even more practice. This is why they are leading now the LMP2 class. But ATRS Esports might just get that pole position. No, they don't. They go straight into the pit lane. They were on a decent lap done.
Yeah, they were on a very decent lap. 2 green sectors there, but not enough of an improvement. And they don't think that they can improve in the last lap. This car is the car in P2, and this car will now go on its final flying lap. If they come across the line now, that will be qualifying done for them. So let's see what they can do.
I'm seeing in the chat a lot of people cheering for different teams. So I'm curious, everyone who is now in the chat, right, who are you cheering for? Who would you want to win? Even if it's GT car, even if it's LMP car, who would you like to win this race? Who are you cheering for in the next 6 hours? I'm really curious.
Yeah, it's oh wow, that's a 16 car going very, very slow there. That is the 16 car is the Platinum Racing Team LMP2 car, so that is not what they want, but going very, very slow on exit there.
Yep, we're now watching car number 23, which is in second position right now. If there's something that's missing, Dan, it's car number 1, Tempus Sim Sport.
Yeah.
I said that I would bet my money on them, but they didn't turn up for qualifying, which is not a great thing.
No, they are not in the session at the moment, so
yeah,
all
exactly.
Tempest cars, I don't know why. Maybe this has to do, and we'll have to say our big condolences to the royal family from the UK with the loss of Her Majesty, but maybe it has something to do with that they do not want to race in a moment where you need to reflect on things. Maybe that could be a thing, but a lot of different people cheering for different teams. Good luck, Platinum Racing Red, DCW Racing, Platinum Racing Teams is Ivan Bremer cheering for the hashtag 460. That is, let me quickly take a look. The hashtag 460 is the 046 GT3 car. All teams, says JP Broadcasting, and red, black, and blue. That is Ivan Bremer on the Platinum Racing Teams. But it looks like we have a lineup for you. Some cars are finishing their lap times. Looks like it is Hendrik T. Anderson finishing his lap time. Not on a quick lap time. Not on a quick one at all. It is this car, Leonard Ziegler, also not on the quick one. As we said, you cannot tow back to the pit lane, so you have to drive back. That is one thing that Platinum Racing League and PEC have changed in the rules. You cannot go back. And yes, a great fight for a pole. The pole position in the end goes to 046 Racing. So the number 46 LMP2 on your sponsor guide. For the people who want to look at it, the 046 is the number 46 on your sponsor guide. The number 69 comes through, which is the Bazinga Motorsports car. And now everyone is into the pit lane. And Milo just reminds Ewan that there is also a Platinum Racing Team Orange. Well then, that is qualifying done for you. We're waiting currently for the qualifying session to end. And then it will be the grid for you on your screen together with the start of the 6 hours of Spa. The Apex Tech Racing Supplies 6 hours of Spa. Once again, we have at the moment the grade out for you. I don't know if it's going to show up. I have a funny feeling it isn't because SDK has problems. And it is sadly not. Well then, I will go over the grid for you then like this. 046 Racing takes pole position in the LMP2 class. DLR Rotary Industry behind that. ATRS Esports in third. Fourth is Digital Spirit DS Racing in the LMP2 class. Loose Crew Racing in P5. TSR Racing in P6. Seventh is the DCW Racing PEC. 8th is 505 Endurance. 9th is the Writer Engineering Esports car. Then in 10th we have the DLR Rotary Industry Orange car. In 11th Trackside Esports PEC LMP2. In 12th we have Bazinga Motorsports. 13th Randale Racing. GasX Racing Team is in P14. 15th is Octopus Racing Team LMP2. 16th is Lithium Motorsports. And 17th is Platinum Racing Team Red. And DLR Rotary Industry Red finishes off the LMP2 class. Then we go on to the GT3 class, where at the moment it is PGZ Motorsport leading the way. Astro Racing and Genza Moderna in P2 there. MRP by Fields Academies will start in third, our champions from last season. Visa Motorsport in fourth, Arvensis Racing Red in P5. P6 is AVL Sim Racing. P7 is Platinum Racing Team Blue. No Limit Sim Racing is in P8. Chicane Online Racing Red is in P9. P10 is Writer Engineering Full Send. Or Writer Racing Full Send. Astro Racing Cellular Mode in P11. Manatee Racing Black in P12. P13 is for Writer Racing. P14 for Matt Sim Sports 11. 15th is Austrian Sim Racer Cyan. Platinum Racing Team Black is in P16. P17 Netrex Grand Prix GT3 GTS Racing Team is in P18. P19 is for Austrian Sim Racers Orange, and Trackside Endurance Team Blue is 20th. Then the first of our GT3 AM cars is the Platinum Racing Team Red Car Octopus Racing Team. Will start in P40 and P21 overall. P22 is the Trackside Endurance Team Orange. Octopus Racing Team in P23. 046 GT3 in P2 in GT3 AM. Austrian Sim Racers Yellow in P3 in the GT3 AM. Forever Racing Team Black on P45, P24 overall in the GT class. Astra Technic 25th, 26th My Skin Lab, 27th Wise Motorsports Europe 1, and DSA Silver Motorsports rounds of the grid for us. Let's go to the start then. Oh no, and it seems like we have a couple of blinking cars once again. Not what we want.
No, but it's going to get better.
Yeah.
When the race will start. So we're sorry for that.
Oh my, this is not good. I am sorry guys, this is not what we would have wanted. There's so much preparation going into this. And for us as well, it's sad to see it go like this. Yeah, this is not bearable.
Yep.
Let's just see if we can do the start of the race. I don't think we can. Here we see this is the starting formation. They can start now. It looks like the start is going to happen in a few seconds. It's green
yep,
for the LMP2 field. It is still 046 Racing on pole position. And the ATRS Esports trying to make a move up into Eau Rouge. As we can see, absolutely nothing of that. The GT3 field is going to start as well. Yeah. I'm just going to try and fix this for you guys. There's no point in looking at the start. We'll be back in a second. Well then, as you can see, we've managed to get it working for the moment. Let's hope, let's cross our fingers that it will stay like this. But at the moment, it is 046 Racing still on pole position, or in first position. Behind that, it is the DLR Rotor Industry white car. Then it is the Digital Spirit DS Racing car in a fight now with the ATRS. The Apex Tech's Racing Supplies esports car down the inside of the chicane, and he manages to get past before they get to the apex. That will now, oh, look at the Digital Spirit DS Racing car trying to be smart, getting the better exit, but there's some traffic for them to deal with as well now.
Yeah, what is important is that it's working, and we are also having our overlays on, which is the most important thing. Yes, we were seeing the battle 6 hours to go, but these drivers want to be in first place as soon as possible.
Yeah, and being in first place as soon as possible will mean that they will have the chance to get away from everyone else, and 046 Racing is currently managing to do that. Here is the biggest battle though, the slipstream battle down the Camel Straight with a couple of cars in it. Here is car number 15, the 505 endurance car. A lot of battles all over the field. The leader in the GT3 field though, being overtaken by some LMP2s now, is a PGZ Motorsports car, Xavier from Astro Racing. Agenza Moderna is in P2, just a little way behind that. And in P3 it is AVL Sim Racing. So sorry everyone for the issues we've had. It is now hopefully fixed, and it will hopefully stay like this. I'm not going to change anything. We will have to keep it like this because I'm way too scared to change anything right now. Alex Gal for Chicane Online Racing makes the move up the inside with 296. With 269, excuse me, Mercedes, and that is now them up into P3. But can they keep it though? Christopher from the AVL Sim Racing team down the inside. Can he make that one stick? Edward, this
very
is
close. Very close, and we might see the other Mercedes there in the background getting the better of them both, but he just stays behind. But now side by side through Orange and Radion, we started the stream talking about how easy it is to get a big crash in this corner, and they are going side by side. Oh, that's so dangerous!
Big snap!
Oh,
wow!
How did they both manage to go through this without a crash? This, I don't know how, but we are seeing another Mercedes there profiting. I think this is car 105, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, it is.
No, there's damage. There's damage. Done. Car number 269, Chicane Online Racing Red, is just going down into the standings. They lost about 6, 7, 8 positions from they were before.
Yeah, that is a big snap there. I think it was for the AVL Sim Racing Mercedes.
There's a crash in the background.
That is a BMW. It looks like Timo Olmstede.
No, that's 111. That's
the Mad Sim Sport. Oh, they're in such a tough position. Oh, backing into the wall again. Not what you want. Keep it out of the way of everyone. There are LMP2s coming as well. That's the leader of the race coming through now to put them on a lap. But wow, amazing fights all over the field, in the GT field especially. And if we look here at the top of it all, they are all within seconds of each other. The Rides Engineering full send. Ferrari, this is the highest Ferrari in the field, and one of the only 2 Ferraris in the field, up into P6 at the moment.
Yeah. This is Platinum Endurance Championship. Maybe we've had problems with the overlays, but these drivers, they are always doing their best in order to provide the greatest racing, and it's always great to watch them. Look how close they are after 11 minutes. You can't put a second between any of these drivers. So we're seeing there a Porsche, I think, going on to the move around the outside. No, there's another Mercedes going for an overtake. There's No Limits Racing on the AVL Sim Racing. They're going side by side, and I think that's job done. The move has been done, and the Ferrari from Rata Racing is trying to do the move also in turn 1, but stays behind for now.
It looks like there's a little bit of damage on the front of that Mercedes. If you look at the No Limits Mercedes, look at the middle of that splitter there. It looks like there's a little bit of damage, but in front of that, that is the battle between the 2 cars going up the hill, up on Rouge, and side by side we were here last lap. Absolutely amazing.
Yeah, there are battles in the LMP2 as well, as I'm seeing DLR rotary industry less than a tenth between P8 and P9, and the move might be done there. Oh, so close here at LMP2 as well. Obviously, they are not trying any crazy things because it's much harder to overtake with these cars, but they are close too.
Yeah, very close. Obviously, going side by side in the downforce car might be a little bit easier up Eau Rouge because you have the grip to take a different line through Eau Rouge. For the GTs, there's really only one line possible to go flat, otherwise your position is obviously done. But that they're going side by side through Eau Rouge in the first 15 minutes of a 6-hour race is absolutely amazing.
Yeah, the DLR rotary industry car has started in the last place in LMP2, and now they are in 9th place. Someone wrote in the chat from last to first challenge for the DLR car. Maybe that's going to happen because they are recovering very, very well, and now they are close to the Platinum Racing Team Red car number 16.
Yeah, look at this then, the battle there. There's the BMW from Platinum Racing League or Platinum Racing Team involved in that. Number 50, that's the number 15 LMP2. That is the ATRS endurance car, the 505 endurance car.
Car number 99.
And
Car
now,
number
like I
99,
said, yeah, look at that. The 77, Loose Crew Racing as well. The number 77s. There are 3 wide going into. Oh, this is so close. Look at that traffic. Try and get past this all. This is the most difficult period as you have a BMW off there. And it looks like
the Octopus Racing Team that has crashed.
Big hit into the wall, and I think that's going to be a repair job for the mechanics.
Yeah, it is. But we were seeing how close the LMP2s were there to a collision with the GT3s. This is the biggest problem at the start of the race, because all the GT cars are so close one to each other, and well, the Octopus Racing Team is not going to the pit lane. Anyways, yeah, the GT cars are so close one to each other that you as an LMP car, which is much faster, you have to avoid cars like the number 46 has done there to push Radion. So close, as we're seeing move car number 5, car number 99 has overtook the Loose Crew Racing car number 77 there. I think that happened through the Eau Rouge or Radion there.
Oh, down the inside. Look at how busy it is here, Edward.
Yeah, as I said, it's the hardest part for you as an LMP driver, because you have to avoid all these cars that are so close one to each other. And look at the Digital Spirit DS Racing trying to overtake ATRS between all these chaos, and they might go around the outside. They certainly think about this. Side by side, is he going to be around the outside?
Oh,
He touched! Incredible, and around the outside. It's impossible to go around the outside because there's a GT car there. Oh, so close.
It looks
maybe now. No, still not a move.
It looks like, Edward, these drivers are driving a 30-minute race while it's a 6-hour race. They are putting everything on the table here in the first 15 minutes. And it's amazing to see, because the Digital Spirit, the aspects, the contact there, it's not needed, of course, but it just tells you rubbing is racing. These P2 cars are a little bit more prone to damage when you're rubbing and racing, but it is absolutely amazing. It's the fact that they're this close and that they're touching. Oh, they're going to go 3 wide into Planchemont. No, he backs out of it. That's the sensible decision to make so early on in the race. But look at the slip seam. I think the bus chicane is now going to be a prime opportunity for the DS Digital Spirit Racing car to overtake up the inside. He goes a little bit wide. But look at this battle with only 15 minutes done and still 5 hours and 45 minutes to go. It's amazing to see this battle.
Yeah, that was a dive bomb and a half there, but he still haven't got that 3rd place that he's so much trying for. Look how close they are. There's centimeters between these 2 cars going into the first corner now, Eau Rouge and Radion. And from now on, it's such a long way of slipstream, and the move might happen even before turn 4, even before Lecombe.
That is really tricky. Side by side at the run up to Lecombe on the camel straight. He's going to try and do it around the outside. It's a tricky move to make. The car on the inside has to cooperate. He doesn't. Squeezes him onto the apex. That is once again positioned beautifully defended by the ATRS Esports number 13 car.
Yeah, Giga ATRS, because they are defending for their life. Who is driving the car number 13 right now?
The car number 13 right now is Niklas Hedberg.
Niklas Hedberg. How good is his defending here at Spa? There was no way for car number 55 to overtake. He tried on the outside, he tried on the inside, he tried on the camel straight. There was no way to pass.
No way to pass at all. He's making that ATRS LMP2 car as wide as possible now. He's going to lose a little bit of time here once again behind these GT3s. That will allow the Digital Spirit DS Racing LMP2 to catch up once again. But it looks like in clean air, it is the ATRS Esports number 30 car. You see a crash. A crash there with the Digital Spirit DS Racing.
Car.
Who is that off?
Yeah, he crashed with the GT car there. I think the fact that he couldn't overtake made him angry, and he tried to overtake these GT cars as soon as possible.
Here we go again. There we have it. Oh no, it was a snap on its own from the PGZ car. The PGZ car got unsettled and then got tangled up together with the LMP car. So unlucky for the PGZ car. I think that was the leader as well in the GT3 class. So that is very sad to see there. Leader in the GT3 class out of the battle for the lead. So look down to the leader now. That means that the Acer Racing Agenza Moderna car has picked up this position. Some liveries don't seem to load, but if that is everything, I mean, I am good with that. There's the PGZ car. Car continues, but it looks damaged. Look how loose that car is now through to Rouge Radion. And look how quickly that Mercedes is catching up to him. He definitely has to pit.
It has damage, but I looked at the replay again, and it wasn't a snap from the PGS Motorsport. The car number 55, the DS Racing from LMP, has gone straight into the PGS Racing. I think he tried to go down inside and he understeered into the Porsche. This was the problem. There wasn't any fault for car number 119, the Porsche.
Ah, that is so sad to see that cars.
Especially when you are leading, Dan. That's a shame for them.
That's a big shame for the PGZ Motorsports car, and they have been taken out through no fault of their own, which means that they're now fighting for, at the moment, still P3 in the class, but yeah, not where they wanted to be. They had a commanding lead, really. Because the lead from this car now is 12 seconds to the Ryder Racing car. So the fight for the lead, not as fierce as it has been, but the fights behind that, though, look at this. This is the 460 car.
Yeah, 12 seconds after 20 minutes. This is a huge advantage.
1 second is the gap now for this 460 car, Edward.
Yes, I was talking about the GT3 Pro class.
Yeah, that's quite big, that gap, I have to say.
And I think there's a battle for P4 in LMP2. There's less than a tenth between 4th and 5th place. Loose Crew Racing is getting attacked by Trackside Esports. They lost some time here to Rouge Radion, but this is such a long straight. You can't get close, and he's gaining. Will they gain enough in order to think about a move? Trackside Esports is looking on the inside, but he cannot do the move. The car number 99 is now staying in 5th place, but he has now to defend rather than attack, because 505 Endurance is there in their gearbox.
They're there, the car number 50. But I have to say, I did not expect this Trackside Esports PEC LMP2 car to be up this high. They're doing a tremendous job at the moment to be in P5 in the LMP2 field. The gaps at the front of the LMP2 field, though, are widening a little bit.
I'm sorry, I think we have forgotten about something. DLR, Rotary Industry car, who started last, are now in 2nd place, if I'm not wrong.
They have 3 different cars. It's the DLR Rotary Industry red car, which is still in 2nd to last position in the LMP2 field, because the Digital Spirit DS Racing car is into the pit lane. What has happened to that car?
Yeah, they've had the crash with the Porsche. and now I think they're into repairs.
Ah, okay. Good reminder, because I was like, what has happened to that car? But that has demoted them right down the field. But this number 046, the number 46 car, still
Cruising.
in the lead of the LMP2 field. And like you said, indeed, cruising at the moment.
Yeah, I saw that. I remember that there was a DLR car, Rotary Industry, in 8th place, and they have disappeared from the standings. And then I've seen another DLR car in 2nd place, and I thought, oh my god, they've gone from
Yeah.
last to 2nd place. But
Easy
yeah,
to
as
do.
you said, there are 3 cars.
Easy to do, easy to do.
Yeah.
But
Well,
we're
in this
looking
chaos,
at the battle for P5, Edward, and this is the Platinum Racing Team LMP2 blue car. Or LMP2. LMP2, this is definitely a GT3, sorry. Used to the name from last season. Platinum Racing Team blue. Normally there was an LMP2 in front of that, but this is the blue team now in GT3s. Still the same team, Perry Oosterveer, Winston Eckel, and Vincent Osams, but in a different category. And they're at the moment looking to try and overtake the Reiter Engineering or the Reiter Racing Full Send Ferrari.
if there is something that is missing, is the BWM team. If you remember that from first season.
Yeah, the BWM, the Platinum Racing Team BWM team. They are definitely missing, but hey, this team is now on P5. They were contenders for the victory like every race last season. And they finally have now gone to a different class, and they're still in the top 5, so still in contention for a victory here.
Yep. Very close. This is the beauty of the GT cars. They are getting so close, and you can't see in GT3 and in any GT car, you can't see moves and overtakes in places where you can't see any other cars going side by side. This is why this racing is also is always great. We see GT cars also in DTM and in a lot of competitions now. This is why they got so popular.
Yeah, everyone has moved to the GT3 side, as Richard Simner says. Oh, and that is wide!
Oh, that's wide.
That is very wide for the 50.
Reiter Racing.
Yeah, for the Astro Racing. Yeah, the Reiter Racing Full Send car. Oh, look who's coming through there. That is the number 63. That is the GasX Racing Team LMP2 car cutting through the traffic, but that was rather wide there from the Reiter Racing Full Send car. Let's see if we can have a little bit.
Yeah, I said it.
Here we go. This is, oh no, this is once again. Oh no, this
Another
is just,
problem?
Nah, this is just off track at No Name. And that counts that as an off track.
BTS Motorsport, yeah, they have been off track. But as I said, for the rate racing, it's so easy to do a mistake there in turn 12 in P1 because it's a flat out corner. I'm not really sure if with these GT3 cars you can take that corner flat out. I really doubt it. I don't think so. But it's so easy to lose the back end and go wide. And this is what happened.
But look at this train. Look at this train, Edward. It is the Platinum Racing Team car leading it away. Then you have the Astro Racing Cellular Mode. They have climbed up the order really, really quickly because their sister team is in P1. They're looking to do exactly the same side by side now with the Platinum Racing Team Blue. It looks like they already have them before they get to the apex. And it looks like they slot into P4. And that is once again Platinum Racing Team Blue demoted down to P5. Winston Eckel currently driving that car. He will not be happy with that. We have Gus Brinkhuis in the Reiter Racing Full Send car. It's another Dutch driver. Alex Gull, the Frenchman, in the Mercedes behind that for Chicane Online Racing Red. Then behind that we have the No Limits Mercedes. And at the end of the train is the Austin Sim Races Cyan BMW.
Astro Racing Agencia Moderna is still leading the class by 12 seconds. That's such a big gap, and Reiter Racing is not recovering. that much, as we're now seeing the other Raider Racing car being attacked by chicane only Racing Red, car number 269, and they are getting rather close through turns 13 and 14. Clearly they are faster, and clearly they will do a move whenever they can find a spot to do so.
This Raider Racing full send Ferrari losing places like it's nothing. He is under pressure. Aha, I change it. We're currently in P1, says Milo. That is completely true. We'll go to that in a second. Thijs Merckx is in that car, but they're side by side at the Blanchimont. Are they going to keep it side by side? Surely not. And definitely they don't. It is the Mercedes who slots into P7. And Raider Engineering down to P8.
Very close battle, very close battle. And especially to go side by side through Blanchimont, that's so dangerous. The Raider Racing car has tried to do so, but I think he thought twice. He thought, okay, it's still a 6 hour race. Let's stay behind and let's think about the longevity of this race. But what's important is that it's the only Ferrari in this train, and it's the car that is losing the most out of this train. So I think that the Ferrari is not feeling very well on this track at this temperature, and also with the tire wear and fuel consumption.
Yeah, it's I do think we have a pit lane reporter here with us. Joshua, are you here? Doesn't look like it.
Yes.
Oh, there he is. Joshua, can you take a look at the Trackside Esports PEC LMP2 car at their lap times? Because it's very interesting. I didn't expect them to be this high up at the moment, but they're still fighting with loose screw for P4.
Yeah. It looks like they're doing around the same lap times as the cars around them. Just their fastest lap isn't quite there. Traffic probably helped bunch all of them up again.
Yeah, look at this then. Oh, that is the number 50. It looks like the 505 endurance car there, 3 wide with a GT3. This is amazing. The loose screw racing on the inside. Looks like the Trackside Esports LMP2 car has the run. Still up the inside is the loose screw racing car. Did it brake too late? Is it going to pinch it down to the apex? It is. But they're still side by side. Now down to Brussels we go. We're single file again. The 505 endurance car. LMP2, the number 50. Lurking in the background for if something goes wrong with these two up ahead.
Yeah, they're very close. We've seen that a car 77 has been badly affected by the traffic, and car number 99 had run at them. They were on the outside on the entrance to turn 7. Then in turn 8 they had the inside, but they were too far back in order to keep their nose in and do that move. So it's going to be another lap for them, staying in P5. But there are still 5 hours and a half to go up until the end of the race. So there will be many opportunities, and now there's traffic again. So who knows?
Yeah, still traffic, but let's go to the leaders of the GT3 AM class. These are your leaders. This is Platinum Racing Team Red. They're at the moment in the lead of the GT3 AM class. In between them is the MRP by Fields Academy car, Martin Ray in that car, and then behind that is Alexander Posma for the 046 GT3 team. And that is number 2. That's P2 in the GT3 AM class. Another GT3 driver is Louis Gregg for Crips Racing. They're a long way down in the Mercedes. Not where they want to be. They've been in the pit lane for 5 minutes already. A lot of AM cars have hit problems this race. Looks like some cars, as the Trackside Endurance Team Orange, not placed correctly, but they are definitely an AM team.
I think there's been a move there in the GT3 class, but that was for the 10th position, or even lower, if I'm not wrong. Anyways, there are still cars getting very close one to each other, but I think the closest battle is still there for 4th place in the LMP2 class, with the Trackside Esports desperately trying to get a move, and I think they have done a mistake because they have lost the place to 505 Endurance. That's a position change. Yes, it happened. After the Camel Straight, 505 Endurance has got the place up in 5th now.
Yeah. Let's see how that exactly happened. Here we go on the Camel Straight. Oh, just braking later. Late move from the Trackside LMP2 car. It wanted to react to the 505 attacking, but it couldn't, and it moved over to the right, moved back to the left because it couldn't move further over to the right. And that is position done for the 505 endurance car.
That was a dive bomb and a half done.
Yeah, that was great to see the chicane online. The S Racing car though. Look at this. Where is it at the moment? Yeah, we have the chicane online racing red car. Very close to the back of that Astro Racing cellular mode. But this fighting has allowed, once again, look at that BMW behind there from the Platinum Racing Team Blue. That has allowed that car to catch up once again. Once the chicane online racing red car was passed, they were making a little bit of a gap. It looks like, because of all this fighting. Oh, is there a spinner there?
I think he crashed with the LMP2.
The No Limits Sim Racing GT3 car. Was there
Yes, it crashed with the LMP2 because the loose screw has gone straight to the pit lane. I think they towed back.
Oh no. Who is in that car at the moment? Oil Forge. Oil Forge, here we have it. This is a replay of what happened at turn 1.
Yes, it was car number 77.
Here we have it. No, car number 27 on the inside. Oh, they just pinched in. They did not see the LMP2 car. The LMP2 car can't do anything about that. And that is sadly them off.
Yeah, sorry, it was car number... It was car number 27, not 77. That's my bad.
Yeah, car number 27 did not submit a lip ring, so I cannot look at my spotter guide. We have to see which car that was. Go back to the live pictures now. It looks like car number 27, at the moment, last of the driving cars in the LMP2 field, in P18, Wessel van Galing, in the DLR Rotary Industry red car. Kevin Hoijmans still in P4, he has gained that position back, and then even more, the 77 Loose Crew Racing maybe going off sequence and going into the pit lane a little bit earlier. They are into the pit lane. The Loose Crew is already out of it once again, if I am correct. No, it might have been a drive-through. Could you, maybe our pit lane reporter, Josh Meyer, can you take a look at the penalty channel from the Discord and see if there is any information about the Loose Crew having a drive-through, because they've driven through the pit lane and they did not come into the pit box.
Sorry, Dan,
yeah,
we have a steward interview right now. We are having Thomas Berling with us here in the broadcast.
Thomas, welcome.
Good afternoon.
Thomas, you are, if I'm correct, one of the stewards.
Correct, I'm one of the stewards, yep.
Yes, and tell us, how does it go with when you're a steward? What do you exactly do, and do you have information for us? What happened to the Loose Crew LMP2?
Yeah, Loose Crew has got a drive-through penalty for causing a collision. What we're doing, we're going through reports that are sent through to us. It's rather busy right now, but we're trying our best to get through them all and dish out the penalties as and when they're needed.
And what kind of range of penalties do you have to give to drivers?
So we've got a range of warnings through to drive-throughs, and the very worst one is obviously a DQ for the very worst offences.
And when does an incident like a drive-through or a DQ, when does it exactly happen? When do you give it a drive-through, when do you give a DQ?
Well, that's up the rule book, and basically our decisions and our discretion on each incident as we see fit as to where it fits into the rulebook.
Okay, and of course, it being really busy now, what else do you guys do? Do you, of course, we know that Marnix is our race director. Where do you help him with?
I'm just helping him with the decisions that we make, going through each incident, trying to decide whether they're warnings, no further actions. There's about a team of 4 of us at the moment going through them all.
Okay. And does everyone at one time, does everyone then look at the same incident, or is it every steward has his own incident to look at?
No, we go through it as a group. So it's one by one, look at it as a group, make a decision, and then move on to the next one. We try and have a democracy, and those drivers that are driving for teams that are within the incident are also excluded.
Okay. Well, those were all my questions. Edward, do you have any questions for Thomas?
No. I just want to tell him to enjoy this race. I don't know how much Steward enjoys the race, but I think it's very fun, you know, to watch the incidents and take the decisions.
Oh, that was very close there with the 505 endurance car. He just overtook the PGZ GT3, and once again the PGZ involved in a little bit of a tricky situation. Sorry to cut you off there, Edward, but yeah. Thomas, it's been amazing once again to speak to you, and good luck with reviewing all of that incidents, and hopefully you won't be as busy as you've been as of yet.
Hope so, and I hope our team recover, because we had a meatball earlier on with a very poor rejoin, so our race is literally pretty much done for being competitive today, so we'll be back in a few weeks' time to try and get some points.
Okay. Thank you, Thomas, and once again, amazing to speak to you.
Thank you, see you guys, bye-bye.
Bye.
Joshua, I think you had some information about the 77 loose crew racing car. Are there some other penalties to talk about at the moment?
The loose crew racing car got a drive-through for a collision. The Digital Spirit DS racing car got a drive-through a bit earlier, but otherwise we mostly have warnings right now.
Okay, that's the 55 car which got a drive-through. Where did it get its drive-through for once again? Well, that DS racing car is trying to overtake the traffic. Going too well. At the moment, this car is down towards the... This is not even traffic for this car. These are positions that this LMP2 car is picking up, Edward. So they did not have a good start to their race. Christoph here in the GT3, he is together with...
Sorry, Dan. Everyone is in the pit lane right now. From first place to 9th place to Octopus Racing Team, every single LMP2 car has gone into the pit lane. So no different strategies here in the LMP2.
Yeah. Well, we had some cars with drive-thrus. They are taken out of the order. A car that has already pit is this car, the Wright's Engineering Esports car. That car did already pit. Its pit time was 33 seconds, so we're looking at around the pit stop time for every car of around 33 seconds. I will keep you up to date about which cars are faster or are slower than that at the moment. 3 cars have made their pit stop. Nico Schivets in the Wright's Engineering Esports car, Leonard Ziegler in the Bazinga Motorsports, and Milo Speelman in the Lithium Motorsports car. Those 3 cars have already made their pit stop. They are looking now towards everyone else making their pit stops. So then, Edward, it's been a busy first half an hour for us. A long pit lane here. Does that affect your pit strategy?
I'm not really sure, considering that everyone has pitted in the same lap. I don't think that everyone is trying crazy strategies right now. They're always going with the same strategy as they started in mind. So obviously it's just the start of the race. We will see what's going to happen towards the end, because I'm sure there will be cars that will, you know, lift and coast in order to save fuel. We'll try to go a little bit slower, a little bit less aggressive on the tires in order to save them. So who knows? But for now, everyone is on the same strategy besides this car that we are watching right now. So who knows?
Yeah, it looks like it is the Wright's Engineering. Look, there are cars coming out of the pit lane. It is side by side for the Wright's Engineering car together with the Bazinga Motorsports car, the number 78 and number 69, side by side, running into the chicane, and it is already done before we even get to the apex. That was well done there. Job well done.
Yeah, Platinum Racing Team Red has won a lot of time, because they are now attacking 5th place, 505 endurance. They were about 3-4 seconds behind before the pit stop. Now they are on their gearbox in order to get that place.
Yeah, that is Daniel Weber in that car. A rather beautiful looking livery, I have to say. The number 16. That's yeah, it's a good looking livery, I have to say that.
Yeah,
This,
the pink livery.
Yeah.
It's not often. It's not a color that you see so often. This pink color. Force India has brought it back into racing, because before that I don't remember any team to race into these colors. Now it got pretty popular, but it might get even popular with this move for P5 if they will go through Blanchimont. No, they don't, but he's close. He's close. Car number 16. He thinks about a move. Will he go for the dive bomb? No, he stays behind because he knows Cam Straight is just around the corner. And oh, that was a huge slide.
A huge slide for the 505 endurance car. And that might allow the Platinum Racing Team red car to get up his gearbox. And look just at this. The Trackside Esports PEC LMP2 car, through the pit stops even, has kept 4th position. Now driving away with a little bit of traffic ahead. That might compromise the 505 endurance into Eau Rouge.
That's not a great place to get traffic in Eau Rouge and Radion, because you can't overtake through here, and that it affects him because look how slow he is out of Radion. Now Platinum Racing Team will have a good shot there into turn 1. He's up in gearbox, he's bump drafting there on a straight line. What's going on? And he cannot do the move.
Yeah, that is some tactics here, both wanting maybe to catch up to the Trackside Esports PEC LMP2 car in P4. Currently the gap from 505 Endurance to Trackside LMP2 is 1.3 seconds. That is definitely a gap that they can catch up quite easily with a little bit of luck of traffic. And that luck of traffic they got right now. Into No Name they go. There's a BMW ahead of them. Can they get through that before they get to Double Gauche or Pouhon? The 505 Endurance car can, but the Platinum Racing Team red car can't. That is going to lose them a lot of time. Over a second that gap is now, and that is exactly what I mean. It can ebb and flow with the traffic. You get lucky at some points and you get unlucky at some points.
Talking about unlucky, look how much time the 505 is losing here, because the GT3 car is just not moving. So you gain time in one corner and then you lose it all in the next corner. This is why the traffic is so important into these races.
Yeah, traffic is, I always say, Edward, traffic is 30% luck, 70% skill.
I think it's more luck rather than skill, because you can avoid these cars, but as much skill as you have, you cannot get this traffic wherever you want. You get it where it is at that certain time. So yeah.
I mean, you can, of course, if you get onto a corner. As we look down to the battle for P10, really close here, side by side into the bus stop chicane. This is the number 78, the Ryder engineering car, losing a position to the Octopus Racing Team LMP2. Oh, we see a car going wide there, straight onto the chicane. What has happened there? We'll take a look at that.
That was very close to crash. That was very close to crash because he rejoined the track so unsafely. He was close to go straight into the Octopus car.
Oh, a move there from there. I think that's the Lithium Motorsports car up the inside of the Randale Racing number 36. And that's moved on. Octopus Racing lost that position once again to the Ryder Engineering Esports car. This is the battle for P9. Lithium Motorsports is now behind that as well. Or am I? Oh, no, that's the car number 44. They are a lap down. So already putting cars a lap down in their own class. The number 24 is going to look around the outside of Le Comp. Can he make the move stick? He's around the outside. This will be the difficult move, the difficult part of the move, and he does get squeezed out there. Has to wait for another time to do it, but that is amazing fighting there. 45 minutes into this race, Edward.
Yeah, they are. And we were seeing the Octopus Racing Team LMP2 lapping their sister car. Well, it's not really the sister car because it's the GT3, but their teammates from another class. That was a very interesting sight to see, as the PGS Motorsport now is trying to get what they lost in that incident with car number 55, and they are doing pretty well because they are in 4th place in the GT3 Pro class.
Yeah, that Porsche from the back not looking too happy, but even though they do have some damage, they are so slowly but surely creeping up the field, almost again meeting the Digital Spirit DS Racing LMP2. They must have had some deja vu there in that corner, but the Digital Spirit DS Racing gets past all of these GT3 cars and can follow his run onto the Camel Straight without having to lift the traffic into Eau Rouge Radion. Because tell me, the it's so tricky to lift in Eau Rouge Radion when you're behind a GT car as an LMP. The car gets quite unsettled, doesn't it?
Yeah, that, and it also makes you angry because this is such a fast and beautiful flowing track, and when you have to lift off, you lose concentration, and it might play a bigger role in the race, in the long run of the race, not really at that moment. But yeah, the car gets unsettled and you can lose the back end and you go straight to the wall. And again, as we said at the start of the stream, if you go into the wall at Oros Radio and you are out of the race. So, yeah, you just need to be focused all the time and try to avoid making mistakes, and yeah, you might get a good result.
Yeah, and traffic is such a big part. We always say this. Every broadcast from multi-class racing says this, but traffic is such an important part of your race. You can be 2 seconds a lap quicker on average in clean air, but that can all be undone in traffic. So you have to learn the skill of cutting through traffic as efficiently and as quickly as possible in order for you to really gain the most time possible. We can see the 046 LMP2 car now, 2.4 seconds this gap only is at the beginning almost of the last hours, at the beginning, excuse me, of the second hour almost. And this is over almost an hour of racing. 3 seconds is the gap.
Yep, and the gap at the GT3 Pro class, we were talking about it 20 minutes ago, now it's even bigger. 17 seconds between car number 181 and car number 105. That's a huge gap.
Yeah, that's an absolute huge gap. Oh, as we see a move there, I think, for Platinum Race Team Red. There we go. Oh no, they're behind 505 Endurance once again, and once again getting unlucky with their own GT car. Edward, if you're in a GT car and you see your LMP car from your own team coming up, do you move aside or do you treat them the same as all the other cars?
I would crush all their opponents in order for them to win. No, obviously they help each other. You know, they're in the same team. They are talking, and I would probably help my sister car, but not by crushing the opponent. Obviously, give them a tow, move aside, because obviously I'm not battling them, so who knows.
Yeah. Well, in P6 at the moment is this Platinum Racing Team Red car. 4/10. Look at this. This train has been like this for basically since the start of the race. And it looks like the rotary red car is going to be lapped by all of them into double gauche. We go very close to the back of the BMW there. The Octopus BMW. One of my favorite liveries in the field. But yeah, it's still after 50 minutes. It's oh so close between all of them.
Yeah, look how close it is. Oh, and there might be a move around the outside for car number 16 on car number 5, the 505 Endurance. But traffic again plays a big role into this situation.
And again, a Platinum Racing Team BMW. They're not helping their LMP team, are they? It looks like we have another penalty coming through. Is that correct, Joshua? Do we have another penalty or warning?
We do have a penalty for the number 36, but that was given out a few minutes ago already, so they might have already served it. It was a drive-through.
Okay, and what was it for?
Oh, look how close it is.
It was for a collision during overtaking.
Okay, so yeah, and something that we usually see. Look at this traffic. The MRP Fields Academy Porsche had to stay on the left there. That's gonna lose that car a couple or at least its momentum. And that might be a position loss for them to the Mercedes behind them from the No Limits team. No Limit Sim Racing, but that car was a little bit too far back. But yeah, thank you there once again, Joshua.
I have a small correction. It was the car number 180 that got the penalty. The number 36 reported.
Okay, so car number 180. That at the moment is... Let me take a look. Where is that currently in the standings?
They were 8th in GT3, Astro Racing Cellular, before they now came into the pit.
Ah, okay, that is indeed the Astro Racing Cellular. So, yeah, thank you for that once again, Joshua.
Yeah, and I think Joshua is going to stay with you guys even more because I have to go. It's been an absolute pleasure to be with you, Dan, and also with you, Joshua. Who I hope, Joshua, you don't hate me because I interrupted you twice. I'm really sorry for that. But yeah, it's been a pleasure. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Joshua. Thank you, Marnix, for calling me and being here with you. Thank you to all the viewers. And yeah, still 5 hours to go, so have fun. Enjoy this one.
Thank you. Well, Joshua, you've been here, of course, as our pit reporter. And so you must have seen quite a lot of the things that happened.
Oh yeah, I did see the hectic start. But for my experience, it was okay. I mean, the first lapping of the cars is always a struggle for most teams.
Yeah. We have a question
Just
in the
because...
chat that says, who's the highest climber? And if I look at the moment, the highest climber looks to be this team. Daniel Whitley with the DSA Sylvan Motorsports Mercedes. This car has gained 14 positions. So, and it's about to lose one to the BMW of Networks Grand Prix GT3. They're going to be side by side up a Rouge. Are they going to keep it side by side, or is one going to lift? The answer is one is going to lift. And they keep their 35th position overall, 16th in the GT3 class. And they lift to fight another day, but look at that. That is the Manatee Racing black car coming through from P18. That's about to gain a position, and it has done before. The Apex is still side by side though. It's going to get pinched out to the Apex. Still side by side for the right-hander, but he lifts out of that one. This car, of course, or this team was last season in the GTE class with the BMW M8. But yeah, it was the only BMW in the field amongst all Porsches. So I think you can see where I'm going with that.
Yeah. Last season we had an all Porsche field with the one BMW. I think this season in GT3 it's quite more diverse, also because the GT3s are better matched against each other.
Yeah. Well, the GT3s, they have a better BOP. If you go to the GTE class, you pick the GTE class in iRacing, there are such big gaps sometimes between the cars and between the performance of the cars. But before we go to another subject, I want to go quickly and do a quick race rundown. Leaders of our race are still the 046 LMP2. The DLR Rotary Industry Y car is in P2. ATRS Esports number 13. So the Apex Tech Racing Supplies number 13 is in P13. Or P3, I have to say number 13 that is. Kevin Hoijmans for Trackside Esports Spec LMP2 is in P4. And in P5 in the LMP class is Dennis Joe for 505 and Endurance. Then we move on to the GTE field. Xavier, the Astro Racing Agenzo Moderna car is in P1. Jeffrey Colmel in P2 for the Rider Racing car. Then the Chicane Online Racing Red Mercedes that has been gaining on the Rider Racing Mercedes the last couple of laps. And Winston Eckel is in P4 in the middle of some LMP2 traffic in GT3 Pro. Then we move on to GT3 AM. It is Platinum Racing Team Red leading the way there, and Alexander Posma for 046 GT3 in P2.
The 46 just nearly spun in the last chicane. He managed to catch it, but now we have a proper fight for P1 in the LMP2 class.
Okay.
Actually, for the overall lead.
Yeah, and Lewis Craig is the last one from our race rundown. He is in P3 in the GT3 and class. We have an LMP in the pits as well. That is the Digital Spirit. The S Racing in the pits once again. I think this will be a normal pit stop.
No. Don't go that fast. It's another penalty for an incident with the Manatee Racing black car.
Okay.
Also, collision while lapping.
Okay, so this Digital Spirit, the S Racing, involved in a couple of incidents now with lapping. Warnings and penalties have been given. So, yeah, this number 55, right down the order. It is amongst the GT cars. That's how many penalties it has got. And of course repairs. This is not only penalties, this is also an involvement with the repairs. But here we have it, the DLR Rotary Industry White. Just behind it, there we have it, is the car that is chasing down the 046 LMP2 car, the number 46. A battle for the lead this is. Looking on board then with the DLR Industry, or the DLR Rotary Industry White car. And this car, after that half spin from the 046 racing car, the LMP2 right up ahead of us, is now only 8 tenths behind that, and this could easily be undone by traffic. Joshua.
Yeah, traffic can play to the inside of Lorshima.
That was indeed quite a late move.
Traffic can obviously make or break your battle. But as soon as the GT3s have pitted, some GT3s may take tires with the tire wear changes we had. As we speak, the Octopus Racing Team Black is coming into the pits for what I think is a scheduled pit stop for them.
Ooh, that's a bit early, I have to say. Normally you're looking at around the 1 hour 5 minute mark to really stretch that tank to the maximum.
We actually have a lot of GT3s in the pits.
Yeah, we do.
It will be interesting to see who takes tires. I think most of them will not.
Yeah, you don't have to. The track temperature, if we take a look at that, here we see it, the track temperature on the right of your screen. 31 degrees, so not too hot there, Joshua.
Yeah.
Oh, big snap there for the DLR Rotary Industry White car. But manages to keep it just behind the 046 Racing. They're closing up ever so slightly. Of course, down the Campbell Straight, they got a big toe, which is part of why they caught up so much. Dutch League Racing says, let's go DLR White. They are definitely fighting for the lead now, so they can use every support they can have. And that is another off track, I think, there for the 046 Racing car. Just to specify, you have 40 off tracks or 40 incident points this race, so you can't keep doing that.
Yeah, also obviously in iRacing, Spa is notorious for its off tracks. It got a lot better with the update to the off tracks that they brought, but it's still very easy to collect them here.
Yeah. Well, this car, the car that I'm interested in is the PGZ one. Did that take repairs? The answer is it did not. It had the same exact stop time as all the other cars, so they are carrying on with the damage that they have.
Yeah, maybe they got lucky and didn't get that much damage, that it doesn't really prohibit them. Also, it's not that economical to repair the damage, because when you change tires in iRacing, you do repair damage, just at a way slower rate than if you just come in for normal repairs. So maybe they just say it doesn't slow us down that much, we can just slowly repair it with the tire changes over the race.
Yeah. Well, I mean, at the moment, let's see where they cycle through, but at the moment it seems like they are in P3 of the cars that have pitted already. So it's this car, the AS Racing Argenza Moderna, that can continue another lap. That car has gone 2 laps longer than the PGZ Motorsport car, but I do think... Oh, see a spinner there from the Platinum Racing team. Our red LMP2 car there. Not what you want to see. Let's take a look at what happened there in a second. But yeah, they cycled through to P3 in this class. So why would they take the repairs then?
Yeah. But they were the car responsible for the spin of the Platinum Racing Car League LMP2. So
Was it the
maybe
PGZ?
something is... Yeah, PGZ.
Let's take a look at
Oh.
what happened. If we can. Well, we have indeed another crash for Alexander Posma. Oh, going very slowly. No! that out of
Probably
fuel?
ran out of fuel.
Yeah, you can see the car just hicking.
If he can make it to the turn, he's fine. But if he's gonna get stuck in the pit entry, that would be not that good. Also for the cars behind pitting.
This is the 046 GT3 car. Yeah, they had to return back to the pit lane out of fuel. That is a big mistake there from them.
Yeah. For the Astro Racing car, yes, they are going a lap longer, but some insight from last season. Last season already in GTE, they were usually fuel saving a lot. At least from my memory. They are going even another... Oh no, it was the outlap. We missed the pit stop.
Did we miss the pit stop?
Yes.
Yes, we did miss the pit stop. They pitted at lap 26. They are now on lap 28. So
But
we
it
did miss the
still
pit stop.
was... Yeah, that was around... We have some cars going longer. We have the Astro Racing car. The AVL Racetech Sim Sport. Writer Engineering, and then some other cars going one lap longer, which of course over a single stint doesn't do that much, but if you do that over the whole race.
Yeah, look at this though. The DLR car has taken the lead. It is Z-Man currently driving that car. I cannot see exactly where it happened. Let me quickly take a look. If I can find it. It looks like it has happened in the pit stop phase. Here it is.
I mean, with the very long pit lane.
Here
Yeah.
it is. Up Eau Rouge. This is the move down the Camel Straight. Just more speed, I think, and it's done before we get to the apex of the comp. No, it's not. They're still side by side in the braking zone. But this is how DLRY got that position, still side by side, and it is so easy to, or so difficult to carry it around the outside. But that is how that position changed. And now it is DLR Motor Industry in P1 after an hour and 5 minutes.
Yeah, that was nicely done from them. Obviously getting the draft and then the speed differential down the straight.
Yeah. At the moment, it seems like Trackside Esports PEC LMP2, because we have some supporters for them in chat as well. Not enough pace to catch P3. No, not enough pace to catch P3, but enough pace to keep ahead of P5. And I think once you keep ahead of P5 and you just keep turning your laps, Joshua, the race will come to you. And I think there's a big chance of a podium for them because they're not too far away from the cars ahead of them. So if something happens to the cars ahead of them, they could very easily pick up the pieces.
Yeah. For endurance racing, in my opinion, the first 4 hours of any race over 4 hours is just don't get damaged, don't get involved. Because if you have the pace like them to run in the top 5, you can just be calm, do your laps, and then at the end you can look if you want to push or do something. For the lap times in the LMP2 field, P3 to 5, they are all lapping around 1 or 2 tenths of each other. Only P1, obviously, the DLR and the 046 racing car are about half a second a lap quicker than them, so the gap will obviously build even more. It's at 26 seconds right now.
Yeah. Well,
to the leading car.
yeah, indeed. It is. It's quite difficult as well for... Hello?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I think my mic cut out there for a second. It's
Yeah, oh,
quite
yeah.
easy as well for you to just over push it a little bit, and if you start over pushing, the lap times actually start coming down instead of the lap times or the lap times actually start getting slower instead of the lap times getting quicker.
Yeah, and obviously we are still at Spa. You can collect some off tracks.
Yeah.
And if you collect a lot of off tracks in the beginning of the race, you have to be very careful towards the end, or take a penalty, which you obviously don't want.
Yeah. We did the 24 hours of Spa early on in the year, and we finished with 99 incident points, and you could get 100. Let me tell you, the last 20 minutes of the race were not fun. It is just avoiding every place where you can get an off track. But sorry, I interrupted you rudely once again.
Yeah. We do have a interview from the number 48 car, currently in P6. Joost, I will not try to pronounce his last name. I will leave that to you.
Yeah.
Hello, Joost.
Well, hello there.
Joost, welcome to the commentary booth. Driver from the number 48, which is the DCW Racing PEC car.
Yes, sir. Well, unfortunately not driving today because of some medical issues, but I'm just playing the crew chief role for today.
Okay, yeah, well, tell us, at the moment DCW in P6, in LMP2, is there more in the locker for you, or are you just driving around at maximum pace right now?
I think there's definitely more in there. My teammate had a little off very early in the race where we went to the back of the field and he drove back to P6 now. So I definitely think there's more to come.
Yeah. And what about strategy? Did you guys take tires in the first stint? If I look at your pit stop time, it is a little bit slower than average, 35 seconds, but it's... Did you guys take tires, or...?
We probably burned off a little bit more fuel than the others, but still managed to do 19 laps a stint, which is currently our goal. But no, we did not take tires as like everybody else.
Okay, well, it's of course the strategy is very simple for most of the LMP2 cars. It's taking tires every 2 or 3 stints. But is there some fuel saving in there, or is it just pedal to the metal and go?
Well, it depends on the traffic, really. I mean, right now we're right on the bumper of P5. So if my teammate manages to save some fuel, we might be able to do something different. But yeah, we just need to see how it pans out, because we. Several minutes before, we were planning to stay behind the Platinum Racing team, but they got spun around by the looks of it, so there goes that opportunity. But now we're gonna have a look if we can save some fuel behind P5 and see what kind of flexibility we can get out of it.
So you are looking to fuel save, you just need another car in order to properly do it, is what I get out of that.
For proper fuel saving, yes, because a tow on this track is so powerful. But also you need to be careful with the tires while doing that, because obviously when being in dirty air, your tires might scrub a bit more. So we need to be careful with that.
Yeah. Well, I have a quick question to Joshua. Joshua, what about the PGZ? Does the PGZ have a penalty for the incident with the Platinum Racing team car?
Yes, indeed they do. We have 2 new penalties. A drive-through for the PGZ car for the incident with the Platinum Racing car, and a drive-through for the number 121, Weiss Motorsports.
Yes, we just saw that pop up on our screen. There we have it, PGZ Motorsport and the hashtag 119, a drive-through causing a collision. There we have it, that's the penalty they are serving right now. So the penalties do now once again show up on screen, which is good. But yeah, it's of course, how difficult is it for you not being able to drive but being in a crew chief role? Is it difficult to look at your teammates drive, or are you like, no, they're doing a good job, they're doing a better job than I could do, I'll let them drive?
I don't want to say that I'm faster, but I definitely have the pace on especially on this track, on this car. But yeah, while not being able to use my right foot, it's kind of difficult to get up to pace.
Yeah. Well, tell us, if you won, of course, what happened to your foot?
I got diagnosed with gout, which makes me unable to drive for at least several days. So yeah, that it's a bit unfortunate.
Yeah. Well, a speedy recovery to you, and yeah.
Well, I definitely hope so, because I've got some league races coming up in the next few days. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah. Well, the last question I have for you: what does DCW stand for?
It stands for Duck, Cat, and Wine Racing.
Okay, and why Duck, Cat, and Wine? Does it have a relation?
No, it does not.
Okay.
Yeah, it's something you really need to ask to my teammates. I came into this team after they created a team. It's something they wanted to create a team, and something popped up their minds, and they just stuck it into a name. That's kind of how it worked.
Well, it's amazing to see. Good luck to the team out there today. And yeah, let's hope you guys can get up to a good position, or at least stay where you are. Thank you for the chat.
Sure. Yeah. Cheers. Have fun.
Thank you. Well, that's interesting, Joshua. During that period where we had an interview, 2 penalties for the Vice Motorsports car and the PGZ Porsche. And the PGZ Porsche was in P3 at the moment because of that penalty, and that just tells you how hard a drive-through penalizes you here. P35.
Yeah. Especially with the endurance pits here in Spa, a drive-through loses you. What is it? 20 seconds? No, more than 20 seconds. Something between 20 and 30 seconds, I would say.
A drive-through.
Or even more.
A drive-through is around a minute.
Oh.
Yeah, that's how much a drive-through loses you here.
Learning something new every day. Yeah, the drive-throughs especially also bringing the incidents in again. If you get one, you lose a minute, that can easily break your race.
Yeah, it's difficult, I have to say. It's but it's easy to get one by just for a moment lacking a little bit of concentration, and boom, you get a drive-through.
Yeah, obviously most incidents can be avoided. But in the end we are racing. It happens.
Yeah. Marnix is in chat now. Marnix, I am sorry for the issues we had earlier. I tried to fix it. I fixed it. And hopefully this is now how it will be for the rest of the race. I sent Marnix a message as well, so if you could look at that as well, that would be awesome. The Astro Racing Argenza Moderna is still in the lead. 6/10 it says, but looks like that those 6/10 are not 6/10.
No, I think, at least according to what I see, it's more like 20-something seconds.
Yeah, 27.
The Astro Racing Moderna car will soon enter Stavlo 1. And Reiter Racing isn't even in Puhor yet.
Yeah. 27 seconds if I look on my timing screen. So I don't know why it says 4.5, but it's counting up now. So it's probably catching up. It might have been that the Reiter Racing engineering car had a little bit of an off and it's still counting up. But yeah. If we look at the car, It says 5 seconds, still counting up, of course, but that could well be to the LMP that they have in front of them. Yes, that is the gap to the LMP that they have in front of them, because they have the P17 of the LMPs ahead of them, which is David and Miguel Ferreira in the Digital Spirit DS racing car. This car is in between the GTs, so the Rita Racing and the Astro Racing Ardenza Moderna. So that is why that shows us 6 seconds. That is a relative from the car ahead of it. And that is not the line you want to be taking through the bus stop. Not the best line, at least.
No, but soon they will be at least back in the LMP2 field. We luckily still have a lot of LMP2s on the lead lap, all the way up to P15.
Yeah. At the moment, we're getting close to the pit stop window for these cars. And it is still DLR Rotary Industry White in the lead. 4.9 seconds is the gap now.
Yeah, they definitely managed to drive out a bit of a gap. Could have also been traffic.
Well, at the moment it looks like the 046 racing car has been trafficked. 6.6 seconds it is now. But it is also a personal best for the DLR Rotary Industry White car in Sector 1. So they're on an absolute cracker right now, on an absolute quick lap. But I think at the end of this lap, they will come into the pit lane, because they will then have done 38 laps. Their last stint was 19 laps. So that will, if you do that again, that will then give you 38 laps. That's why I think they will get into the pit lane at the end of this lap. But overall, I think on pure pace, it is DLR Rotary Industry who is just a tenth or two, maybe 3 tenths faster a lap than the 046 racing car.
Yeah, in these LMP2s, it also depends on your setup. It's a very good indication with the lap times for the LMP2s, because the car gets so much faster with the lower fuel. A few tenths a lap actually. So some teams maybe have set up for that end window, so their car is quicker there, or some teams maybe are quicker with the fuller tanks.
Yeah, and as expected, the DLR Rotary Industry White car into the pit lane. Oh, very close to almost speeding there. But look at that. Is that the 046? No, that is the Digital Spirit DS racing car. That is gonna continue there.
Yeah, the 046 also came into the pits, together with the gas team LMP, although they are now a lap down.
Okay, that is interesting. How did that happen? Still, this tracks at Eastward Spec LMP2 car in P4. This car cut across the white line on pit lane entry, even across the green bit, and did not get a penalty for it. So, don't know exactly why that didn't happen, but maybe a warning was awarded. I don't know if you can have a look at that. Just it was all the way at the beginning, the second half of qualifying. The Rotary Industry orange car, DLR Rotary Industry orange, 19 seconds behind the Loose Crew racing car. That car started very, very promising, but is now down in speed 10. And I think that is due to a little bit of a penalty as well, as we now see almost all LMP2 cars coming into the pit lane to serve their usual pit stop. Oh, so close to the inside wall. It's such a tight entry to the pit lane here at Spa, isn't it, Joshua?
Yeah. Oh, interesting. The DLR Rotary Industry car only took fuel, while we have a full service with driver change for the 046 racing car. Also the gas team LMP, only with a fuel change.
Yeah. It is now Robin Glerum in the 046 racing machine, which is still in their pit box. They are now out of it and out onto the track once again. Here they are. And they took a full service, so strategy-wise, at the moment, it looks like the DLR Rotary Industry White has the advantage.
Yeah, we have quite a lot of teams that took either full service with driver change or just a full service. It will be interesting to see how it pans out. Obviously 046 Racing now with fresh tires, but losing time because they did change the tires. About 20 seconds, I think.
Yeah. What I'm now...
So they have to make up over a second a lap now.
Yeah. Well, what I'm interested in now is where are they going to come out? The gap before the pit stop window was around 6 seconds. Yes. The next pit stop, they of course don't need to take tires. But the DLR Rotary Industry, I expect they will. Where are they going to come out? If they're within 20 seconds, they're going to come out ahead of the DLR Rotary Industry white car. If they're not, then they're not going to come out ahead of the DLR Rotary Industry white car. And they will have new tires. The 046 Racing will be on all tires. And the DLR Rotary Industry white car will be able to drive away. That's what I'm expecting to happen if they don't get within 20 seconds.
Yeah. Obviously they have to make up some time, and sometimes having just a tire delta, being on a different strategy, also helps your driver.
Yeah.
Because he just knows he has the fresher tires, he has more grip, so he can go for the move if he wants to.
Yeah. During this pit stop window though, we're gonna go to a little bit of a short break.
Apex Tech Racing Supply is your go-to source for the finest sim racing hardware on the internet. Visit apextechracing.supply for all your professional grade sim racing gear. Race with the same equipment our pro drivers use to win. Pro Sim Rig aluminium race rigs and monitor stands, base performance simulator cockpits, VPG and precision sim engineering racing wheels. The best tools so you can win on the track. apextechracing.supply. Sim racing products for the discerning sim racer.
Well then, we are back once again here at Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. And it is still the number 23 DLR Rotary Industry leading the way out of the 046 Racing car. Then in third we have the ATRS Apex Tech Racing Supplies Esports number 13, James Ibrahim in that car. They also took a full service. Still in P3 though, so that they had quite a respectable gap down to the trackside Esports PEC LMP2 car. They did not take a full service, they did only take fuel. So yeah, interesting to see that play out. A big snap for the BMW in the background there. But Dennis Utro is still in 5th for the 505 Endurance. They did also not take a full service. It looks like everything is settled at the moment. The Digital Spirit, the S Racing on the back of the LMP2 field once again. And no LMPs at the moment crashed out or driving in between the GTs for position. So actually, in terms of crashes, it's either been you're out of the race or it's not such a big crash, which is good to see.
Yeah, obviously having more cars running makes for a better race. We still have a lot of time, a lot of things can happen, especially as fatigue is setting in. With some of these teams only driving with 2 drivers for this race, having to do 4 hours each.
3.
3, yes.
Maths. 6 divided by 2 is 4.
No, you know, we're gonna surprise all of them and the race goes 2 hours longer than they thought.
Yeah. The DLR Rotary Industry orange car right behind the Randale Racing number 36, the number 39 trying to overtake the 36. So yeah, but actually this race is 8 hours long because we had some blinking cars and some issues, so actually those 2 hours that we did not see properly will be extended at the end of the race. Obviously we are joking, everyone. It sadly will not happen, so you will have to live with 2 hours less racing that we just promised you. The DLR Rotary Industry Orange car, like I just said, trying to overtake the Randall Racing. Best opportunity, Josh, here at the end of the Camel Straight, going into the com.
Yeah, for sure. That's the prime overtaking spot here. You have a long straight where you can draft, get alongside. You have a hard braking zone.
And it looks like that move is done by the number 39. So now it can chase down and chase after the Lithium Motorsport cars. Looks like Sebastian Houtgraaf in this car has found a lot of pace all of a sudden in the number 39. But the gap to the number 34 Lithium Motorsports in P11 is still 7 seconds. Quite a big gap though to still catch up. So yeah, still quite a long way to go. P16, here they are, the Gazax Racing Team. You were asking for them. And here they are in the standings. They are in 16th.
The first of the lapped cars.
At the moment, yes. It's, oh, that was very close to the back of that BMW. Not what they wanted. But to be honest, they have disappointed me a little bit, this Gazax Racing Team. When they were, of course, they did not compete last season, but in the practice session that they did last season, they were very, very high up and also very quick. I know they have a couple of very, very quick drivers. They've proven it time and time again. So for them to actually be in P16 is, yeah, I did not expect that, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know if they had some unfortunate circumstances in the beginning of the race. But it will be interesting to see where they can get to. They did get a drive-through early in the race, so that probably shuffled them back a lot.
Yeah, that's a
around
minute.
lap 6.
If you take off that minute, they would have been in P9, P10. They would have been right there in that fight. So, yeah, that's probably where they lost most of the time.
Of course, getting these penalties in the beginning of the race feels worse, because once you are a lap down, the whole race doesn't feel that good, because it says +1 lap, and you have to unlap yourself and anything. If you're a minute behind, it obviously feels better.
Yeah.
Just from a driving perspective.
Well, I always have that as well. If it feels better to be a lap ahead, but that the leader is just behind you, than it is to be a lap behind, but the leader is just ahead of you.
Yeah, sure, because you want to unlap yourself, but then do you have the pace? Can you pull a gap? Will you hold him up?
Yeah.
And you also don't obviously want to interfere with their race when you're unlapping yourself.
Well, if I was P1, and I've been P1 a couple of times in endurance races, not at the end sadly, but always at the beginning, you have kind of a feeling that, get out of the way, you're lapped, don't fight me, why would you? But of course, he cannot get past you without fighting you. That's the thing, and that is, when you're in the car as a driver, it feels so much worse than it is when you're looking at it from a commentator or a viewer perspective.
Yeah, for sure. It also obviously depends. Especially on the blue flag rules, because what many people when they first watch endurance racing don't understand is why the slower cars don't just move out the way immediately. But obviously most endurance leagues don't have Formula 1 style blue flag rules where you have to immediately get out of the way as far away as you can.
Yeah, because I think it ruins the the fact of endurance racing. If you're behind one lap, you're trying to lap yourself, you're 2/10 quicker. But you can't pull the gap because that 2/10 will get undone by the slipstream from the leader behind you. You will always have to let them pass. You cannot unlap yourself, and that is, I think, what we've seen in Formula 1 a couple of times as well. Is that the rule? You have to let them by before you've passed this many marshal posts. It just does not work, because when you're faster and you're on new tires, you just cannot unlap yourself.
Yeah. Looking at the last lap times, comparing the 046 racing now to the DLR racing, the 046 racing was a bit quicker over the last few laps, around half a second to a second, but that also obviously is heavily dependent on traffic. But the new tires are definitely working in their favor.
Yeah. Well, when you have new tires, I always find it to be way easier to get through the traffic, because the tires correct a little bit of your mistakes or a little bit of your more aggressive driving. If you go longer on tires, the tires are still good on pace, but they just do not help you through the traffic. If you go offline, or if you make a mistake, it's you who has to correct the car and not the tires that correct it for the 10% that you normally have. As we have a penalty or a warning for the ARTS Esports 13 car, contact with SR Technic #123. So a warning for the ARTS Esports number 13 car. That car at the moment in P3, so they do not want a penalty, because that is going to ruin their times or their position in the race. Because the gap back to P4, only 5 seconds. Gap back to P5, only 7 seconds. Gap back to P6, only 11 seconds. So if you get a drive-through which costs you a minute, they will be P14. From P3 to P14. That is what a drive-through would cost them at the moment.
Also, they were just passing this GTE battle for 5th position between the Platinum Racing Team Blue, Austrian Sim Racers and Chicane Online Racing, which will probably see a move by the Austrian Sim Racers car at the end of the Camel Straight.
I think we're just a little bit too far back, but this, look at the Lamborghini, you might be right. No, they're saving fuel. They're saving fuel.
Yeah, they're just going for the fuel saving.
It is.
I mean, if they save fuel and have a shorter stop and overtake the Platinum Racing Team that way.
Exactly. It's less effort you have to put in on the track. Yeah.
Looking at lap times for the GTEs, the Astro racing car is by quite a distance the fastest car in the field right now.
Okay. Did they take tires is my question. Did they take a full stop? They did. They did not take a full stop at their last service, so they're also on all tires, as is everyone else. The car behind this is Chicane Online Racing Red. They're going to cycle through to the front of the field, I think, on the next pit stop. They're going to gain around 20 seconds, which will be P2. Because they took a full service stop at their last pit stop. If they do not take a full service stop this time round, they will cycle through to P2 as it stands.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting if they have the pace. Obviously also being behind the two other cars.
Oh, look at that here, that fuel save. They just even clutch in before they get to the bus stop chicane, and they just can't afford that because the slipstream will allow them to catch up along the straights once again.
Yeah, for sure the slipstream here is very powerful. You have the two very long straights with the very hard braking zones behind them.
A warning for the Rider Engineering Esports 78, contact Octopus Racing Team 1, 3, 2, 4. So that is the GT3 team from the Octopus Racing team, because it says 300. The LMP2s are all from 1 to 100, and then the GT3 Pros from 100 to 300, and 300 to 400 is the GT3 ANS. So you don't need to see the color, you just need to hear the number, and that will tell you enough. But yeah, warnings are being given fairly quickly now. Is it a point in the race where maybe incidents are more prone to happen?
I think more that the incidents now are not that easy to judge, not that decisive.
Yeah.
You know, where some of these incidents are just a little bump or someone getting pushed offline that don't warrant a full penalty. But obviously the warning, we should explain the penalty rules. If you get 2 warnings, you get upgraded to a drive-through penalty.
Yeah.
So obviously the warnings do have consequences later in the race.
Yeah, it will do, and it will stack up as well, like you said. You have to have a certain amount of... Yeah, you need to be aware that they are there, and if you get one, it does not delete after 4 hours or something. So that warning will stay there from the moment you get it to the end of the race.
Yeah. Looking at GT3 AM, because we haven't talked about them for a while, the number 398, the Ferrari from Trackside Esports, is currently in the lead in that class, with quite a substantial lead too. Over the Platinum Racing Team red car, all the way down in 37th, so they are currently 8 positions behind their class leader.
Yeah, well, it's quite busy times out on track now, but they're side by side now, going into Les Combes. Enough onboard footage. We've seen enough of that now, but this car, look, that the car that came through, Chicane Online Racing Red. They took a full service, they took new tires, and those new tires at Joshua are definitely showing now.
Yeah. Obviously, towards the end of the stint, the tires of the other cars will degrade even more, giving you even more just advantage with your grip. But then obviously they also have to use it. Maybe they decided to just stay behind the little train of cars, save the fuel they need for the stint. And now that the other cars have old tires with lower performance, they just want to use that fuel to get by.
Yeah. Well, it looks like the also Sim Racer's car has now dropped back a little bit with that fuel saving. Do you think that once that gap gets to 9/10 or something, that they will stop fuel saving and try and push again to get within that and then fuel save again?
Yeah, for sure, if they can. I think it heavily depends what the cars ahead are doing. If they are, for example, faster in the Platinum Racing Team car and the Chicane Online Racing Team car is saving, they can save themselves. But staying in the slipstream probably is the most important for them now, for the end of this stint.
Yeah. Of course, we know that fuel saving is a big part. It's not only pace, which determines where you are gonna end in the end of it all, and the higher you can get up while fuel saving, the more places you're gonna gain in the end. Is that how we have to see it?
It depends on the race length and on the stint length mainly. Obviously, if your stint is not an hour, it's very important to fuel save because you save a whole stop. If you can drive over the hour, it's mainly just that your last pit stop will be quite a bit shorter because you just have to fuel less. which can make a difference. But with all GT3s making over the hour on their stints, I think that just saving a pit stop obviously isn't reasonable.
Yeah. Yeah, they're way too close to the hour mark. Of course, we saw some cars going into the pits a little bit earlier than expected, really. But yeah, it's pretty much for the whole GT3 and LMP field. They're in the same boat. They want to fuel save, but in order to do that, you have to sacrifice a little bit of pace. And in the end, if you sacrifice that little bit of pace, is that going to gain you the extra time back? Of course, if you would be able to save a stop, you would be able to save around maybe almost 2 minutes or 1.5 minutes, because the pit lane is so long here. So yeah, I think that's why at this track especially fuel saving is a big part of the strategy.
Yeah, it will be more interesting with the LMP2s, I think, because the LMP2 stints are around 35 to 40 minutes, depending on the track and the traffic. So obviously extending them and maybe actually saving a stop would be really beneficial for them. While we are on the LMP2s, the 046 Racing now has the gap down to 21.8 seconds. So they have made up about 6 seconds since the start of the stint. So they are slowly creeping into that window where they will come, where the DLR car will come out behind them on the next stop.
Losing a little bit of time here through traffic. This corner very tricky as we see them getting very close to the back of that 046 racing car. That is the let me take a look. That is the DLR Rotary Industry red, if I'm correct. Yes, the red car. Not where they want to be, really.
Yeah, they are now 2 laps down.
27 is that we're talking about in the back of your picture. But yeah, a little bit of traffic now, and look what that has done with the gap. Up to 22 seconds almost once again.
Yeah,
So for
but
all
they
that
only
time-
lost 1/10 that lap, so probably the DLR white car also had some traffic.
Yeah, it ebbs and flows, like we always say. You gain some, you lose some. So yeah, at the end of the race, I am always. I think that at the end of the race, it always equals out. At the end of the race, you have had this much traffic, and he has also had this much traffic. That's what I think.
Yeah, also, let's be honest, when something bad happens to you, you tend to exaggerate it.
Yeah.
When you get bad traffic for like a lap, you will feel very bad and like, oh my god, all the others are getting really great traffic and I don't. But then 3 laps in a row, you again get good traffic, but you don't notice those laps.
Yeah, and I think I saw a little bit of things happening. Who was that? That was, I think, in the Brinkhuizen maybe? Who went off track? No, it was not. But he also went off track. Let's see what happened to him. Oh no. Okay, they keep it on track, but I think that was a little bit of things. Here we go. Another off track for the Mercedes at no name. Also not very interesting. Nothing happened there, just an off track. But I think we saw, which car was it? The
DLR red car.
yeah, we saw it go straight on at
The com.
yeah, at the com. So who's driving in that car? It's Danny Copes who's driving in that car. Here we have it. Oh no, this is another spin. This is a spin before that. Oh, that was a dangerous rejoin, wasn't it?
Yeah, that will probably get them at least reported.
Luckily nothing happened, but that is not what you want to see. That is just... that was way too close for comfort. the battle for the lead here. The gap that Astro Racing has at the moment, 38 seconds. And this is not a pit stop that has done this. This is purely on pace.
Yeah, they've been the fastest car in the whole GT3 field for basically the entire race now. Their last laps have been sometimes over 1.5 seconds faster than the other cars in their class.
Wow.
If we take a look, their last 3 laps were 16.7, a 17.1 and a 17.4. Reiter was a 17.9, 17.9 and an 18.7.
Okay. Yeah, that's quite a considerable margin faster. I think the ones we miss is the PGZ racing team. They could have been a contender for the win here, but they at the moment are struggling. Where is the PGZ racing team? They are down in P11 in this category. If you take off a minute, they would still be 37 seconds behind them. So they would still be in a fight with the 046 racing car, but with the Reiter racing car. But remember, they also have damage.
Yeah, they obviously have damage, and I think their lap times over this stint reflect that compared to how it looked in the beginning of the race.
Yeah.
It will be interesting to see if they maybe can make their way back, but obviously the gap is really large now.
Here then we have a battle for P3 and P4. Or for P4 and P5, I have to say. The Platinum Racing Team blue car gets by. Who's in that? Winston Eccles still in that car. But behind this all is the Chicane Online Racing red car. That is so quick. And at the moment, if you take the 20 seconds off, they're going to be well in P2. Well clear of all. At the moment, they have 50 seconds to the leader. But this is definitely a car that I see catching up, at least, to Astro Racing Agenza Moderna. This is also a really quick car.
Yeah, they've been hampered a bit by the position that they are in on the track, being in another train. So it will be interesting to see after this pit stop, when they come out in clean air, what they can do.
Yeah. As we're edging ever closer to that pit stop window for both LMP2s and GT3s. Down the inside goes the Reiter Racing full send. They absolutely full send it on the Platinum Racing Team blue car. And that has allowed for the Chicane Online Racing red car to get a better exit. He's going to try and go around the outside now at La Source. He's going to try and get the better run. He has the outside line, so he generally has the better run. But on the inside, it looks like it is Gus Brinkhauser for Reiter Racing full send. Has the better exit. That is very weird. Normally you say, Joshua, that the car on the outside has the better run.
Yeah, it might just be that they used their tires more, or had just hotter tires and not enough grip. But now going side by side into Le Com
is the Platinum Racing Team blue car with the Reiter Racing. And once again, the car on the outside has to yield there, because you just can't keep it on the outside. You get pinched to the apex. It kind of has tractor effect, so you basically get bunched up on the exit there. The corner itself is very wide. You have the opportunity to carry it around the outside, but then once you get to the exit, it actually gets very tight, and no car on the inside there really wants to leave you enough space.
Yeah, obviously you need to trust the other driver that he will leave you the space that you need to race with him to make moves in those corners work. Because usually you don't have enough just difference in the braking to go by in the braking zone, because Lecom actually in these GT3s is quite fast.
Yeah, it's a really quick corner. Of course, if you go to Spa in real life, I've been to there in real life, and there's so much more undulation between La Source and Eau Rouge Radio. You really have a downhill section after La Source. It's unbelievable, but the road just drops away from you.
Yeah, and I think we have an interview with a special person now.
Yeah. AJ, welcome. EJ, welcome.
Hey guys.
There he is. EJ, welcome to the commentary booth. EJ, you are the founder of Apex Tech Racing Supplies. And my first question to you is, tell us, what exactly do you do?
Yeah, so actually my partner Ryan and I founded the company. We got into iRacing a couple years ago. We started a team of friends that we met racing in some GT3 leagues. And we got into it, and we love iRacing. We love the community. We love sim racing. So we're based in the U.S. Ryan and I are, and we have day jobs that are pretty busy. And so we took some of the lessons that we learned from our day jobs, and we created a company called Apex Tech Racing Supply. And basically, we're going to market in the United States with high-end, bespoke, custom sim racing products. It's a market that is very well served in the UK and in Europe, and some in Asia as well, but it's very underserved in the United States. There's a lot of Fanatec and Thrustmaster and stuff like that available in the US, but there aren't very many resellers of really high-end custom products for us in the US. And so we know that it's a huge market, and we're just starting off, and the company's starting to take off a little bit. So we're lucky that we were able to sign on with some pretty high-end brands right in the beginning. For instance, we're the only distributor and reseller of pro sim rigs, aluminum racing rigs in the U.S. We're also the distributor and importer of VPG steering wheels, which are really nice. And then we have some other products as well. So it's a super exciting time for the industry. We're hoping to be able to take advantage of some of that as the U.S. kind of catches up to Europe and the rest of the world with high-end sim racing products.
Yeah, and tell us, do you make the products yourself, or do you import them from other companies, or how does it work?
Well, we've got a long-term roadmap, and I don't want to show too many cards this early since we've only been in business for about 6 months. But as of right now, we're importing products from Europe, and the whole reason that this makes sense is because there are too many people in the U.S. that go to buy these products, and they get to the checkout section and they realize that the shipping is going to be a couple $100s to ship one high-end racing wheel, let's say from the UK to the US. So by us being able to buy 10 or 15 wheels or a couple pallets full of aluminum rigs, we're able to lower the shipping costs. We then build that into the product price on our website, and there's no messing with tariffs or import duties or shipping at that point, because we include the shipping to the...
Yeah. Well, you don't only have of course a business, but also a racing team. Tell us how that was founded. I think EJ is having some internet issues. Joshua, can you still hear me clearly?
Yes, I can hear you clearly. I think EJ is having some issues, obviously connecting to us from the United States.
Yeah. Well, we'll get back to EJ in a second. I don't know if or when he has fixed his internet. Oh, there he is again.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Yes, we can.
Sorry, I have no idea what happened. I heard you all the whole time.
Oh, okay,
So,
yeah. I don't know.
sorry about that.
Yeah, the US is a long way from here.
Yeah, the data's got to get over there. So Yeah, so for the team, we actually started the team before we started the business. We've had the team for a couple years now. We started it with just a group of friends that we met on iRacing, and we host a league too. So we have an LMP2 only league that we've done 2 seasons of. We're hoping to start up season 3 probably early next year. So we know what goes into that. But once we started the league, we started attracting more people, and things started kind of falling into place. So along with the business, we've tried to focus on building out a pro team. We just qualified 2 cars in the 24-hour series, which we're super excited about. We ran Ivra Endurance last year, and we did really well in that, top 3, SCO as well. So we really have a community of drivers that go everywhere from myself, at like 2K rating all the way up to 8K for some of the top pros. And we try to focus on the community aspect of it. So we have a pretty active Discord, and the pros work with the amateur guys, and we have a lot of fun with it. So we just fully embrace the platform. Sim racing in general, I think, is a great outlet for a lot of people, myself included. I love racing, and so it's a good time. It's fun hanging out with friends on the Discord, and at the same time, we compete to win. And our car right now is in 3rd place. I think James is in the car, and James and Nicholas are doing a great job for us here with the PEC League. We're super excited to be involved with these guys. They obviously know how to run a league, and we're just hoping for good things to come from this partnership.
Yeah. Well, do the drivers, because that's a question that I always ask myself. Of course, driving as a pro for ATRS, do you provide them with the gear that they need?
Yeah, so we're really open to helping any of our drivers if they need equipment. It's obviously easier for us to do that in the U.S. since we stock all of our products here, but we do have manufacturer relationships with lots of different manufacturers and resellers in Europe and in the UK. So if guys need something over there, it doesn't make sense for us to ship it from here. We'll work on on helping them procure that, usually at a discount from one of the suppliers there in the U.S. In the UK or in Europe. So we really put the team first, and we really try hard to take care of our drivers. It's a little bit different of a mentality than some of the other teams from what we hear. Ryan and I, my partner in the business and in the team, we're here for fun. And at the end of the day, we want to compete, but at the same time, we want to build a team of friends and people that like hanging out with each other, and all of that stuff. So one of the really nice aspects of it is that we have internal coaching sessions and training and open communications between the pros and the mid-level guys and the amateur guys. So we're always sharing setups and talking back and forth, and a lot of that stuff transfers down. And I'll be honest, in the last 6 months, my rating has gotten much higher. I've become a much better driver because just being around the pros, you end up learning a lot from them, and it's great to have them on board with us.
Yeah. As we all can hear, EJ and his team, a man for the good. Well, EJ, it's been amazing to speak to you. It's amazing to hear that you're running your company so well. It's amazing to hear that the team, other than other teams, goes first. And yeah, once again, amazing to speak to you, and keep it on going.
Thanks, guys, very much. Really appreciate it. Keep up the great work.
Thank you.
All right.
Well, Joshua, there you go. It's not only the issue that they face with, of course, the market in the US not being as big as they would have liked, which they are contributing to now to try and get that up, but it's also the shipping costs, of course, that they face, as we see now. Their team, the ATRS Esports #13 car, coming into the pit lane, and I think the DLR Industry White is together with them.
Yeah, the DLR car should be in the pit.
There it is. Behind the BMW.
There they are. 046 Racing is not in the pits yet.
They have already been.
They've already pitted.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
Here they are. So let's see what they can do. Are they going to come out ahead of both the ATRS and the DLR Rotary Industry? I do think that they are going to do so, because 3 stints I see is, I think, is really the maximum amount that you can basically stretch those tires.
Yeah, I mean they did have some traffic right now. But it will be very close on the pit exit.
Yeah, it's not only LMP2s into the pit lane now, but it's also the GTs into the pit lane. Excuse me. So yeah, looks like it's gonna be a busy pit lane.
Yeah. A bit squirmy there through the bus stop, the 046 racing car. Let's take a look. The DLR car is still on the jacks. Still up in the air, changing the tires. And yeah, they're coming out ahead.
They are.
But obviously now you have the issue that you are on old tires and the DLR car now is on fresh ones.
Yeah, but look at the gap they've already pulled, and they're still pulling that gap, of course, because the DLR is not up to speed. I think they might have played this to perfection here, because at the end of
four
this,
and a half. They're 4.5 seconds gap now.
yeah. But the thing is, they've gone so off strategy. If you take 2 hours and you do that 3 times, then you get perfectly to the end of the race. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they have to do another tire pit stop extra. So basically, if they want to make this strategy work, they need to pull out a gap still of around 20 seconds on the DLR industry or rotary industry white car.
Yeah, it will be interesting. Also, the track seems to be cooling down, if I remember correctly.
We can take a look at that. Here we go. There we go. Track temperature still 31 degrees, so it hasn't cooled down yet, but also hasn't gone up.
Yeah, so we've obviously when the track temp cools down, the tires will hold longer. Because you just have a lot less sliding in the car, for example.
Yeah. Maybe that's what they are looking to do, but it also looks like Robin is absolutely driving the wheels of this car.
Yeah, he pulled out about 3/10 that lap. Or at least compared to when they came out of the pit. So we will see how it pans out.
It's still very close, and I love how close it is still at the top of the LMP2 field. The top 3 are at the moment within 7 seconds of each other after 2 hours of racing. If you look at Formula 1, the top 3 is not within 7 seconds anymore after the second lap.
Yeah, and the beauty of endurance racing is that also with the traffic and the pit stops and different strategies, you can very well end up with, in the last stint, the top 3 being within half a second or a second of each other and actually fighting.
Yeah, exactly.
So that will be interesting to see how it pans out. Astro Racing obviously kept their lead with their quite enormous gap that they managed to pull out.
Yeah, it's a big gap they have now, and I see that some drivers are not within the program yet. So we have to assign them to a team. Hopefully nothing crashes. If it does crash, then we know what the problem
Who to
is.
blame?
Because none is not a team at the moment.
Also a little update on the GT3 AM, because that might be interesting for some viewers. The Platinum Racing Team Red is currently leading that category, ahead of the Sylvan Motorsports Mercedes and the 046 Racing GT3.
Yeah, it has been like that for quite a long time now, I think. Platinum Racing Team has been controlling their lead there, I think.
Yeah. Their gap is also quite substantial now.
How
So
big
it
is the
will
gap
be
exactly?
It should be around 28 seconds. Yeah.
Okay.
They are going into the bus stop now, and Sylvan is in Stavlo too. So about 28 seconds.
Yeah. Also, for quite a long time now, we haven't seen any warnings or penalties, which is, to me, that's a good thing.
Oh, we did have some warnings. We did have a drive-through for the DLR Rotary Industry Orange during our interview.
Okay, that didn't
For
show
causing a collision. We do have some warnings. One for the Digital Spirit DS Racing, the car currently last in LMP2. And for the 34 Lithium Motorsport, also another warning.
Okay. Looks like the Digital Spirit DS Racing is once again in the pits for a long repair. If you look at that car, the front of that car does not look happy. And they're in the pits once again. So dropping back down the field. Also this car in the pits now for 2 minutes already. And they had to tow back from what I can see, because their pit stop time is exactly the same as their pit lane time. As is the Digital Spirit DS Racing. Who is in that car exactly? Let's see if we can see what happened. It is Daniel who was in that car. Specifically that I... Oh, maybe. Here we go. Oh, no! That is a big hit for that car. Oh, that's a big rollover. That is... Their race done.
Yeah, I don't think that they will continue after this. They are now... Oh, they are. They are driving again.
Well, that's amazing. They rolled over and... Yeah, there they are. Well, that is amazing to see. After the pit stops, the chicane online racing red car has cycled through to P4.
Yeah. But they do not currently have a car for position ahead of them, the Reiter Racing, being around 5 seconds ahead. They can see him, they just need to get by these back markers. And then maybe they can mount a fight.
Yeah, the Trackside Esports PEC LMP2 car into the pit lane. They have just been into the pit lane in their in the last few laps. Is this a penalty? We will see. If it just drives through the pit lane, this must have been a penalty. Or maybe a drive-through from the game itself, which said pit now, otherwise you will get a black flag because you spat in the pit lane.
They did not get a drive-through from race control. So it has to be either a pit stop or a game-assigned penalty.
It looks like it is just gonna be a pit stop, because they are all the way over to the right, slowing down now, and yes, it is gonna be a pit stop. It's their 4th pit stop now. This is quite early after the last one.
Yeah.
It is Kevin Hoymans in that car. Let's see if something happened to them.
The Chicane Online Racing Red team also again changed drivers after that pit stop. Alex Gall exited the car and now Neil Scar is in.
Okay, so they did again a full service.
Yeah.
So if you take 20 seconds off of... Go on, I will not interrupt you this time.
So they did the 2-hour driver change. So did Reiter Racing. Basically all of the top team, all of the GT teams did their driver change now after a double stint.
Yeah.
Except the Maniti Racing car. Okay. Stefan Kurzmann is driving this car right now and continuing
I love how you
on.
pronounce that name. Could you do that again for me?
Stefan Kurzmann.
You just hear that you're from Germany. That's such a... You just pronounce it so perfectly. Stefan Kurzmann. I did
You
my
are
best.
close enough.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, it's but why did they change drivers again? Is my
Oh no,
question.
they didn't change again.
No, I'm talking about the Chicane Online Racing Red Car because they changed tires.
No, they
at
didn't.
least.
Yeah, they changed tires again. I do not know.
Okay, that's an interesting strategy. Then maybe the driver not feeling confident to do maybe a double stint on the tires. But yeah, it seems like Niels' car is Niels' car in a car. Okay, had to make that joke. I'm sorry. Oh, some connections there for Niels. This is not me this time. For the Chicane Online Racing Red Car, second time they changed tires. If you count 20 seconds, or if you take 20 seconds off of that, they would have actually been in P2 by 10 seconds.
Yeah, so interesting choice. Normally the GT3 tires, even in these temperatures, should easily hold on for 2 stints. But they made the decision, and we will see how it pans out for them.
Yeah, well, how amazing is it that, of course, tires of this can hold out for 2 hours, and the front tires can't. They can hold out for like half an hour and then they're done.
I mean, that's mainly the just difference in philosophy between the tire constructions. We here in endurance racing obviously want our tires to last and not break,
Yeah.
while F1 really pushes those aggressively degrading tires to encourage pit stops, tire deltas, and just make the races exciting, which doesn't work out all the time.
Especially this season.
Yeah, but obviously we in endurance racing with I mean, these tires are holding on for 2 hours. That's around half an hour longer than a Formula 1 race usually is.
Yeah. Some drivers, if you go to the real extreme, can keep the tires alive for around, well, 3 stints is I think the maximum.
Yeah, I think with 3 stints you're already kind of stretching it. You will struggle towards the end of the 3rd stint. And then you just need to decide if it's worth the trade-off. You know, you gain 20 seconds from not changing the tires, but then if you lose 24 in the stint, it's not worth it.
Yeah. Yeah, of course, and that's always the trade-off that you have to make. And of course, in the beginning of the race, you don't see the effects of that. But once you get to the end of the race, you do see the effect usually of less pit stops, or especially in a 24-hour race. In the 6 hours, it's less so. But in a 12-hour or a 10-hour or 24-hour race, you do notice when you make less pit stops than others, because over a 24-hour period you might make even 2 to 3 pit stops less than someone else, which is huge.
We do have a fight for P2 now between the Apex Tech Racing Supplies Esports LMP2 and the DLR White car. They are currently separated by around half a second.
Yeah, the DLR Rotary Industry White car, it did not gain on the 046 Racing.
No, they actually lost time.
Yeah.
This stint. Around, what was it,
4 to
3
5
seconds
they lost
already?
now.
Yeah.
Which is interesting because there are new tires and 046 Racing is not.
Yeah, that obviously could just be your traffic luck,
Yeah.
but
They're also stuck
We
behind
will
the number
see.
44, it seems like.
yeah. The 44 here with blue flags, but obviously, as mentioned, we do not have the F1 rules, so they do not need to yield. But in this situation, it's more their decision. Do they want to interfere with this current battle going on for P2, or do they just say, oh, into the com, I just lived, let you buy, and then let you race your race?
Yeah, it's at the moment it seems like they're not doing that second thing. But it seems like the DLR Rotor Industry white car has so much speed now that they can overtake them.
Yeah, they should just lift out of it now. Let these two have their race, you know.
Yeah, and they are going to do that. Which is the best option, or the best thing they could have done. But now it's a proper battle without traffic involved for P2. The DLR Rotor Industry white car ahead of the ATRS Esports.
Yeah, the next traffic they will catch will be the Octopus racing car, just ahead.
Yeah.
They have some time till they see it. So it will be interesting to see how the drivers manage it.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. But what I'm asking myself is, where is Biggles? Dean Biggles, he should be here now. But he is not. He should have been here half an hour ago, but he's not. So Dean Biggles,
Maybe he...
probably sleeping now.
Maybe he is busy watching the fight between PGC No Limit Sim Racing and the Austrian Sim Racers Syren car. As all of those three cars are very close together as DLR goes. And Apex Tech Racing Supplies gets the overtake done onto DLR White on the inside of Blanchimont. Doing that requires a lot of trust from both drivers into each other.
Yeah, well, the PGZ Racing team, they have not had the best luck, let's say it like that. A penalty, a minute, that cost them a minute. A crash, that cost them another 20 seconds. If you do minus 1 minute and 20 seconds, they would have been P2 only 20 seconds behind the Astro Racing Argenza car.
Yeah, but then that's just how it goes, sadly, sometimes.
A penalty, don't get me wrong, is their complete own fault. They shouldn't have spun someone. But it all started, I think, when they had to push harder. Because they were leading, remember? They were leading when they got crashed out.
Yeah.
So at this point for them, do you say it's like just damage limitation?
Probably. It's just a we are here, we participate. I'm sure that they can get up a few more positions, especially as they will continue repairing their car gradually over the pit stops. But from their current position, I think a podium is quite far off, and when you lead the race in the beginning, usually what you aim for is the win, or at least a podium. So we will see how they fare over the next 4 hours.
Yeah, of course, this is different compared to special event and iRacing. Because this is a championship, every position you gain is more points. So every position they gain now is they get closer to the championship lead. And if they know they're a strong team and can win in other races, then they know that, of course, when they do win, they have less to catch up in other races.
The DLR white car just spun the Apex Tech Racing Supplies car around. They didn't change position, but still there was small contact.
Yeah, you can see the gap to the 046 racing car is now widened a little bit. Who is in this car? It looks like it is. Here we go. This is the crash. Oh no, does he brake way too late? Don't brake way too late. No, 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 please. Okay, he's gonna try the inside here then. Oh, that is a clumsy move.
Yeah, he just carried too much speed, touched the curb. The GT3's there, probably having a bit of a moment,
Yeah.
but it does. With the LMP2, these kinds of contacts don't result in damage. The LMP2 in general it doesn't feel right, but in iRacing at least, as long as it's for the front of the LMP2, it's quite durable, to say the least.
Yeah. Normally these P cars, so all prototype cars, are usually very prone to damage. So if you touch something, a dive plane just gets ripped off or something, it's very easy to lose those dive planes and very easy to lose the edge of the floor, which will result in quite a big loss of downforce for these cars. So yeah, iRacing might have a little bit to do there, but hey, the more robust these cars are, the more fun the driver's gonna have in them. Rubbing is racing.
I think some GT3 drivers disagree.
Oh, that is also true.
But that now just means that the Apex Tech car has quite a big gap to work with. He's out of the slipstream. The question just is, can they now get away from him or not?
Yeah. It's gonna be difficult for them to do, I think, because it's not the slowest team to catch up to.
Yeah, also 046 Racing are probably happy right now.
Oh yeah, they are, but
because
are we?
they got an 18-second gap. So they now have quite a good advantage to do some cruising.
Yeah. Well, some cruising, they're doing none of it at all. Sector 1, a personal improvement. Sector 2, we'll see that in a second. Personal 2, not a personal improvement, but still not too bad of a sector. So cruising is the last thing they're probably thinking about.
It looks to me that the trackside esports LMP2 has retired. Or they are just taking a very, very long repair right now.
Yeah.
No, their engine just blew in the pit lane, so I don't think that they will continue driving in this race.
Oh, that is at least, I think, half an hour of repairs.
Yeah.
If it isn't more.
Yeah, you need to turn your engine off in these pit lanes when you stand for a longer time. 15 minutes now, but I think their race is over.
Yeah, that is very, very, very unfortunate. Not what you want to see happening in the first race. Also, the trackside esports LMP2 in the pit lane as well now for 50 minutes. Is this the car you were talking about?
Yes.
Okay. Oh no.
That does not look...
Oh no, don't tell me.
Oh, he just hit the pit wall too.
David, don't tell me that it is what I think happened here. Can you link these two cars? Oh no. So David in the pit lane now for... Oh no. David in the pit lane for way too long.
Yeah, but he's coming out again. He did hit the wall in the turn on the top a bit.
Yeah, but that car does not look happy.
Yeah. We will see how they fare. Would be interesting to see what happened to them.
No, this car does not look good.
Maybe we can get a replay.
I can't see what happened to them. Who is in that car? Let's take a look at who's in that car. David Omisi is in that car.
Oh, ah. Yeah, they had a typical Blanchiment spin.
Here we go.
Lifting off the throttle, the rear gets light, and then it's just over. You can't do anything.
Oh, no, hard into the wall. Oh, as LMP, if you come through with that much speed, what do you think when you see that?
Yeah, it just was. He lifted for a very short time, the front got grip, and then it was over.
That is so unfortunate. What the drivers do there, because it's not easy flat in all of these cars, especially if you have a tricky setup.
It should be.
They lift a little bit. Just a little bit, but if you lift a little bit too much, the front gets too much grip and you're done.
Normally, Blanchimont should be easily flat, even on used tires. At least from my experience in the Spa 24 hours. Obviously, if some of these teams opted in to run very low wings, that could happen. Or if you just... The biggest danger in that corner is lifting wrong. Because if you lift at the wrong point or too aggressively, your front spontaneously gets grip, hooks in, and then you're gone.
Yeah. But I have a funny feeling that it is going to be a trip to pit road for David here.
Yeah, that car does not look very drivable. Oh, okay.
He is going to continue, but that car does not have a hood anymore, and that car does not look happy. Some question marks about this car continuing, of course. It could be a danger for other drivers on track. The Ryder Engineering car. Oh, this is a close battle. Never mind, this is the car being lapped. But this car, the Ryder Engineering car, in the pit lane now. Is that gonna take a full service or does that have damage? At the moment it does look like it have damage because the pit stop time is already over a minute. And normally with these cars that is not the case. I can inform you now, as you see on the left hand side, Trackside Esports PEC LMP2 out of this race. And it's our first retirement of the day, I think.
Yeah, I think so too. I do not know what the Ryder Engineering car is doing. If they have some damage, it's not something that we can see. It's only something that they can maybe see.
Because of course, remember, that is a thing in iRacing, sadly. This car has moved up now a position to P10, the PGZ Motorsports Porsche.
Yeah, they are starting to slowly get their climb back up. Also, one thing that needs to be mentioned, their current driver, their two drivers are iRating wise quite high for this session, with Loic Rabier being at 7,000 iRating. That puts him, I think, the highest that we have here. So it will be interesting to see what they can do, how much they can catch back up.
Yeah. Of course, this is the teams from one of our famous iRacing streamers, Pablo.
Yeah, I've just been informed the Ryder Engineering LMP2 has a 4-minute repair that they are serving right now.
Okay.
So it either is some floor damage or some other damage that we just can't see. They can't see it either. Their steering apparently is not straight anymore.
Okay. Yeah, that doesn't sound great. Let's put it like that. That does not sound great.
Jumping back to GT3 AM again, Platinum Racing Team Red is still leading with quite a substantial lead.
41
with
seconds.
Sylvan Motorsports and then Octopus Racing Team Black completing the podium. All three of these being in direct succession, just with very large gaps. Around 40 seconds now for Platinum Racing Team Red over Sylvan Motorsports.
Yeah, the gaps are widening a little bit in this at this stage of the race. But there are some fights like this one. This is the closest battle we have on track at the moment. The Verve Racing Team Black Car ahead of the Octopus Racing Team BMW. It looks like the Octopus Racing car is a little bit faster just overall.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see what they can do. Obviously, overtaking here it's not super easy, but you can definitely do it. And I think that they are in a good position to do it.
Oh yeah.
Just depends if they have, after that, the pace to pull away. Or at least keep the other car behind without fighting. Because fighting another car obviously loses you time too. So sometimes if you're gonna overtake him and he's gonna try to overtake you back and then you play a cat and mouse game, you're gonna lose way more time than by just staying behind someone.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, you can't just go through someone. So if you are behind someone, you actually have to have the pace to overtake them. That's the most difficult thing, I think, for these drivers.
For the gaps widening, I think some of that is definitely down to basically all teams having swapped their drivers now. Obviously the qualifying drivers also were the ones that started to race, so they were already sorted by their pace, you could say, at least roughly.
Yeah. Oh, is that a touch there from the BMW to the Verve Racing Team Black car? Does look like...
I think it was very close.
Yeah, must have been. That was very, very close there from Mods and Air Perez in the Octopus Racing Team car.
Yeah, what I wanted to say is that obviously the pace of the second driver can differ from the pace of the first driver, and then that could lead to larger gaps like this forming.
Yeah, it's of course once the second driver gets in, like you say, it's usually teams do have a similar pace, but there's always one driver, and that's usually the driver that starts. It's the quickest driver, and the other driver is 2, maybe 3, maybe 4 tenths slower a lap. So yeah, that does add up to quite a lot.
Yeah. The DLR white car was able to close back up right to the rear of the Apex ATRS car as they pass a little incident.
That is a beautiful moment to come back to this battle. Down the inside goes the DLR Rotary Industry white car of the ATRS esports car. Both trailing behind still the 046 Racing. And it is the DLR Rotary Industry white car passed now once again. This time without spinning the ATRS esports car around.
Yeah, it also was quite scary because while they were coming through Puhort, the number 474 YS Motorsports car was rejoining the track after having a little spin there.
Oh yeah, there we see it, the BMW in the background. This was once again the move. Beautiful move there by Matthijs Wijten. And he's through into P2.
Yeah, 21 seconds gap now for the 046 racing car.
Yeah, that gap is opening up quite a lot. That gap is opening up faster than the gap between the MRP by Fields Academy is opening up to the Astro Racing car. And that is a GT.
The gap to the MRP car, I think, has gone down a bit for the Astro Racing.
Remember, these are our champions from last season. There you see the number 1 on their door. That's why they race with number 101. So they're a team to always keep in your mind when you're saying that a team is running away with the victory, because at the moment they are definitely not. it looks like the MRP by Fields Academy is closing up ever so slightly every lap.
Yeah, for the past laps it looks like he's 1 or 2 tenths a lap faster. Which with this gap size will not equate to a lot. But just keeping the gap how it is already, you know, quite an achievement with how fast Astro Racing has been for basically the whole day now.
Yeah, and the feeling that I have is that Astro Racing might have more in the tank. But they're just fuel saving. And that's quite a scary thought to have, because then you know that they're really, really, really quick.
Yeah, it will definitely be interesting to see, especially how towards the end of the race it pans out.
Yeah, look at this then. This is the No Limits sim racing car up behind the Manatee Racing black car. These cars look way too similar for me, but they're not the same team.
No, not even remotely, I think. You can see the difference from the front, maybe in a quick glance, but for the rest I think you can tell it.
They're both using green and white and black. And I think that's the most difficult part, to keep them separated from each other. But this is at the moment one of the closest battles we have on track. This one also very, very close. The Octopus Racing Team car to the Verve Black Mercedes. Also a very, very close battle on track. He's not going to try and do it up the inside of No Name, but that is never going to work. And he has to back out of that one.
Do we have anything new from the steward's office that we haven't talked about? The Loose Screw Racing got another penalty, another drive-through.
That's 2 minutes they've already lost.
Yeah, they did get the one quite early in the race, if I remember correctly. Yeah, they did. In lap 6 already.
But they're again in the pit lane now. Looking down at this battle though, almost less than a tenth. Coming down to Blanchimont, maybe he can do something into the bus stop chicane, because the Octopus car does look quicker. There's an LMP of the industry white car coming into play. He's going to try and do it around the outside, follow the LMP2 through. Does not do so now. He might have a better exit. A little bit deep into the chicane, but a big slide on there for the BMW. That will make sure that Fervor Racing Team Black Car stays ahead, because the Octopus car does not have a good exit. It also does seem to be a little bit dented in front of that car.
Yeah, that's what we talked about earlier, when you said when you start pushing, you sometimes can be slower. And obviously when you're in a battle, you're trying your best to actually get ahead, and then sometimes you just apply the throttle a bit too quickly, the rear steps out, and you lose 2 or 3 tenths just like that. And then you have to start the whole process again.
Well, you start over pushing, which is never good. So, and I'm saying this because I find myself doing this quite a lot, and I don't think I'm the only one having that issue. So, not that any drivers here might have that issue, but I don't think I'm the only one having the issue that when you're close to someone, you start trying to overtake them and you actually start over pushing the car, and the car does not like that, so it starts sliding on you and you actually become slower instead of you becoming faster. So when you're pushing, it's very difficult to keep pushing and keep it smooth as well, because being smooth is how you go the fastest. But you also want to push more, so you want to be more aggressive, which is aggressive and smoother does not go together quite well.
Yeah, and then obviously once you start overheating your tires, the car slides more, the tires overheat even more. Then it's just a cycle and you need to back off a lot to get it back.
Yeah.
But it seems like he has done it. He's now 4 tenths behind, so he's probably gonna get a great run into the bus stop chicane.
Yeah, but that Mercedes has looked quick down the straights the whole evening and the whole day at the moment. So yeah, curious to see what that BMW can do in a straight line. At the moment, it doesn't seem like it can do much.
Yeah, he was able to take the obviously way better line into the bus stop, getting him even closer. So if he has a good exit through here, he's gonna be quite close. Just the thing that we had, for example, in the final race last season in PEC at Daytona is that you still need to leave enough gap at the start of the straight so you can actually build that speed differential.
Yeah. Which we see now here. Up Eau Rouge and up Radion is that you don't already want to be on the back of the car because you don't get the run. He's going to try it around the outside now then. Octopus Racing Team trying it around the outside. Never worked here and won't work this time round. Maybe the switch back here, but also not the better line. Doesn't look like the Octopus car is a little bit quicker though, doesn't it?
Yeah, the Mercedes quicker in a straight line. And then also the Octopus Racing car, as we just said, was a bit too close. Couldn't quite get the slipstream to actually get an advantage on the straight. Also, if they have damage, that costs them again. So it will go on for another lap.
Another lap of this madness. Well, we're not at the end of it all yet, so we don't know if it's going to continue for another lap because he has a beautiful opportunity to try it at the bus stop. Because remember, that's also, you come from a long, flat out section. Blanchimont is flat from here out, from the second Piff Puff area. You're basically flat. Just gonna try and get the run to the bus stop. Again, 410's behind, so he might not be able to do it this time round, but he's going to try and get the better exit out of the bus stop chicane and get the better exit out of the source to try and do it up the Camel Straight. But the Mercedes ahead of him looks very quick in a straight line.
Yeah, he's also going very defensive into the bus stop. So he's already showing him that even if he isn't even close, he's not gonna give him the chance. You see, I think he's close again. Yeah, oh.
Oh! We have a fun fact. The driver from the 499 GT3 has a kneecap that dislocates when it wants. That is difficult to live with, I think. 499 though in P2 in the GT3 AM class at the moment, so even though this man has a kneecap that dislocates when it wants, he is still pretty freaking quick.
Yeah. Ooh, very late braking for both of them, but the Octopus Racing car managed to make it stick. Mark Bailey from the Verve Racing team going a bit wide and consequently losing the position.
Well, that is the Octopus Racing Team car through, and it immediately has a gap of over a second, which always helps, doesn't it?
Yeah, once you get the car behind out of the slipstream, it's just a comparison who of you two can drive quicker.
Especially in this track.
Yeah, especially here.
We're getting close once again to the LMP2 pit stop window. Have all just made their pit stop. The ones who did continue is the number 44, but also that car is now into the pit lane. So the pit stop cycle for the LMP2 is done already. I don't know if Biggles is ever going to come. Has Biggles slipped once again? Or is he still asleep? Because I know he lives in Panama. So it's 11 AM there now. It could still be asleep, but would you be asleep at 11 AM?
Easily.
Okay. I think it's just me then.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting what the LMP2 teams did for their tire strategy. The track now has finally cooled down 1 degree, but we also still have 3 more hours. So I think towards the end it will definitely get quite a bit cooler.
Yeah. Well, if we look at the time in the game, or in iRacing, it is 4 hour now. It is 4 in the afternoon. So the times and the track temperatures will come down now. 30 degrees the track temperature, so not too hot anyways, really, for the drivers this evening. Or today, not too hot of a track temperature at all.
Yeah, it would be interesting what we had in qualifying, because obviously during qualifying was earlier. And the peak track temperatures are between like 1 and 2 p.m. So the race start already was the hottest part of this race, and now it's just gonna get quicker and quicker.
Yeah. Alexander Posman says, Danny Copes, well done. I guess he's now out of the car. Danny Copes, we saw him make a little mistake earlier on in his stint, but he recovered very well from that. His team is now underway once again. It's still the leaders in the GT3 class. We're going to have a race rundown. Once again, brought to you by Apex Tech Racing Supplies. We have the pro and am standings for you as well, as you see on the right hand side of the screen. For the people who don't know, the orange numbers are the pro cars, and the white numbers on the side of the cars are the AM cars. This car doesn't have livery, but we've had numerous issues, so I don't want to overdo it once again. It's good how it is now, but that is how it stacks up.
Apex Tech Racing Supply is your go-to source for the finest sim racing hardware on the internet. Visit apextechracing.supply for all your professional grade sim racing gear. Race with the same equipment our pro drivers use to win. Pro sim rig, aluminium race rigs and monitor stands. Base performance simulator cockpits. VPG and precision sim engineering racing wheels. The best tools so you can win on the track. apextechracing.supply. Sim racing products for the discerning sim racer.
Okay, I'm on my way.
Well then, race rundown time at the halfway mark. 046 Racing is the leader in the LMP2 class, and they are followed by DLR Rotary Industry White. Just behind that was ATRS Esports, but they did take tires, and the DLR Rotary Industry White car did not, so they will be looking to get within 40 seconds of that. As you see, a 30-second stop and hold for the Sim Racers Yellow, for Austin Sim Racers causing for the Vita Racing Full Send for a collision with the hashtag 479 Austrian Sim Racers Yellow car. Who's driving that car? The Vita Racing car. We'll take a look at that first. Vita Racing Full Send. Where is that car at the moment? In P21 overall. Here it is. Elias de Vries is driving that car. Let's see if we can see what happened. Can't find what has happened now with that team, sadly.
Yeah, the lap times also aren't... There's nothing out of order. I will take a look when the report was sent in. Lap 54. So it's quite an old one.
Yeah.
On the Camel Straight. A incident with the 479 Austrian Sim Racers yellow.
Still looking if I can find something in my events about what has happened. No, I don't think I can find anything. Lap 54 is quite... It's around this time, but nothing really happening here. No. Nothing really happened there.
Yeah, otherwise, in terms of reports right now,
But yeah, that's a 30-second stop and hold.
yeah,
Roddy, you can go on with the race rundown. I was with the ATRS Esports 13 car.
ATRS Esports
They're in
13.
P3 in the LMP2 class.
Yeah, they are P3 in the LMP2 class. Currently around 20 seconds behind P2. And approximately, what is that? Another 40 seconds ahead of P4, the DCW Racing PEC car. And they are about 17 seconds ahead of P5, the Lithium Motorsports car. For GT3 Pro, Astro Racing is still leading. They are just building their gap. As we've talked about earlier, they've been the fastest GT3 for a majority of the first two stints. Now it looks like they are slowly dropping off. The MRP by Fields Academy car in P2 is gaining a better lap. So that will just pan out over the stint. Behind them is the number 105 Reiter Racing. Mercedes. Currently around 10 seconds back to the MRP by Fields Academy. But catching over the last laps to both of them. P4 Platinum Racing Team Blue, the sister car to the leading Platinum Racing Team Red in GT3 AM. And in fifth we have the Chicane Online Racing Red, the team which we discussed in the beginning of the race for changing tires quite early. But they now seem to be back on a conventional strategy and they are slowly but surely closing the gap to the 117 Platinum Racing Team Blue. GT3 AM, as I mentioned, we have the Platinum Racing Team Red leading that class by about a minute from the Silver Motorsports 499, which is then ahead of the Octopus Racing, the YS Motorsports Europe 1 actually. And the Octopus Racing Team Black.
I think you were right. I think you were right with the Octopus Racing.
Yeah, I got confused with the numbers for a second.
Yeah, the YS is just behind that.
Yeah, and then in P5 we have Crips Racing. They are 3 laps down from the leader of their class.
That's your race rundown. Beautifully done. Another hour has passed. We're at the halfway mark now. At this point, I should have been off. The Biggles, our commentator, he's just still asleep. I don't know. Everyone, if you know Dean Biggles, call him, wake him up. He should have been here. So, no, just joking. It's oh well, I've done 10 hours on my own. So why can't I do 6 hours with someone alongside me?
Let's see. Luckily, the race has calmed down a bit now. We're gonna get some interesting things happening for the GT3 Pros with the Chicane Online Racing Red team quite close behind the Platinum Racing Team Blue. And them again being quite close behind the Reiter Racing car.
This is the closest battle on track though. TSR Racing car ahead of the Brandale Racing LMP2, the number 36. It's if you go up the inside there at Pouhon or Double Gauche, it's so close with all the other cars, unbelievable. Oh, look at that, the Piff Path, and there I think was the Reiter Racing full scent Porsche that was getting forced out there wide by the LMP2. It's so close when you're overtaking it. Let's see, down the back straight we come onto Blanchimont. Is going to get a good run here on the exit of it. He's going to try it around the outside. That will give him the inside for the second part. He brakes early. Or did the 44 brake late? No, the 44 makes the corner perfectly. So it was a little bit of braking early for the Randale Racing car. But he, of course, knows just as well. Oh, did you see a touch? That is a touch on... Who is that? That is either
the Manatee Racing black car.
Yeah, that's the Manatee Racing black car. They will not be happy with that. That will probably be a warning or a drive-through because that was way too late. They lost the position in doing so. Oh man, that's not what you want to see. And that is a GT car that had nothing to do with it, just involved in something which they did not want to be involved in.
Yeah, that they didn't have anything to do with this. So I'm pretty sure the stewards will take a look at it. And then we will see. The number 27 DLR Rotary Industry did yet another penalty, a drive-through.
Which car was that?
The number 27 for lap 76.
Oh no.
I will take a look if I can find out what happened.
The number 27.
Danny Corps was behind the wheel.
Can't find the number 27 anymore.
Yeah, sadly it's not on my replay either. So we just have to assume that he did something penalty worthy, but they are in the pits.
Here he is. Yeah, they're in the pits now, serving their penalty. Oh no, they're in the pits for 11 minutes already. So they've taken.
Yeah, they are out. They are out. I would suppose. Because they only had a drive-through, so I think that might be the second retirement of the day.
Yeah. Well, how many
Although
cars...
we do have some GT3s that have
yeah,
been...
exactly. How many cars do we have driving at the moment? I can take a look for you there. We have 47 cars still driving at the moment, so yeah, quite a lot still. It's about to be, I think, 45 with the two retirements we're getting. Which is a bit sad, of course, but hey, it's expected. It's an endurance race. Not all teams can get to the end, but that's what it's called, an endurance race for. So, yeah, it was within the line of expectations.
Yeah, also with these hectic start phases. Some things can happen that are obviously not fun for the teams that are involved, but they don't have anything to do with it.
Yeah, which is unfortunate, but like we said, there's nothing you can do about it really here. Beautiful shot from our Platinum Endurance Championship blimp. Down no name. I just love the fact that we're so high up above the circuit, and here now we can see Double Gauche or Pouhon, both left-handers, turning in, and it just doesn't look fast from this point of view. But trust me, when we now go on board, he is going to be going at a rapid speed. Look at this then. I always find that when you are driving, it feels slower than when you're a passenger.
Yeah, for sure. Because you are the one in control. As a passenger, you can't do anything. You can just sit there.
Yeah.
And you also don't know what to expect, like what the car's gonna do. If you drive the car, you know what you're gonna do.
Yeah,
But
which is quite normal but the fact that if I do that, I also feel like stop earlier. But when I do a lap first as a driver and then be a passenger, it is way better for me to be a passenger than it would have been when I was a passenger first and then be a driver, if that makes sense.
yeah, I mean, you know it from riding along with someone in their road car. Every time there's a stoplight or another car in front and they need to brake, you just, I don't know, always are scared.
Yeah, agreed.
The number 121 that we are currently watching just unlapped themselves from the Maniti racing car, which obviously was involved in that incident we saw earlier.
Well, this car, the Vice Motorsports Mercedes, is at the moment behind a couple of cars that are already out of this race. Which is never a place where you want to be, let's be honest.
We have the Astro racing car in the pit lane,
Oh, look
currently
at this.
exiting again. All of our GT3 leaders came into the pits, with the Astro racing car, as said, already leaving. I do not see any tire changes in this class.
Look at that, the PGZ Motorsports car in P13. They're 10 places down on where they were before.
Yeah, for our top 3 GT3 pros, there are no tire changes. They are just gonna continue the way that they usually do.
Okay. Well, do you want to change tires is my question.
No. Usually, two stints should be easily doable. Even if you push the tires, they should not struggle, I think.
Well, our champions from last season currently in P2 once again, so proving that it wasn't a one champ or a one season wonder, but actually proving that if everything goes to plan, they're a really, really strong team.
Yeah, also with endurance championships, consistency gets rewarded even more.
Yeah.
So you don't need to win to be champion in the end. You just need to be the one that consistently can finish in the podium or top 5 places and not be involved in any trouble.
Yeah. Which is in the end what this MRP by Fields Academy Motorsport Porsche has done. So very, very good drive there by both of our leaders. Our leader in the championship, because of course there aren't any points awarded, so the championship leader or the championship winner from last season is first. That is information that you can do absolutely nothing with, and that will absolutely be nothing done with. But yeah, so racing car, the gap has come down a little bit. Not that much. We know that 37 seconds, it has come down 1 second since we last saw it. The Jazz racing car is not as comfortable as it was before in the lead. Which is also
Yeah, slowly but surely the MRP car and the Ryder racing car have been chipping away at the gap, but they managed to build such a big gap in the first stint that even if they lose 4 or 5 seconds in this stint, it doesn't really change a lot.
Yeah. Well, it's the fact that behind all of this, there is Stijn Koster in the Ryder racing car in the Mercedes, who has a big train of a train of GT cars behind him. Both of them are Platinum Racing Team cars. Vincent Assem's really wringing the neck of this BMW.
Yeah, and he's now actually in striking range thanks to the LMP2. Forcing its way through there, which I think isn't a corner that you normally overtake in, but...
Well, they're LMP2 drivers. They overtake at every opportunity they see. If gap car. That's what they usually think. But, yeah, it's... I don't think it's only the LMP2 that did this. I think Vincent is just consistently faster than Stijn Koster ahead of him. That could bring him to a podium position. This car has slowly but surely been working its way up the order. With Winston in the car, it was slowly working its way up the order, just being consistent, just being there and driving the same lap times every lap, even though you're in traffic. That's where they are strong. And they're doing exactly that at the moment. And you see that the consistency, you said it, it gets rewarded because they're now 3/10 only behind the Ryder racing car.
Yeah, but the Ryder racing car obviously also came back from 6 positions behind the Platinum Racing Team car, as he goes to the inside, side by side, and he cannot get it done in the bus stop. Will he? He might mount a challenge into La Source, but I think, yeah, he's just gonna build that gap, get the slipstream, get the speed differential, and then go by on the Camel Straight.
Well, like we said it before, you have to time this run to perfection. If you listen to an IndyCar radio or communication between spotter, crew chief, and the driver, on an oval, you always hear, just do it because it's free on the IndyCar app. You always hear them talking about timing, and it is Vincent who got the timing absolutely perfect to the inside, and I don't think the Ryder racing car is going to fight this too much. No, he won't.
Yeah, he was by before the corner, so...
Yeah, he notices that Vincent is quicker, way quicker. He doesn't want to lose time by letting him by, that's why he didn't let him by. But now he's going for the move, you're better off just sticking in a slipstream and letting him by now, because Vincent did look the quicker of the two. And the gap to the MRP by Fields Academy now is 20 seconds. Do you think Vincent can close up to the MRP car?
It just depends on his clean air pace. The Astro Racing and MRP car have been doing low 17s. The Chicane Online Racing Red car is doing high 17s, for example. The Ryder Racing and the Platinum Endurance car here obviously were slower over the last lap, just because they were fighting. So it will be interesting to see what his clean air pace is, and then from that if he can catch them.
Well, we have a very special message in chat that says 499 Daniel Whitnell is racing today just after having surgery yesterday on his pinky toe, as he had to get it removed after his dog unfortunately bit it off.
Either the people like to spread misinformation about the 499, or the 499 crew didn't have that great luck over the last few days.
Exactly. Well, if he is racing, I don't know which foot it is. If it's his right foot, his accelerator foot, yes, he could do it. Because, well, at that point, he doesn't have to put pressure on the foot. But if it's his braking foot, I would say that must be a lie. If it isn't, my man is crazy because, well, why would you race with a foot that has just been surgery on and put pressure on it?
You pay for the races, you race the races.
Yeah, okay, that I can agree with.
Now, last lap, Vincent was matching the MRP car. The gap in LMP2 is just growing and growing. We do have a new penalty for the TSR racing car. A drive-through for causing a collision.
Okay. Interesting to know. That will not help their race. That will put them even further on the back foot.
Yeah, they've just before that have gotten overtaken by the Gazex team. And where is the DLR Industry Orange? Yeah, and they will probably lose another position just because of the penalty.
Okay, that is not what they would have wanted. PGZ Motorsport though, we have to talk about them because they continued with the car that was not looking like it could continue, and they are at the moment in P9 and still climbing up the order. So we look now at the leader of our race. The closest battle on track is this battle between Marius Janke and Manatee Racing Black and Martin P. Perez for Octopus Racing Team.
Oh. The LMP2 in front, being a bit squirmy. Obviously the Octopus Racing car has the AM car ahead of them.
Yeah, so they might help them in their battle against the Manatee Racing Black car.
I would doubt it, but they could if they wanted. Oh. Okay, that was nearly a spin for the Manatee car.
Wow, that was so close to a spin. Well held, we have to say though.
But that means that their fight for now is on pause.
Okay, Sue said he's very dedicated about his to his race, but then he said, Mark said that he was lying, I'm afraid. I'm the only one in DSA with a bad leg. Sorry about him. Okay. I mean, it could be a thing. Would you race when you had your pinky toe removed before?
No, I barely race at all.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't. I would be crying in my bed. It got removed, my dog bit into it. Worrying about my life instead of racing. So if it would have been the case, dedication, man. respect this car, the Austin Sim Racers orange car, still in P7 in their class. One of the biggest movers in their class, the biggest mover in that class was with number 114, the Pattern Racing Team Orange, Martin Hobson in that car now.
Maybe that lack of dedication is why you're only P1 at the start of the races and not at the end.
No, that is usually because my teammates do things. I'm not the fastest, don't get me wrong, I'm not the fastest. But I usually, only under high pressure situations, which driving in first technically is, I do not get the car back to the pit lane in the way you gave it to me. So
you destroy it.
No, I usually give the car back how I got given the car, but there are some exceptions, of course, as everyone does. Everyone makes mistakes, but I'm not fast, not at all. But I do keep it in one piece if everything goes right.
Yeah, that is for endurance races of this length. I think it's always easy because you are there with your teammate. As the Maniti racing car goes a bit wide again. It would be very interesting to see the off tracks. The incidents. To see how close some of these teams are, because from what I see here, I think some of them are very close to getting the incident penalty.
Okay, do we have an option to see that?
I think the stewards would have to cooperate with us on that one.
I don't think we can, sadly.
Maybe some of the teams want to share their incident count in the chat.
Okay, here you see the combined I ratings of every driver. This is an interesting stat to look at on the left. So the PGZ car, which is right behind them, look at their average I rating. This is unbelievable. 7k combined. And here we have their safety ratings and everything. So a lot of safe drivers here, it seems like, which is part of why there aren't that many crashes today, I think.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no.
Obviously.
This is not correct. This can't
I
be
would
correct.
say we put it at a 50% truth. But to maybe talk a bit about just the rules of PEC, obviously PEC does have limits for when you can enter.
Yeah.
So, for example, nobody with a safety rating below D class. So below the
Basically a
is it
rookie
the
can't
orange
enter.
license.
Yeah.
Yeah, they can't enter. There's also a I rating limit, but I don't think any of the teams that signed up for the season had any issues with that.
No, I don't think it is. There is, but as you see the 046 racing car into the pit lane. And only now does the DLR Rotary Industry white car overtake them. Only now. They're already halfway through the pit lane. So their gap has extended quite substantially.
Yeah, it should be over 20 seconds now, easily. So we will see where it is when they come out of the pit. Also, obviously, still to talk about which teams here are saving more fuel. The DLR car now going a lap longer than the 046 racing car.
Yeah. With the
Just
046.
depends how close they are on the end of the race.
Yeah. Even though they're in the pit lane though, look at the gap they have, the top three. Still in P3. So the gap from P1 to P4 was quite big. Only now they go down to P4. So quite a big gap there between the top 3 and P4. But the 505 endurance car has slowed down quite a bit. Of course, a very quick car was the Platinum or the trackside endurance team Blue, together with the LMP2 from them, is Trackside Esports PEC LMP2. So Trackside not having the best day at all, because
No.
one team is the Trackside Endurance Orange, driving in P45 all the way at the back with this car. You could
Although they just got reported and noted by the stewards, so
oh no, they're about to make their day even worse. This car did not have a hood on it a couple of laps ago. The Trackside Esports PEC LMP2 out of this race, and the Trackside Endurance Team Blue didn't even start. So the only team
yeah, I
driving
think we
now.
had 2 teams that didn't start the race. Or was it just the one? It was just the Trackside Esports Blue. The Platinum Racing Team Black got eliminated in the first lap.
Yeah.
Mad Simsport held on for quite a long time. I sadly cannot see what happened to them. But we still have quite a lot of cars driving.
Yeah. At the moment, I can tell you that we have 46 cars still driving.
So the top 3 LMP2s are in the pit lane now. And the 046 Racing is coming out of La Source and the DLR white car is leaving the pits. So the DLR white car comes out ahead of the 046 Sim Racing car by the virtue that they again are triple stinting their tires.
Yeah, oh, but look how close it is though. Oh no, that is the loose crew team. Yeah, gap there around 25 seconds that they needed. They do not have that gap, and because of that, because they had a 20-second gap, they're now 5 seconds behind, but on fresh tires. So I think just say that in a couple of laps time we will see this 046 racing car challenging for the lead on fresh tires, so I think it will storm by.
Yeah, as soon as he closed the gap, I think it will be probably quite quick.
Oh, that
He
is
gets
all
by.
having a big slide on there in front of the 046 LMP2. That's a scary moment as an LMP2 driver, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, the issue with the LMP2 is you don't have ABS. So if you panic and just slam the brakes, you're actually gonna hit the car. But then this speed difference just...
It's scary sometimes.
I mean, this season, of course, it was quite a lot easier. Or no, this season, in my opinion, it's easier than last season, because last season we did have the GTEs and the GT3s and the LMP2s.
Oh, look how close he gets to the back of that GT car.
So last season with 3 classes, with 2 of them being quite close together, you obviously had a lot more chaos.
Yeah. But at the beginning of the lap, he gained time through traffic. At the end of it, he lost quite a lot of it as well.
One thing that I think that's very important to also mention is that we now see very huge gaps and cars being spread out a bit. That's also just by the virtue of Spa being a really big track.
Yeah.
The by far longest of the entire calendar. Next race we're gonna be at Road Atlanta, which is probably the smallest of all of the tracks.
Yeah. It's going to be a very interesting race. Of course, that track known for the Petit Le Mans.
Which will have the same car classes and also be soon for the iRacing special event.
When is that actually, the iRacing special event at the Petit Le Mans?
I can find out for you if you give me time.
Oh, you have 2.5 hours to find out when it is. So plenty of time.
On the 8th of October.
Okay, so that's also less than a month away.
Yeah. That's actually the week after our PEC race, so the PEC teams can practice.
Yeah, so I expect quite a big appearance in that race then. Remember?
Yeah, let's hope we get them for all of them.
Yeah.
What do we have on the calendar after that? Monza. Nürburgring. Grand Prix track, as far as I'm aware, sadly. But I don't think that we are doing the Nordschleife. Fuji, which will be the only 8-hour race of the calendar, and then Road America.
Yeah. It's
Some of these we know from IMSA,
exactly.
from the iRacing series.
It's also a way that our drivers can practice, which is always nice. But yeah, a lot of American tracks in there, which to my knowledge also provide one of the best possibilities for GT cars and LMP2 cars to race together. Apart from Road Atlanta, because that track is just chaotic.
The 505 endurance car now is mounting a challenge to the DCW PEC car. No.
Here we have it, the 505 endurance behind the...
Oh, he got
Bazinga
overtaken
Motorsport.
this lap. That's why the gap is so small, but the positions aren't updated. So the Bazinga Motorsport car actually moved ahead by 1 position.
Let's see if we can find out that happened. In the Bazinga car is Leonardo Sicla. Here we have it.
Yeah, he got the draft, got side by side, and then just outbraked the 505 car and got ahead.
Yeah, that's
But now we might have...
exactly.
Yeah, he's easily by.
Oh, that is such a neat move to do, to switch back in front of them.
The gap was big enough, so...
Yeah, but it's always you all of a sudden under braking take the arrow off the nose of the car behind you. That can sometimes lead to some tricky moments under braking. You want to leave at least, what I always do is want to leave at least half a car width of clean air on the nose of the driver behind.
The Octopus Racing Team LMP is also in a battle. They've gotten overtaken this lap. Oh no, they... Okay. Interesting.
Visible
it seems
confusion.
like they switched positions 2 times.
Okay.
Now, the 505 car was able to pull out a bit of a gap. The Octopus Racing car is right on the edge of the slipstream. He's probably out of it now.
Yeah. Which is costly down this long straight. Maybe a very distant stow, but...
Oh, the 505 car. The Bazinga car is gonna lift out. He got held up by a GT3. But now, down to Eau Rouge. He's again getting the run, getting the slipstream, and then this should be an easy pass. Especially with the GT3 there. He does give him room to overtake the GT3. And yeah. But now he's getting held up.
Yeah, it's difficult because the 505 endurance car does seem to be quicker, but just unlucky with traffic the whole time.
Yeah. We are getting, I think, a live interview.
Yes, I was about to drag him in, introducing a new feature for this season, where we will have some live interviews from people who are actually driving. And one of the volunteers this season is Milo Spielman. So I wish you guys good luck with the interview. And here he is live from the track.
Yes. Milo, welcome.
Hello.
Milo, you are at the moment on track from the number 34, the Lithium Motorsport LMP2. Tell us, how is the traffic?
Well, right now I'm a little bit in a nice spot, but yeah, it's pretty erratic sometimes.
Yeah, and what is the most difficult about driving the LMP2 around this track?
Well, it's actually not that difficult. The most hard thing I think is the braking, especially for me. I don't have load cells, so it's a bit difficult. But it's a very nice track for this car. I really like it.
Yeah, and what is the brake balance for you? Do you have it more rearwards or a little bit more forwards? Because we know that rear locking with these LMP2s can be deadly.
Yeah, I have it set to 49 right now. If I do lock my fronts, if I lock, because otherwise it's a little bit too dangerous. But I try to do it as much rear as possible for the most efficient braking, of course.
Yeah, and of course the tire life of the tires is an important thing as well. The strategy from the team, does it involve you saving a lot of tires?
Yeah, the strategy is kind of just save your tires as much as you can and see how much you can do with them. My teammate did a triple stint, which really helped us climb up the places. But yeah, I think I'm gonna do a double stint. I'm not that good at saving my tires.
Okay, well, when you're making your strategy and when you're practicing, do you look at practicing the tire saving and the fuel saving? Do you practice that during the practice session that we of course have here at Platinum Endurance
I
Championship?
didn't practice it, no, but if I would have had more time, I might have done that. I just did a bunch of full stints. That's basically my entire practice. Also one where I did do 2 stints in a row with the same tires.
Yeah, well, we can see you now catching up to the Octopus racing car ahead of you. What are your plans for the overtake here?
This is I'll try to get on his inside.
Well, this is the interesting thing we have here. He's going to try it up the inside. A live interview overtake, and he does it. Up into P8 with the Lithium Motorsports LMP2, the number 34. The driver we have now live in the commentary booth. Beautiful overtake.
Thank you.
What went through your mind when you came up to Blanchimont 2 centimeters behind his rear bumper?
I was worried I was going to brake too late. I just made it.
Well, we've talked about now the strategy. We've talked about the car, but how the traffic we also talked about, of course, but what your mindset is a big thing as an LMP2 driver as well, as we might see a re-overtake from the Octopus Racing car, not able to do so, does not quite have the speed, but the mentality is a big thing as an LMP2 driver as well. Do you take the risk? How much risk do you take through the traffic?
Yeah, it's a hard thing to balance, but at the start I was really conservative because we started like right at the back, and right now I am being a little bit more aggressive, trying to get past the GT3s. But of course there's places where you just have to be patient, and it's really hard, but you have to do it.
Well,
when you just see your delta going red, 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 and the bar just keeps on moving.
Yeah.
That's very sad when you're an LMP driver, but in the end it's necessary.
Yeah.
Well, once again, those
It's definitely not nice to see that. But always, when you see that other driver suddenly get slower as well, and you catch up to them, you realize that it doesn't matter that much because they have the same problem.
Yeah, it's the ebb and flow of traffic that we always talk about. Sometimes you gain time by the traffic, and sometimes you lose it. So at the end of the race, I always say at the end of the race, it always equals out how much traffic you get compared to the others. It might not be exactly the same, but it is close enough to say that it wasn't too big of a disadvantage or advantage. But Milo, those were all my questions. Joshua, do you have any more questions for Milo?
No? I would say, Milo, just keep on what you're doing. 2 seconds.
Well, thank you.
Milo, it's been amazing to speak to you. Good luck with your further stint, and I will try and drag you back to where you belong now.
See ya.
Well then, that was Milo. Where is his team? So far down the order. There he is. He is back at his team with some stops in between. But hey, he is where he belongs now, in his booth with his own engineer, of course, and his own teammate. 2 drivers they're with today, so a big stint to do for him here. And yeah, man, it was amazing to speak to him during that overtake, because I can't imagine how off-putting it is to have 2 commentators shouting in your ear while you're overtaking another car for position.
Yeah, I mean, it nearly ended badly. Luckily it didn't.
Yeah, that we would have heard a shouting Milo Speelman during during the live broadcast, which would not be helpful. But hey, that's how it goes sometimes. You get lucky, you get unlucky. But yeah, Milo, we know him as a very consistent driver. Someone who usually gives the car back to you like you gave it to him, and normally doesn't do anything stupid down the inside of the track side. Oh, Ferrari, now I say that, he does go a little bit deep into the source, but I think that gained him more time than he would have lost when he would have stuck behind the Ferrari. But yeah, it's interesting to hear from a driver, because I've driven these cars myself as well. Did you?
No.
Okay, well, when you drive these cars, I did the 24 hours of Daytona in them, and it is absolutely lethal if you get rear locking. You're dead by the point you get to the apex if you get rear locking, because the car just snaps on you. It is so difficult, so you have to manage that with the brake bias, and every driver, of course, has his different preferences with big slide for the PGZ car, as does Milo. But every driver has his own preference in brake balance, so you always have to remember, because what I found was that my teammate got out of the car and I was driving on his brake balance, and it is off-putting, and there's something wrong with the car, and then they just tell you, did you change your brake bias? And you're like, oh yeah, I forgot that.
I only drove it in Le Mans, the LMP2, and I thoroughly dislike this car. I love the LMP1s, but the LMP2 I never got behind it.
Yeah, it's a difficult car, especially at Le Mans at the low downforce setup. The low downforce setup on the LMP2, I don't like it either. But all the other setups, man, it's a pleasure to drive. It's yeah, I love it. We did the 24 hours of Le Mans in the LMP1, and for some reason, I don't know why, but I am absolutely cracked in the LMP1. I don't know, but for some reason, that's the only car I can drive quickly.
Let's see if Niels Core can drive a bit more quickly, because he's 2 seconds behind the right engineering GT3. No, 2/10. Nearly the same. And
right, that's this car. Here we go. This chicane online racing red car has been quick this whole race, and PGZ now also up into a respectable 8th position. They are chipping away. 12 seconds is the gap now to P6 for them, or P7 for them. So yeah, they're chipping and chipping and chipping. But
Astro Racing again really extending their gap.
Yeah, that gap now up to 42 seconds. Well, it was where it began, I think, 2 hours ago. So over 2 hours, the gap has basically been the same. Just imagine when MRP would have been together with the Astro Racing car, they wouldn't have been separable.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening, Biggles. Good evening, Dean. You sleepy man.
Yes, well, they had a long flight, my friend, and they had to over here to Spa, so they had to let me in. Eventually, I did show them my pass. They didn't take it at first. Then I showed them my other pass, and then they said, "Oh, of course, Dean Biggles."
Yeah,
welcome along.
Exactly.
To the Ardennes Forest here in Belgium.
Welcome to the country.
Yes. How is everybody going? How is everybody going in the teams? Because I'm just looking at the 53 plus drivers that we have in here currently at the moment, with everybody, from P12 downwards, not on the lead lap. Everybody inside the top 12 are in the lead lap.
Yeah. Well,
still,
Biggles, it's been a race that has gone up and down, really, for a lot of teams. This team here, the 046, this is the gap for the lead. After almost 4 hours of racing, 2.4 seconds. So
too bad.
Very, very closely matched. If you can see, P3 also only 4.4 seconds behind P2, so very, very closely matched. I have to say though, both DLR Rotary Industry and 046 Racing, or once again, I'm going to try that again. The 046 Racing car and the ATRS Esports #13, they've both been gaining on the DLR Rotary Industry wide, so we might see a 3-way battle for the lead in a second here.
And that's Rotary Industry DLR car, believe it or not, have gained 25 positions to be in that current lead of the race, as well as the car that you're looking at, the 046 Racing car, has gained 13 places, so that's not too bad, I'd have to say. The ATRS car that's currently running in P3's just lost 1 place. Might need to boost your microphone up too, Dan, because when I was listening to the stream, you're a little low.
Am I still low?
Yeah, yep, because the LMP cars are going to drown your voice out. Yeah, you were a little low. I think you boosted a little bit more, but let us know in the chat, guys, if you do think Dan is needs a little bit more boosting or not. Don't give him a drive in the car, please. He tried to drive me to the back from the airport one day, and yeah, I was a little scared.
Of course, as you would be if I would drag you.
So who are our teams? Oh, they're all our teams.
There are all our teams.
They're all your teams.
Yes.
All right. Oh, 53. How do you manage 53 teams?
By being very smart. So not my job to do.
Fair enough.
Well, DLR.
You got an Aussie driver in here at the moment, currently in P6. There, 13 places gained there. So the 505 endurance. So I think that's all we even need to worry about. Yeah, just focus on the Australian, and that's a driver at the moment is Ben Dutton. So g'day, Ben. You're the fastest man on track because you're an Australian. Everybody else is slower than you, so you're okay. No, obviously he's doing currently lap times of about 203.9s, which is actually pretty not too bad considering that the leaders are obviously they are about doing 203s as well. Actually, the leader just did a 204 flat, and Peter in the 04 Racing did a 203.33. So that gap's coming down a little bit now too, as you mentioned there. It's down to 1.7 between the top two, and they're in a ton of traffic. So that's definitely where we need to be looking right now.
Yeah, the 046 car on new tires though. We are getting close once again to that pit stop window. At the 4-hour mark, both GTs and LMP2s will be coming into the pit lane. We have the 046 Racing on new tires, so the DLR Rotor Industry car will take tires at the end of this stint, I assume, as they now go past the Crips Mercedes.
Costing them time, but it's just dropped about half a second with that traffic. Now, if they got tires, they got to be able to use them, but look at that, almost another 2/10 or something drop. But that's the thing too, now our leader, and we also the 505 of endurance in the pit lane, but our leader's also approaching this traffic, so this is crucial. How quickly you can slice through here and not lose too much time. There's a bit of a lockup in the car that's up the road there. This is the leader at the moment, so he's probably had to avoid it, but he's just got lap cars. It's all about being polite to allow somebody through, but you don't necessarily have to. And look who's in the background. This is going to get very, very close. As you can see, they've got to all go into turn one, all tucked up together, and see if you can make your way up through Rouge. But I don't know. Do they go side by side through here at all? I'm not quite sure. I'm only used to Formula 1 cars.
We have had a couple of side-by-side moments through here. The most notable at the beginning of the race, 15 minutes into the race. We had two GT3 Mercedeses side-by-side through a Rouge, and there was a big snap from the car on the inside. So how they managed to keep it going.
I just wonder if the leader can get past. The leader can get past there. He's got the two cars behind him. I wonder if he's going to get blocked in at that point.
Yeah.
And then down the road, but 2.7. So it's actually cost him a little bit of time there. What's going on with the 04 Racing? You said that they boxed a little bit earlier. They did. When did they pit? Actually, I don't have that information. You have to tell me that.
Lap number 94.
94. And the leader? When did they boxed?
95. Together with all the other cars. There is one car that pits very early. That is the loose screw racing car, the number 77. They pitted at lap number 92, so they are not so good on fuel economy. As we do have some penalty information. A 30-second stop and hold for the 55 Spirit DS Racing, causing a collision. 30-second stop and hold, Biggles, is almost 2 minutes in the pit lane. That's going to lose you a lap.
Yep, it will. And are they on a lead lap, or are they already a couple of laps down? Speaking of laps, of course, Christopher, g'day, out there, was asking, is there a way that you can show the laps displayed on the bottom ticker?
We've done that now.
Oh, there you go. Oh.
Good job there, Biggles.
Yeah, there it is. So, yeah, I'm still half asleep. I like it. Thank you very much.
Well, there's no better way, Biggles, than waking up to cars going around in circles very fast.
And I was trying to sleep and it was right next to my hotel window. Thank you. Did you have to put me up in the hotel right next to the track?
Well,
it's from my bedroom, so all I can hear is the cars screaming past. Lots of them.
Well, I have to say,
6 hours.
This was in real life as well. When I went to the 24 Hours of Spa, we were about a kilometer or 4 or 5 away from the circuit at a camping, and I could still hear the cars. That's how loud they actually are, those GT3 cars at this day. When you go to Formula 1, the naturally aspirated or the turbocharged V6 engines. They sound good, but they're very quiet compared to everything else, which I do like because you don't have to wear earplugs for
Really?
I don't know how long.
You don't have to wear earplugs for the modern Formula 1s?
No, you don't. You don't.
Wow. I remember when I went to listen to the Formula 1s with the V10s, mate, and I could hear them from a few kilometers away. Screaming, and I was a bit silly when I decided not to wear. Didn't bring headphones, of course, and I learnt that lesson pretty quickly during practice session.
They got
Ooh,
put out wide. That's a spin.
slide.
Can he keep it out of the wall?
No,
Yes, he can.
He's kept out of the wall, but yeah, he's had to overcorrect it. And wait, it's the problem right now when you spin. Lucky to get out there with no traffic, and so you can get it pointing in the right direction.
Well, Biggles,
And
that
who
is
is that?
very lucky. That is the Rides are racing full send car. They are down the order because they got also a 30-second stop and hold, if I'm correct.
The stop and hold penalties are being dished out tooth and nail so far in this event. We're still looking at.
We've only had 2.
Oh, so we're 4. We got about 2 hours to go now, so we're 4 hours into this 6-hour adventure.
Yeah. This Randall racing car.
It's gap to the leader now. It's 1 second, if I'm not mistaken. It does say none for some reason. Oh, there it is. None is the other racing driver. Was that what the team's called? None?
I don't think so.
No. P4 is actually... Yeah, that's what the team's name's called. They just haven't put it in. Stuart Bickley is driving this car at the moment.
DCW Racing from PEC. Do you know what DCW stands for?
No, I don't.
Duck, Cat, Wine Racing.
A cat and wine.
Yeah, I was like, where is the link in that? But I asked him, and they were just like, it was the first thing they came up with in mind, and they put it on the car.
Huh.
Which
So,
I do like.
Ducks, cats, wine, and racing.
Yeah.
Mixed together. All right. Yep.
Makes for a beautiful evening behind your TV.
That's like, it'd be like a picnic, wouldn't it, out here in Spa? So you got to bring your duck along, you bring your cat, of course, with a bottle of wine, sit back and watch some 6 hours of Spa.
Yeah. We know this event, of course, from the WEC, where you have the hypercars in it as well. But even with only the LMP2s we've had today here, it's been amazing to watch. It's been action packed. The drivers have been in traffic a lot, and I think that actually with only the LMP2s, it's quite a good mix. As we see now, the gap down to 1.2 seconds. It does look like this car in clean air without traffic is way quicker.
Yeah, you're right. Look at the banged up BMW that's not trying to just make it easy to get past. Yeah, that BMW needs a little bit of a polish. But that's the thing with GT3 cars. So go ahead.
We've just had our first really big penalty.
Oh.
The Writer Racing Full Send GT3 will get a 5-minute stop and hold.
Wow.
The full send car. That is, if I'm correct, in P41 at the moment. Yeah. Cos Brinkhouse in that car. What is it for?
That wasn't a spin before, was it? Because it was only a spin. It didn't collide with anybody.
It doesn't really tell it to me, but I know that they have the penalty. I know that they've gotten a 30-second stop-go earlier in the race.
Car behind's really flashing to say, let me pass, but once again, you are in the same class. You don't have to.
But wouldn't you be annoyed, Biggles, if you know that the car has a 5-minute stop and hold that it's holding you up?
No, it's racing. I probably would, but yeah, it's entertaining.
Here we see, once again, the crash they've had. Is the car involved in that?
I thought it was just a spin. We saw that earlier.
Yeah.
That's just a spin. No, it was.
Yeah.
I will try to get it.
It must be something before that, if you can find out.
Lap 84, no, or 85 in La Source.
And to be okay, so there must be a pile-up of a couple of cars in order to get that. We'll see if you can. Dan will be scrolling through the 10,000 different highlights to try to bring that up in a second for a replay.
Oh yeah, with an endurance race, you have quite a lot. This is not a crash from Cos Brinkhuizen.
See. It's just contact.
Oh, he's going to turn into him.
It's going to come back, yeah.
Okay.
Now,
Yeah, that's intentional.
and the stewards almost reversed through the gap in the fence too. Yeah, all right. Well, the stewards have looked at one over and over again and determined that that was unnecessary. So, yeah, 5 minutes, mate. For the team, at least they could probably go upstairs, go into the back of the garage there, stretch their legs, have a cup of coffee or something, and then get back in the car 5 minutes later. You could see it. I mean...
Oh, no, I don't think that was intentional. If you look at the steering wheel, he is straight by the point he hits him.
Yes, but
you can take a look at it again.
You're not the FIA.
No, but I mean the 5 seconds is... I think the 5 minutes is correct to give here, but I don't think it is intentional.
From the outside of the car, it looked like it, but yeah.
But you have to
Still
remember...
really unnecessary.
Unfortunate turn of events.
There's not that... You know, there's also... You're clicking up... Sometimes you're clicking up multiple incidents. So, the team could already have, like, a couple of no-nos earlier, and it's accumulating. You know, just like Yoki in F1, how he's got so many of the so many points this year, and gets a qualifying ban, has to start the grid, back of the grid, because you're accumulating, you know, race. What do they call it? You know, penalty points. So
reprimands.
So that's probably most likely the reason why there's additional things earlier that's caused it. And the penalties only usually they're on get harder and harder.
Yeah.
Longer and...
Well,
so, yeah.
If you guys are good with it...
There is a rule about that. We do have... I've looked at the penalty rules earlier. There are rules that if you get a certain amount of penalties of some kind, you get upgraded to the next penalty.
Yeah, there you go.
For free.
So that's confirmed.
For free? Wow, you don't have to pay for that?
Yeah.
Well, I need to be traveling on this airline. ATRS airline. You get upgrades for free if you're naughty on track.
Well, if you guys are okay with it, I'm going to take an hour off, and I'll be back for the last hour.
I'm sure we will manage.
So get me in control of the cameras, and we'll see how this works out. Oh, that's fine. Looking at the Octopus Racing team, so the tentacles are out for the 24 car, but 15 seconds and change down the road. And the loose screw racing, hopefully going to tighten that screw up because you don't want it to come loose during the race. They just entered the pit lane.
Oh, they already had some loose screws during the race.
They did? Okay.
Yeah.
So, Josh, is it Josh? Because good luck with me trying to pronounce...
Just use Josh, you're an American.
I was going to say, me trying to pronounce a Dutch name, not easy.
It's not
really
Dutch.
Spicy, the top three. Look at this, the top three. Now, climbing up to Rouge and Radeon, down the Camel Straight. Almost the top four, because you only got 1 second down the road, so look at this. 444 car's the only one right now that could play a mix, a spatter in the mix here. This is one of the closest you've probably seen these guys since the start of the race when I wasn't here. And look at the flashing, because they really want that Porsche to get out of the way right now. If anything, it's probably going to hold up the ATRS car a little bit. It does hold him up a little bit. Look at that. He's now dropped out of that 1 second behind the 46 car. But hey, what goes around comes around, especially when there's lots of cars to lap around here. So take it to your advantage. But this is spicy.
Yeah, fun fact, the DLR white car is on a different strategy to the 046.
Yeah,
the 046 car is double stinting tires, while the DRL white car is triple stinting tires.
We'll see how that's going to pan out. A couple hours to go now, exactly.
So the DLR car should have quite old tires now. This is its third stint on this set.
Now under pressure then, going to be looking in the mirrors at the 46 car coming with some pressure boots. But as we all know, these LMP cars, their gas tanks aren't very big. They burn through that fuel. Like my ex-girlfriend burns through my credit card. All right. So the Bazinga goes into the pit lane. The 69 car and the 16 car racing team red also go to the pit lane. When are you expecting DLR or 046 Racing to come in the pit lane right now?
DLR
right, that's great. Oh,
always goes a lap. Yeah, DLR always goes longer. They've been going a lap longer since the beginning. The 046 was the definitive leader. They had over 20 seconds gap earlier, but then of course not taking tires. brought the DLR car back. But now the DLR car is gonna lose 20 seconds and they gonna be in front.
Can we get the track map up, if possible, please, Mr. Director? And if you do put the track map up, can you just isolate it to those, let's say, top 5? There is none. Huh. I'm surprised. Let me draw one on the screen for everybody. I'll hand draw it blindfolded. I can remember what Spa looks like in my head. So they're still in the pit lane at the moment. We'll see where they're going to come out if they manage to come out ahead.
They haven't even stopped yet. They haven't even stopped yet. They're just driving to their pit stop.
It's a very long pit. That has to be a very long pit garage, doesn't it? We have 53 cars in
that's
here.
why all of these penalties hurt especially. Octopus Racing Team LMP2 drive-through for causing a collision just now. That's a minute lost. That's
you got to try to get back in 2 hours.
Yeah, that's a whole minute gone. And
to the pressure right now. 13 car and 23. My favorite number 3, lucky 3, but they still got another ahead of it. And what is going to happen here? Is it going to be a pass? Or are they going to be happy just to stay behind here and get a tow? I don't know. It's going to get interesting soon because there's a bunch of GT cars up the road.
I think they just should pit now. Yeah, they should just be pitting now. Both.
Wow, look at the traffic right up the road there. Yeah, I'd say it's probably not a bad idea to pit right now because
I would also expect them now.
Yeah, they're both coming at the same time. There it is. Battle of the pit lane now. If we can go to the pit lane camera, please, Director. It's good old iRacing. There it is. Just see, there it is. Perfect. Thank you very much. I mean, there's a long pit lane. I didn't realize I even had that many pit garages here in Spa. I wouldn't want to be Ted down there as a reporter, having to walk from one end of the garages to the other. It'll take you some time. They go through the first part, but there's still the second part of the.
They're probably connected in the middle. They are connected in the middle.
Yeah.
You can probably do a shortcut. These guys can't.
You would kind of wonder why you wouldn't have 2 pit lane entrances, really, at that point, you know. But that, I guess it's too dangerous to have it
that's just not
around
practical, I think.
Yeah. Well, who gets to pit stop first? And it's crucial, as you guys know, in Iron to your pit perfectly. Will we have a driver swap or not? Will they take tires? Are they right next to each other too in the pit stops?
Yeah. They should be scheduled, yes, for driver swaps.
Yeah, that looks like a driver swap there because one of the cars flicked off and on.
With the schedule they have, this should be
there it is.
Full service with swap. John Paul Seaman coming in again for the last bit of the race, probably. Actually, no, not for the last bit of the race. Into the DLR white car.
I don't know why the crowd don't look too excited at the moment. They're not even looking at everybody in the pit lane. That guy over there in his shirt, sunglasses, is just staring at the ground for some reason. Looks like he's about to fall over too, so I think you might have to lay off the drink, my friend.
What we could take a look at again is our GT3 AM field. Dan was neglecting them a bit, so I'm always bringing attention back to them. They are still in the exact same order they were 1.5 hours ago.
Oh, that's what you like to see, and you want to see if they can be in a similar order towards the end in a couple of hours, and then really start to crank it up a little bit to swap the positions potentially if they want to, or not.
Oh, they are laps apart.
Oh, they're a lap down?
Lap 1, P1 to P2 is a lap, and P2 to P3 is a lap. So, unless something happens, I do not believe that we will have some big changes here.
A little bit of damage in the 19 car we're looking at the moment on the front, but once again, these GT cars are pretty tour durable and tough. It's the LMP2 cars that you don't want to take too much of a damage with. 5-minute repair's not too bad.
Better than a 5-minute
Yeah.
stop and go.
That's true. I've casted many 24-hour races before where teams have to take a 20 to 30-minute repair pit stop, and that's the one that really punishes you.
That's the moment when I just stop.
Okay. So 505, and also the a lot of it. We have Austrian sim races Scion, and Austrian sim races Orange in the pit lane as well too for the GT3 Pros. Just to let everybody know, the 19 car that we're watching at the moment is Racing Team. I believe it's 324. I'm looking at all these numbers. Anyway, switched over at the moment to the 318 car. A lot of cars to try to get familiar with. The 318 car at the moment is John Sylvester, and currently running in 36th place, but in their class, they are what, running third?
Should be third, yes.
Yeah. Just bear with me, guys. There's a lot of telemetry here to look at. Catching up after these cars woke me up when I was sleeping next to the track. I did sleep for about 3.5 hours through them driving past my window, so not too bad.
Yeah, it's...
So, Josh, have you ever been to any live motor races before?
Oh, yeah. 24-hour Nürburgring.
Oh, you did? Was that... When was that?
Last year?
Yeah.
Last year? No, No, 2019, I think.
Okay. I was casting it this year, so I didn't see you.
Oh, no, I wasn't there this year. It's too far
That was my
away.
first 16-hour straight cast as well. And then asleep for a couple hours and came back and did 2 hours, I think, towards the end. So, there you go. Give that one a shot, Dan. 16 hours of casting, my friend. See how you feel. Keep your eyes open. Well, the drivers too. Has this been at all just what's the time of the day? I'm just having a look at it. Is it going to be into the evening? Doesn't look like it all. Looks like it's going to be a day race.
No. It's not going to go dark.
Yeah. No, it's what, 5
We
o'clock in
will
the afternoon.
We will go into dusk, but that's it.
Okay, so the drivers get a little bit of it a little bit easier because the nighttime driving, it takes a lot of concentration, of course, because all you see really is just a couple of headlights. This track is not illuminated, so it's just brake lights and headlights that you're going to see, and a lot of concentration because you don't get your braking markers.
Yeah, especially when you're following cars, then it gets hard.
So 046 Racing is leading from ATRS, so they've gained, who was it before that they were racing? Was it DCW? It's now 1 second and change down the road there from the rotary industry. Yeah, it's a bit of a position swatcheroo, because yeah, DLR, when I first came into the casting box, guys, the DLR rotary team was in the lead, I think, or DCW. Both of those teams, it was DCW actually, I think that was in the lead at that point. No?
It was DLR, Rotary, ATRS, and then... No, DLR, 046, ATRS, but ATRS and DLR had to take tires this stop. 04 took them last stop. That's why 04 is now ahead. They gained the 20 seconds there.
And both the cars that are in P3 and P4 at the moment must have had a really poor qualifying performance, mate, to be gaining 37 places and 23 places. That means that they actually got out-qualified by the GT3s.
No.
No? I mean, there's only 16 LMP cars in this race.
I think your data is wrong, because they the starting grid was 046, DLR, and then ATRS.
Okay, fair enough. It's just my telemetry being a little bit late. There's the Austrian sim races kind of together on track as well. There they are, exactly. So you got the Scion and the Orange. So I guess you can see that kind of difference between the cars there. Just a little bit of a difference. So wings, different cars too. That's Lamborghini and BMW.
Also in the battle with the Platinum Racing Team car, Platinum Racing Team Orange ahead. All three of these are pro cars battling for the position of the Platinum Racing car, which is P8.
And working together quite well, getting that tow. Also can actually help you out too. So if there's some drivers behind you, block them. That'll be the AVL sim racing, but they're about 26 seconds down the road. Yeah, you work together and make it difficult. So you go side by side through corners, and then the other cars have to go all the way around. Possible. Don't go blocking those LMP cars. They don't get very happy if you do that.
No. And then it's the iRacing LMP2. They have dozer plates for front bumpers. But now it's gonna be interesting if they fight or not. Or if they say we're just gonna catch the Platinum Racing car.
Yeah, I think they're just gonna work together. It seems like that immediately. Like the driver behind's just lifting a little bit there, so he's make sure he doesn't run up the back of the teammate. It's the only problem as well too. And if you are close together as teammates, you got to be very careful. Make one mistake, you take both of your cars out, and the team won't be very happy. As the drivers, how many driver swaps is there usually between the teams?
I would say 6-hour race is one driver 4 stints, one driver 2 stints. For a GT car.
You said one driver 4 stints and one driver 2 stints?
Yeah, that would be if you go standard double stints.
Okay, so generally 2 drivers overall.
Yeah, for the LMP2s it's a bit more because they swap drivers every 2 to 3 stints. Which is a shorter time period than the GTEs, GT3s. They do it because of the tires. When you just take a full fuel stop in the LMP2, it's 10 seconds slower than the driver swap. 10 seconds faster than the driver swap. So if you would swap without swapping tires, you lose 10 seconds just from a pit stop taking longer than it should have.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they swap their drivers with their tires, and LMP2 tires are between 3 and 4 stints.
Okay.
Just also by the virtue that the LMP2 stint is a lot shorter. The GTEs in this race, the GT3s, habit from last season. The GT3s have been running about 65 minutes a stint. The LMP2s are between 35 and 40.
Yeah, the fuel tanks aren't as big as well, so they got to take fuel all the time. The tires, as you said, can go. There, John A. Casey says, "Go Pete." That's Pete there for the 04. 6 Racing, as Peter is driving that one. Peter, cool. The left, cool. No, I'm the biggest butcher of names. Just talk to Dan about that. Dan can get through those names quite well, but this seems to be not too bad to these names. I'm looking through the grid for the drivers. But I'll give you one. So here's one for you, Dan, to pronounce. Or actually, you can give it a shot there, Josh. Try to pronounce the driver's name in P37 right now. That's a great name to pronounce.
Eppin Königsberger.
All right. There you go. That's actually not too hard.
I'm gonna give you a hard one.
Oh no, here we go.
The starting driver of Manatee Racing Black.
Is there a position?
Their position is 28th overall.
28th overall. From the Manatee Racing Black team?
Yeah, their starting driver. Dan was struggling with it.
Isn't that Morris Yankel?
You are very far off.
I didn't. Oh, am I?
Yes.
What is it then?
Marius Janke.
Marius Janke. Okay. All right. Well, you guys are Europeans. You should know how to pronounce European names. I'm Australian. I have a excuse.
Maybe we
With-
find some Australian guy.
We do. Dennis Chow. NP10. 505 Endurance. There you go.
No. Oh,
No
yeah,
problem.
he is. Australia, New Zealand. And his
Yep.
teammate, too. There you go.
They are. Is it? Yep. Trust me, mate. It doesn't matter in what motorsports you are. In endurance races, you're always going to find an Australian and a New Zealand driver somewhere on the grid. We love our motorsports just as much as the Dutch do, as well as the Europeans, and this is a pretty close battle. You can see it at the moment.
Yeah, Chicane Online Racing Red. They went for a different strategy also at the beginning of the race. They decided to single stint their first set of tires instead of following the traditional double stint. So
Well,
they
it's
have
worth it. I guess sometimes as we're looking up the rear buttocks of the 117 car, as we're on board with the 4th place currently in the moment. It's got a little puppy dog on the back of the car too. I like that little picture. It looks like it's...
he's
Can't quite
holding
see
a
what-
gun.
Is the puppy dog holding a gun?
Yes.
All right, that's probably not a good idea to give your dog. And you can see the LMP's going to sneak out through the inside of turn 1. Gets it done so he can work on down the Camel Straight. But yeah,
The sad
not
thing
give
is
the
that
dog a
the
gun.
Chicane Online Racing Red car now is out of the draft, so he will have to work hard to get back in there. Mainly. What else do we have?
gotta love the big sails that are on the LMP cars. I tell you what, but I think I'd swap it out for the fan-powered car of the Maori, isn't it? Yeah, what's that car called, guys? The one that broke the Goodwill Speed Festival record. The fan-powered electric car that has the active suspension that Formula One banned years ago because it's too dangerous. Look at this battle. They go side by side through. I can't even remember my track corner names right now in Spa, which I should. That's out of Camel Straight as you make your way back down the hill.
Lecom,
That's it.
Lecom,
Exactly.
Bruxelles, no main corner. Although,
Pouhon's coming up now,
yeah,
I think.
No Name and Bruxelles have new names.
Yeah, No Name has a name. No.
It's they are
It is.
changing their names. I feel like more often than I drive the track.
Bazinga goes into the pit lane. Their scheduled stop. Yeah, it's good to see Spa back on the Formula 1 calendar, of course, next year. Because I would be upset if they go, well, we'll keep Monaco, but we'll get rid of Spa. I'm like, yeah, great. Thank you. I enjoy going to sleep and watching Formula 1 races because there's probably about 5 overtakes in Monaco at best. It's called follow the leader and just sit for a pit stop because there's really nowhere you can overtake anymore.
Yeah, we have some new stewards announcements. You kind of cursed the loose screw car because they got a drive-through.
I told them to
And-
tighten the screws up. Another one that they got. It seems, as the 046 Racing is just getting past the ASR cart, as you can see right there on the screen, as the leader just went past, and these are the two teammates working together, of course, the Austrian sim racers. Still there, line of stern.
They
Doing
did
what they need
lose
to do, but
quite
they're
a bit of
4
time.
seconds down the road there from the Platinum Racing Team Orange. I presume there's a lot of Dutch in here because I'm seeing a lot of orange.
Oh no. The color of the class is orange. But they did lose quite a lot of time, the two ASR cars. Compared to the Platinum Racing car. About 5 seconds since we last looked at their battle.
Alright. Just having a look at the 20 car of... Yeah, there it is. can't quite hear from our race director. He might have to battle for P6. There we go, from our race director, and that's Randall Racing in Platinum. And guess what color that car is? Orange. 36 car. Spazinga actually behind them. My apologies. So Spazinga and Randall Racing as they're going to go side by side. Last late breakers. Yeah, ooh, that was a very slow exit for the 36 car. Really not wanting to put too much of a fight up there, and says, mate, there's still, what are we, about an hour and a half to go, so we're pretty chilled to sit back. There was definitely no fight at all on that one. That was a clear lift to allow them pass. Or if they did, they're driving probably about as good as I drive. But replay.
Do you have a replay?
Yeah, this was the team we were looking at before. Is that a contact? Oh, he's lost it. Oh, that's gotta hurt. That's a side impact, but they were working together. That was the Austrian sim racers. So, but they didn't come together. And look what, it's painful, isn't it? Like you gotta wait, get off the racing line too as those cars are coming flying around the corner. Let's have a look again.
That was the
Was it collision?
incident with the loose screw racing car, I suppose. Yes.
I can't see it. Yeah, it was.
Yeah,
a
it
tap?
was.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a tap. That was what the
On
loose
that
screw
code?
racing car got their penalty for.
Ah, are they? They're on. Weren't they both back on track together? They are. So that was earlier because they are running line and stern still. Because I was just thinking that couldn't have just occurred then, because where's their teammate? We're next to each other. Anyway,
Yeah,
they're
probably.
still in it. So, chat's quiet. It was netcode, Pascal. I kind of agree with that. It looked like netcode, especially when it's that close. Teammates again that we're looking at. So this is the Manti Racing Black. And who is it? No Limit Sim Racing up the road there from them. The 222 car. As you can obviously see. Well, I see like they're very similar liveries. I presume that they are teammates. No teammates.
No. They are very far apart. But they have been fighting for a big part of the race now. In their two
And,
Mercedes.
A little bit of bumping and scratches and stuff like that on the front end of the cars. You break it, you pay for it, guys. That's the rule.
If you do follow Real Life Motorsports, you might know Maniti because they were racing under a different name for the first part of the year. They were racing for T3 Motorsports. But that collaboration has ended a bit ago, and they are back to Maniti Racing. Actually, in a
Goblins for the netcode out there, as you guys are saying, it was 100% netcode. I think we've pretty much confirmed that one, but the stewards, of course, have to be looking at that too. Now, drivers obviously going to be complaining about traffic, like the real F1 drivers are complaining about the traffic at the free practice session earlier today in Italy. I always say, don't complain about the traffic, my friend. Complain about where you are on track. Get out in clean air and stop complaining about the traffic. Find the gap.
Maniti Racing
might be probably on right now too.
If
Making me
you
skip
are
the
in-
qualifying. Go ahead.
Yeah. If you are in iRacing for a bit longer, you do know them. They have been quite accomplished. They've done some Neo seasons. They've been SCO champion in the GT3 class.
Can we go to the lead of the race there for a second? Sorry to cut you off. Continue. Because that's getting spicy again. Oh no.
No.
What was I looking at? That was close there for a second. Maybe so. Yeah, just with this battle right now, of course. I think you've just gone on to there for the 105 car. Just up the road there is Fernando from the Astra Racing Cellular. Sorry, go ahead there. Josh, I was cutting you off.
Yeah. Also some stuff in Ivra out of how many was it? I think on the last season of Ivra you could win a total of 9 championships and they took 8.
Oh,
Winning GTE, GT3 Pro and GT3 AM in the winter season.
not bad to have on your resume.
Yeah, probably not.
And look at this close battle. it's heating up here between 21 P21, P22, of course, in the GT3 Pros. And there's also up the road from them the battle for 19 and 20. But this is probably the closest and one of the spicy ones to watch. We'll probably see a replay of what's going to happen up the road. But Jeffrey Cornwall is really trying to get past this Porsche. And the Porsche's not going to allow him. Doesn't have to lift and allow him. And the LMP's in the background is going to be... They might have to lift to let the LMP through. But at this point, they're going to commit to the corner as they go through the bus stop chicane. So not a great place to be doing any overtaking. The LMP should get past them on the straight here before the back straight before they go up, climbing up the hill. Actually, sorry, this is the main straight, of course, when we go into turn 1. And there it is there. Lost a little bit of time there. We'll see if he's going to make it up. He gets a little bit of a tow down the Camel Straight. I'm not quite sure how much of a tow you can get with the GT3 cars. That's up to you guys to tell me that.
From about a second. If you're within a second, you start getting it. Within half a second, it's really good.
Look how close this is to the battle up the road. As said, 19 and 20. Chicane Online Racing Red just behind Platinum Racing Team. I'm not quite sure if you really want to have a platinum in your car a lot. It's a pretty heavy metal. If I was you, I'd probably be using a bit of carbon. LMP's already flashing down the road saying, get out of my way. And that's really hard, isn't it? And difficult when you're driving, you're battling it out. Look, he does have to go to the side. And look at it. You gotta love it. I do love the mixed car categories because as an LMP driver, you've got to just find gaps through these slower cars all the time because you're in your own individual race, of course, of time. And you've got these cars that are battling it out, of course. They have another LMP behind them. So the LMP behind's got to say, I've got to try to sneak through here. And well as these are, this is why you always generally do see accidents that occur. It's always between the different classes more than anything. Because once again, none of these guys want to lose too much time, even with the dog there with a gun in the back. And at the same time, they got to try to do the right thing. Look at that helmet he has on there. It looks like he's got a big smile on his face. And that will be Alex Gal, the French driver for the Chicane Online Racing Red. So yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, they're going to battle it out, and at the same time, they're going to look forward, backwards. They're going to look around. Hopefully, their spotters spotting them and are well aware of the situations because you don't want to be getting in an accident with any of the other car classes, and because we've seen those penalties getting dished out. And you get a drive-through or a 5-minute penalty, or even worse, damage to your car.
Yeah, luckily we are at Spa, so there's quite a lot of space to maneuver around, and the cars are quite spread out.
Yeah, why don't we do a 6 hour of Monaco?
Oh, you need to go to
classes.
Ira for that. He's bump drafting him now, so
yes, he is.
Decided to not overtake.
No, you're right. That would have been an easy overtake. Not an easy overtake, but as you're overtaking, opportunity to lock on. And decided to elect off because still have an hour and a half of racing and not quite sure what the pit stop strategies are between the two teams. Same pit stop strategy I believe we're hearing from between the two teams. Now, unfortunately, as spectators, has he got some sort of monkey face up there on the windscreen?
Yes.
Something's there. Can we get an idea of that? Can we get a shot at the driver's helmet, please, director? I believe if you had installed those cameras, might be able to see it. Some of you see their helmets. I like to see some of the different drivers' helmets. And if he's got his air conditioning on, as we're on board right now with Alex for the Chicane Online Racing Team, you won't see the rear view mirrors or anything like that, guys, as spectators. It doesn't show up. But trust me, the drivers can see their rear view mirrors. You'd think that the Formula Ones would put a little camera on there, wouldn't they? So that the drivers are always complaining about it. I can't see anything mirrors.
They are testing bigger mirrors. They did that.
Yeah, but I would put a I would say on a Halo you could put a nice like an LED display on the Halo. and have it like stretch across there so it's like one big rear view mirror. You could do that, but another thing too, mate, this is the thing. Drivers don't want to be able to, because that way they have that excuse to say, well, I couldn't see him. You do have a big windscreen mirror or something like that. You then have no excuse to say that. So, of course they want small mirrors and blind spots. It's easier for them to say, as I said, like when the side of the racing can't see you. All right. And you can get away with not getting penalties. But what you can't get away with right now, Platinum Racing Team, is this chicane online. Because now I think they're going to go for this pass. They're not going to bump draft anymore. And look who it is, a leader in the background too. So the 46 car, the LMP, they've got to get out of the way right now. This is also very, very dangerous if you're the leader. Because you can't afford any risks. They do. Leader will maybe set it up on the inside here. No, has to tuck in behind. No, there's contact, is there? There's contact. This is I spoke about it. I'm not trying to bring my casting curses here. But, you're always going to be scared when there's a leader around. Can we get a replay of that? Was there any contact? There was contact, but
yeah,
doing damage to our 46 car. If you have a look at that, I don't know if you go on
shouldn't
board.
damage an iRacing. An iRacing LMP2 can easily take that.
I'm sure that, okay. Yeah, lucky side. Oh, that's front end too. You think that'd be okay?
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Okay.
A real-life LMP2 wouldn't, but
Tell
luckily...
you what would be happy, but Peter would not be a happy camper right now with that because he's trying to fight a battle for, the race win here. And even though they're on a different strategy, they can't afford any time differences. I mean, you could probably go on board, and this is the thing. It didn't hit the steering, but you'd be surprised sometimes, my friend. In some of the races I've casted for the 24-hour events, the endurance races, sometimes I've seen somebody just barely tap a wall and they bent the steering rod in those LMP cars.
Yeah,
So,
there are a
maybe
lot
you
of
go on board the
forces
46
going
car and just have a look at how it feels to be driving it. As you can see on the steering, if there's any kind of major steering issues, if the steering's bent a little bit or not. I mean, looks okay. Got the power down. I think you're right. I don't think there's any major issues there. Keep an eye on the lap times. You still have the DCW racing. Well, I think you'll have to go back to the 21-22, my friend. Astro Racing Circular and Red Tile Racing now, because they are going at it tooth and nail. For Fernando, the Espanol team, as you can see, the domain name on the back. That's the Astro Racing Cellular Mode team. And Jeffrey Conwell for the Red Tile Racing. And that's the Mercedes right behind what we're on board with the nose cam. You gotta like that nose cam, don't you, there, Josh? Because it gives you so much more of a sensation of speed the lower you are to the track. Going for it. De la com.
Yeah, that was quite a common and easy move. Yeah, the nose cam gives you a great sense of speed. One thing that really flashed me was when I first watched IndyCar for the first time.
Mm-hmm.
And they have all of the rubber pickup built up on the camera, and I was like, oh no, now they have to clean it, and then they can just rotate the screen. And at that moment, because I was like, I don't know, 15, 14, I was like, holy wow.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, of course. Well, yeah, cast, it is me out there, the one and only Biggles. Hello, Ed. Is that the Ed I know? I think it is the Ed I know. G'day, g'day. Yes, you guys can't get away from my voice. You know that. I'm everywhere. People have tried in the past and not succeeded. And if you get away from motor racing, you're going to have me casting something else like Rocket League. 046 is in the pit lane. I unfortunately didn't get to cast my volleyball tournament yesterday. They couldn't get the feed to us to cast it. I was a little bit upset, disappointed. I really wanted to cast some live volleyball. Anyway, we are casting some fantastic live esports. And we have about an hour, just over an hour now. So this is now where it gets to your final strategies soon, guys, I'd have to say. Maybe. It's just a straight pit stop. Now you can't really see any damage on the front. We had that collision just before with that. So it should be just straight in and out and get some. I just chuck a bigger fuel tank in the car, of course. But if you do, you go a lot slower. Fastest lap I think so far from anybody has to be our current race leader.
That was a drive.
That was a drive-through
for the leader.
Yes.
Not a pit stop.
So what was that drive-through for?
Yeah, that's probably given from iRacing themselves for the incident limit.
Oh.
They've probably gotten too many off tracks or car contacts, and then iRacing automatically gives you a penalty.
Well, that is going to be a little bit punishing because now they're 41 seconds down the road there from the other two drivers that they wanted to battle it out with. That's a bit of work to do now.
And the stewards have noted their incident, although I don't think that any penalty will come from that, in my opinion. But
which
the
the incident
have
before
it.
with the two cars?
Chicane online racing car, yes.
Oh, yeah, okay. That's a difficult one because as the ATRS goes into the pit lane right now, it's a difficult one. I wouldn't want to be a steward sometimes because you got to okay, yeah, they're supposed to allow the faster cars to go through, of course, but they're also battling it. Was it a wise place to overtake there? That's another question, of course. The LMP is eventually going to overtake at some point. How much time would he have lost if he waited a little bit later to do the overtake? And there's so many questions at stake there. And going to get held up in the pit lane there too. At least when you come out of the pit lane.
I think the Chicane online racing car wanted to block the LMP from the overtake so that he would go between them and give them a gap. But obviously the LMP2 didn't have it. And then racing incidents happen.
Especially
although obviously
in
blocking
races.
a faster class is always a bad idea.
We're currently looking at Fernando there for the Astro Racing team. As he's very, very quick to approaching, and also there's a race leader approaching too. That's the 40. Actually, it was the race leader, of course. It's not the race leader anymore, but a little bit of a communication, and the Mercedes up the road there. It's just wiggling the front end. I'm not sure the question you mentioned out there. Come on. From Pepe, what do I think? What do I think about what? Sorry, did I miss something? From a legend. What a legend in the community. Thank you. But I think I have to be, don't I have to be passed away to be a legend? Can't get that status unless you've... You're the legend. I know you're a legend. You're still alive. You can't be a legend yet. It's like a smiley face on the livery of that car, isn't it? Kind of. It's just a hood. It's just the bonnet part. I'm fine. I'm fine. Just wondering if Joshua needs have a little bit of a go down there and chat to the teams. Joshua, I'd like you to go from each end of the garage in about 3 minutes and talk to all the teams. There are 53 garages lanes to go through.
Doable. I would say doable.
Good exercise.
Yeah.
So are you back into the comms box with us, Dan?
Yes.
So 04
Can't
Racing
you
now
see my
is
beautiful
046 boxing.
046 boxing, yes. I think they did just before this as well for a drive-through.
Flashing their lights so you're aware. Wait, give us a wave. You're on camera right now. Don't flash the lights too much. You might blow the bulbs up. Unless I just turn those lights on. Yeah, is this a drive-through or is that a pit stop?
I think at the moment it would be a pit stop because they've already served the drive-through. And I can't see anything in the stewards channel, so I do think, Biggles, that...
it is a drive-through.
Is it a drive-through?
Drive-through.
Where
They
do you
have
find this?
received a drive-through
second
for
one?
the incident.
Oh, that
First
is...
the iRacing
Whoa,
one, and now a
wow.
steward one.
Yeah, I'm not getting any race control messages up. Not quite sure if that's working or something at the moment, but that may very well be the reason why they're flashing their lights like that in anger at the race control about why did we get that. Fair enough, race control's issued it. They've deemed that you've been naughty, and that's a double. Yeah, look at this, they got frustration coming out there when they hit the loud pedal. All right, guys, well, you got to get your head down there and just get a move on. Is that getting lapped by the 48 car? Oh, the 48 cars are unlapping themselves there.
Yeah. I think that's the 46 car in a fight with the DCW. But this just shows you, Biggles, how
right.
quickly your race can go from bad to even worse.
Worse, yeah. But that's the thing in endurance races, but anything can happen. The road, you got to have battles with the DLR and ATRS esports because they're pretty close. Now they've got to come out and obviously get that frustration out of you. Cool, calm, and collective, and get your head down there and try to do damage limitation.
Yeah. Well, for the people that want to know, I'm in the commentary booth now, and Joshua is down to the pit lane. But first, before you get to the pit lane, Joshua, make sure you get that bratwurst because it was amazing in the pit lane.
Oh,
Absolutely
to tease
amazing.
me. Get me one too.
Yeah, just bring him onto the commentary booth.
Yeah, and anybody out there that chat, you want one too? He'll get one. So you got an order coming in. This is a great battle it's going to be because now that 46 has got to get back into this, they've just come out of the pit lane with frustration, of course, from the drive-through. But out in the chat says a fair drive-through.
Yeah.
So good, Stuart. So there it is. Once again, Stewards have to look at things on multiple times. They've gone back in the pit lane again.
Don't tell me they have another one.
Oh, no.
No, this is their pit stop, guys. Calm down.
This is a scheduled pit stop now. So you can't do your drive-through and your pit stop at once. So in the last 3 laps, they've now been in the pit lane. The crew are probably sick of seeing the car go through at the moment.
Yeah, at this point.
So now they're going to drop... are they going to drop behind the 505, maybe? Or the 505 Endurance or the Kazakhs? Well, DRL's now in too, the leader.
Well, remember, they always pitted early. So after this lap, a lot of cars are going to pit. So at the moment, I think they will still come out in P4 or P3 if DCW now loses a little bit of pace.
True. Getting closer to that hour marker soon. So that's when, that's when things are going to start spicing up.
Yeah, that's when the GTs make their last pit stop, and that's only 20 minutes to go before the LMPs can make their last pit stop.
Yeah, you got to calculate that one perfectly, because that'll be it after that.
Yep.
You'll have to just drive these things to the rubbers, just wearing off the rims if you have to.
A driver change for the 046 Racing LMP2. It's Michael Vesta now in that car.
It might not be a bad idea, I would say.
No.
Because the previous driver's probably really mad.
Yep. Yeah.
And you don't want an angry driver out there, because 90% of the time, anger will lead into a mistake.
Yeah. Which I have done
still,
myself as well, so I'm not prone to it.
How much would I have to pay for Octopus Racing to finish a race in second in the AM class? What's the Octopus Racing team doing?
You can't pay that because that's not the way it goes.
Yes it does. You can pay me. I'll sort it out.
Biggles.
Oh. So the Mercedes just caught. You saw the Mercedes right there. He just turned last minute because he just noticed the LMP car to the right. So because he's probably looking at his rear view mirrors at that battle there with the Astro Racing car. So that's what's catching drivers off. We saw that before, isn't it, with those little collisions. You got to have eyes everywhere. This is where it's crucial too to have spotters on your team. I'm not sure if every team here has a spotter, but I recommend to have a spotter, because that spotter's going to be well aware, letting you know right now, hey, there's an LMP to your right. There it is, so that he can be focusing up the road for his braking points and the car ahead and not have to be looking around at where this car is behind you. That saves you seconds all the time by having a good crew spotting, as you guys would agree or not out there.
It's a big part of endurance racing as a team. As we all know, endurance racing is not a driver turning the fastest laps of the race. It's consistency. It's being able to work together with your teammates. It's being able to share a car with your teammate. Because remember, not every driver has the same driving style. So another setup might suit a different driver better.
Yeah, check out what the 3 cars we have in the pit lane right now, of course. So DCW is coming in and out. About 1 point something seconds down. Oh, that timing will update itself. 046 Racing right now should probably get ahead, as you see at 505. And Randall, we do have somebody waiting in the interview room, so for sure, in just a second, we're going to have a chat to you because this is really close here in that battle around P4 and stuff. Look at the gap differences between them and the pit lane. There we go, pit lane battle at the moment. We got a couple of cars coming around, as you can see there now. So there's the 046 down the pit straight, climbing up through Eau Rouge. Other cars still in the pits.
This could be a move.
Yes.
I think this is a move, though, to unlap themselves because they are not in the same lap anymore. So this is a move to try and lap the 046 LMP2. And that is easily done. 046 cooperated there, and as you can see, nothing for the 13 to worry about there. It's passed and now can have eyes to the front again. Interesting to see, though, Biggles, what this 46...
Look at the pit exit. I want to see the pit exit between 5 and 6, 7 and 8, if that was really close. And 9 as Lithium. Have a look at Lithium. Got a P9 at the moment. Unlapping themselves. There they are. The pit exit. Of 6. I think something was happening there because there's just so much action. Anyway,
we have
let's have a chat
yeah.
to... Is it... let me butcher your name quickly. Is it Marnix?
Yes, that's correct.
Oh wow, I got something right. Okay, g'day mate. How are you?
Well done. Yeah, I'm fine, thanks. How about you guys?
Yeah, we're enjoying the show that you've put up.
Yeah, it's good. I haven't really have any time to look at the racing because a lot of reports we have already had more than we have had last year with the first race at Spa last season. We've currently have 71 reports so far, which is quite a lot. So the drivers can expect some kind of document where we will be declaring what went wrong in our opinion about the driver standards and what we want to improve or see improve from the drivers, and of course of our side also from the stewards as well. A few things we need to improve.
So to confirm there at the moment, you are one of the stewards.
Correct.
Are they head steward? Just one of the stewards?
We don't have real head stewards. We have a few senior stewards who have like some kind of veto when we are tight on votes. For example, when we think it's a warning or it's a drive-through, and senior stewards are the ones to lead.
Real quick
incidents.
Sorry, so real quick directive, you can go to that battle between P1 and P2. Yep, we'll get back to you in a second. I just want to make sure we're not missing that out for the GT3 pros. There's that Relta and Astro still at it too for now. But yes, back to that. Sorry to cut you off. That's great. And well, do you think you guys are very popular right now with the 046 racing team after those recent penalties have been issued?
Sorry?
Do you think you guys would be popular with the 046 racing team?
No. I think a few people will hate us, but it's part of the game, and we have rules about it that they need to be respective at all times, and as long as they stay respective, I agree with everything, because at the end, I do understand their frustration. I mean, they are here to compete. They've put a lot of time and effort into preparing for these kind of races, and I would understand if something goes wrong when we penalize them with a drive-through, for example. I mean, the pit lane is long here, but that's just part of the business. If you, in our opinion, crash someone out or it's something, an incident is worth of drive-through, we will have to give it. It's not like we will go around and then think, shit, oh, the pit lane is so long here, we may give you a warning or It's just we have to stick to what we have planned and to the rule book as well. It's not.
Yeah, we were speaking about the rule book before because Joshua was mentioning it to me because we were kind of like going, well, 5-minute penalty in the pit stops is harsh, but I think we're talking about it, and I want to ask you that, like, hey, for one little incident, it's harsh, but I was saying before that there's probably multiple incidents that they were involved with earlier, right? And so it accumulates.
This incident, particular incident, looked to us very much like something that is done on purpose. And we've spoken with the specific driver, and he told us he did not, but we still think, or don't think it's on purpose, but we still find it very suspicious, and it really just knocked someone's whole race out, where there was plenty of space. He just steered to the right with enough space on his left, but yeah, killed one of the other cars.
Dan was disagreeing with you on that one. I mean, it was because he lost it, but he came back on track, and it was a bit of a contact there too, because the LMP was trying to sneak it in the inside. Yeah, Dan was kind of like, when we look at that, going, well, Dan thought there wasn't a racing incident, but once again, we're only looking at it once or twice now. I would guess you guys look at that over and over again on the replays, don't you? From different angles,
we go from
exactly and everything.
Yeah, steering, that's the most important, and racing lines. What racing line, where does the track goes to? Sometimes it bends more to the left, and you need to take that in count as well. So there are multiple factors you need to keep in mind when giving penalties or looking at incidents.
Yeah, because my opinion to it was when he hit the other driver, his steering wheel was straight, so I was immediately.
Can you find that again real quick, Dan? If you have a second while we're talking about it, yeah.
It cannot be intentional, or of course it can, but it was very stupid if that would have been intentional, because it just would have turned into him.
I mean, it looked like he was straight going to the Mercedes in that particular moment. I mean, he did get pushed off the track, and I think we gave the other car a warning for that as well. But coming back on track while there's enough space on the left side of the track, but still moving too much to the right where the other car was, causing both to crash out and creating danger for other cars on track who were coming as well, is something that weighs heavily in our opinion.
Yeah,
fair enough. Yeah,
and there were some other reports as well from them, so it was like
yeah, okay, so it's always accumulating. That's what we've got to remember, that sometimes things are harsh, but there's other things that we don't necessarily see in the pictures where they've done things that are naughty, and it accumulates, is what we're talking about. Like, if you're a clean racer all race and you haven't got any incidents or any questionable moments, and you do something wrong, the stewards will probably take a little bit easier on you than
for sure.
If you're somebody that's in contact with everybody every 10 laps, things like that.
Yep.
I don't know if Dan's going to show you that, if he can find that, because it's a lot. I can't even remember the time that occurred, unless you can let us know. And the other one that happened recently with 046 Racing that was leading.
With
the inside with the GT car.
It was a bit of both. I'd say that overall the LMP2s have been, and I don't mean to say all the LMP2s did it, but most of the LMP2s tend to dive it into the corner and make it a half move, where they are not completely next to the other car, and both cars just lose way too much time than waiting to the other corner where they are way closer and they can get past before the corner actually starts. But they just try to get the move done as soon as possible, which makes they make the move only half stick, and then you get some these kind of errors where there will be touches or there will be crashes, and if LMP2s just wait one corner later where they are close to the other car, instead of diving and making them move half stick, and the GT3s would shook less often, I think all would have been a bit better, because almost in every incident there is a LMP2 involved.
It's always, isn't there? It has to find it. Can we say race director to switch between the battle between P27 and P28? I think at the moment that's where it's heating up there. The Austrian sim races is always battling with somebody on the track so far,
which is good for the competition, of course, and for the viewers as well.
And so busy, of course, as stewards, and that's what we like. We obviously appreciate it. It's not easy work to do. Like, look at Michael Massey getting thrown under the bus last year with the Formula One. Yeah. Because stewards are either your friends or your foes, as for the teams. But you've got to make the decisions, and the decisions have to stay. We won't throw you under the bus like they did with Michael Massey, so don't worry about that.
I mean, I'm my own boss. Come on, man. I can't throw myself out of the picture.
You got to respect it. You got to respect it. It stays. Obviously, I think people might file for to say something, but
you can't.
Yeah, we get a lot of drops
from
the teams towards our heads, but eventually people will cool down. You see that most of the people tend to get angry in the heat of the moment. That's just part of the game, and eventually they'll hopefully calm down and they'll come back stronger, and you'll see that the performance they will do on the next race will be even better and less incidents as well. So
excellent. Any questions out there, chat? Well, we have Marnix in here as the one of the stewards. So if you guys want any particular incidents, so yeah, we're going to do the F1 Media Liberty group where people, other than just the teams talking to the FIA, we're actually going to allow the audience members to talk to the FIA as well too. So we might as well just do that. F1.
I've been also something else we will introduce as well. We will be having a document, as I said before, where we have an insight into the past race. That's just going on right now, and the drivers will have the possibility to get an insight in how we've seen the race and what we want to see improve and what we will improve. And I think that's a cool, good future for all of us. We've used that.
I have
last
a
season
request
as well.
Dan.
Yeah, go ahead.
Request. Can you put soundproofing glass on my room that I'm staying next to the track so I can sleep in?
I'll try to get that implemented.
Thank you. Hey. Yeah, any questions out there, guys? Before we allow, obviously we always have Dan and Josh. You can have any questions you want to ask Marnix before we have to let him get down there and do some stewarding.
What is? Did you have, or have you had any drivers today that were thoroughly disagreeing with the decision the stewards made?
Yes, we've had a couple. I'm not going to say any names. Just in
Toto
private.
Wolff, I think was one. And
Sorry?
Christian Horner. Toto Wolff and Christian Horner, I believe, were
100%. They just kept yelling at me through the voice. No, we've had a couple of drivers, but you always have that, and always people complaining in the general area for the drivers. But it's cooled down, and I think the amount of reports has also cooled down. And I hope to see the last, 1.5 hours? 1 hour remaining. I hope to not receive any more reports, of course. But I think it will cool down, and looking forward to the last hour and of course the next race. And I think I'm going to head back to the next race at Road Atlanta. Yeah, that's
okay, so not now, thankfully.
No,
after
no.
this. Okay. Yeah, but it's cooling down, mate, because the temperature's cooling down as well. So maybe the reason why the drivers
fast lap times.
Yeah, but So we'll let you go. Thank you very much.
You too, guys.
Questions there, Dan?
Yeah, I'm now. Morning.
All right. Wish you guys good luck, and
Thank you.
See
Good
you
luck
now.
to you. Yeah, hopefully you get to sit back and watch the rest of the race and not have to be reporting on it.
I hope so. Thanks, guys.
All right.
Good luck.
Excellent.
Bye.
So if you just join in, that's Marnix, guys. One of the FIA stewards here this evening, and they've been busy boys at the start, and it's great to have them come up and have a chat to us about the situation, so we can kind of just talk about why they issue those penalties as what has been explained.
The fact, Bigos, that they have time to come to us is a good sign.
It is great, yeah.
Because that means that there are not too many reports.
Check out the 505 Endurance at the moment, catching the Lithium Motorsports in the LMP2s. Yep, real quick, if you want to go to that. Actually, you've got the TMP&G racing as well, too, with the Platinum, so probably better look at that one on cue. But yeah, sorry, cut you off, exactly. The time for them to come and have a chat to us is great. That's what you're going to expect here, isn't it? Platinum Racing League. Get that all the time.
Yeah.
And more to come. later on. That's close. Are they going to be just allowed through here at the moment? I think so, doesn't it? To slicing in back ahead.
Once again, he does that.
Bold and brave to get back onto the racing line like that. You really are trusting the driver behind you.
Yeah, like I said, if you just take the arrow off the nose of the car behind, sometimes you have a Vettel moment and the car behind just can't brake anymore and just goes straight into you.
He's got the Supping Pro Wrap on the car. Obviously, Pro Wrap's one of those companies where you can get that nice laminate, whatever you can get wrapped in your car, and get it any color you want it to be. And that was definitely close, as this is very heated up too at the moment for the GT3 the GT3 Pro classes, of course, the Team PZG and the Platinum Racing Team Orange. You see, I didn't do my vocal exercises before I came to cast, and that's the reason why I'm making mistakes. Always do your warm-ups. I just warmed up by waking up. But it's spicy here. You got the Platinum Racing Team up the road boxing. Now, is this one of the last times they're boxing, or they still got about another 30 minutes or so for the GTs you were saying?
Normally, the tank goes for an hour, and I do think that they are going to go into the pit lane now.
They are going in.
They do.
That could be the last time now, right? Couldn't it?
Yeah, this is their last time. If everything is correct, this is their last time.
Interesting. Yeah, you'll have to switch to that pit lane camera. Well, you have switched to the pit lane camera. Sorry, I'm looking at a different camera. I'm sure if you loaded in the camera packs that I loaded in the back of the car.
Did not.
No, it's fine. At least it's good. It's looking good for you guys. I'm just looking at a brick wall. But don't worry about me. It's not me. That's displaying the pictures. Dan's doing all the work there. Loving a driver in P5 at the moment. I'm seeing the ticket down at the bottom. His name is Beers. No, I really like that name.
Oh, he will like that. Here we have it.
I do like that name.
Martin Beers.
Beers, my friend. Beers, that's probably the correct way of pronouncing it, of course. But
no, in Dutch it's Martin Beers.
Okay, there you go. Well, in Australia, it'd be like, we'll be loving to have a beer with that driver all the time. That's kind of how we would pronounce it. It'd be a popular man, I tell you what, at a bar all the time.
He's not only a popular man at the bar right now, he's a popular man out on track as well. One of the fastest drivers. He was the fastest driver last time round.
That's true.
We had the fastest lap time last time.
Why am I seeing a different livery to you too? Because that's a pink car and I'm seeing it as red, and I do have the trading paints on. Maybe there's something else that I'm missing.
I do as well.
Yeah, but no, I think yours is correct, and maybe the team can confirm it.
No, I think yours is correct.
Livery supposed to be pink?
No, because this livery from the leaders in the GT3 class is also different, if I'm correct. That's white and purple livery for you.
Yeah, okay. Because, yeah, we just want to confirm it. Now, there is a trick, mate, I'd have to tell you. If I'm correct and you're not. Because it was just driving me nuts for a 24-hour race that we were doing for a charity event. As Lucas is going into the pit lane. And I believe there is one setting here. It took forever to figure it out because I reloaded the paints a million times and we're doing this, we're doing that. Couldn't get it to work for the team. This is the team we're actually casting for. And we couldn't get their livery. But there was a setting you have to tick. Now, maybe if there is a second in this, I could show you. I'll have a look at what it is. I remember we eventually found it. Maybe you guys in the chat know. But it's a setting in iRacing. And it's... Let me have a look if I can find it. That will hopefully fix that. I'm going to try to think where it is here for a second. Just bear with me. We would like to obviously show the drivers livery.
Yeah. Well, we've had some issues in the beginning of the race with just SDK in general. That's why...
That does that sometimes, yeah. Does anybody out there, can anybody remember? I'm just trying to think because it's been a couple of months since this. I'm just having a look through the options here. There's something you need to tick.
Well, Biggles, let's not worry about that because we have a last hour of the race to worry about. We can do that afterwards. It's always nice to get that.
Then it's too late.
Yeah, but I'm not going to change it now. I am scared now, man. After what happened in the beginning.
Well, it won't break anything. It just make that car work. But anyway, I just wanted to kind of know for myself so I remember. Yeah, worry about it later.
Do that in your hotel room.
Yeah, I'm gonna not worry about it after this. That's the thing. After this race, I'm gonna forget completely, and then to the next endurance race, and try to remember again.
This
Look
is the
at
gap.
the pits, mate, at the moment. 18, 19, 20, all going in the pit lane, and for those GT3s, all going for the last time that you mentioned too.
This
Probably
car
the same,
already out. This is the Astro Racing Argenza Moderna car already out of the pit lane, while the rest is just entering it. Just tells you how big that gap is between those teams.
Any predictions out there in the chat of who do you feel could win the GT class and obviously any of the classes? Because Javier Chavez at the moment from the Astro Racing team is the ones leading in the GT3 class.
Xavier.
Xavi from Ricardo Fernandez. And that looks like the Spanish-Portuguese team as well in the 101 Porsche. So the Porsches are leading that class currently at the moment with the Mercedes of Alex Gal in the Chicane Online Racing running in third. But they're in pit lane territory too, so once again, this is it. And we know that the Astro Racing team is 5 laps, so they're 5 laps down on leader, of course. It's not their class. That's the LMP class. Are they in the set? You can see at the moment, that's going to be the crucial if you look at that GT3 timing out to the left at the distance that they have in the pit lanes. They're only talking 5 seconds, and we'll get it all panned out once they come out of the pit lane. They're still on the lead lap, which is great. So I definitely think the GT3 Pro is going to be very, very spicy towards the end.
We didn't have any tire swaps from the top of the GT3 field.
Yeah, that's right. You were down in the pit lane, weren't you? You must have ran all over the place to catch that one.
I'm camping at the steward's office.
Did you bring us back some bratwursts?
No.
What are you doing in here? Get back down there. No, I said, as you said. So you said nobody took...
None of the leading Astro, MRP, Chicane, and the other Astro took tires.
Okay. Yeah, we can see that, Biggles, on the pit stop time. They're 40 seconds. Usually they're about a minute if they take tires as well, because that adds around 30 seconds. Depends how quick your team is.
Yeah, have a look at the other two guys, 21, 22. Reptile Racing again at it. Astro Racing. So, you can't separate them. They're like Siamese twins. They've been out tooth and nail. There's multiple battles occurring at the moment, too. 24 and 25. We've been through this situation. It's almost like a deja vu about an hour ago, wasn't it?
Yeah.
With both the GT3 cars together battling it out. This could be the last time. No more pit stops, we presume, from anybody that has taken their last pit stop. So this is it. Man versus machine versus about 50 minutes left of time to try to do something about these position gainers and losers. And they're all on the lead lap as well. So far, I believe, if you're looking at the GT3 pros, yeah, most of them are on the lead lap, which is great.
Yeah.
That's what you want to see.
The PGZ Motorsports Porsche, that is currently in P8 in its class, and in GT3 AM, it is the Octopus Racing Team Black leading there. Ahead of the DSA.
Yeah, we
Silver
apologize
Motorsports.
about that. We haven't really gone down to them lately, and I know there were some Octopus fans out there. Octopi? What do you call the plural of octopuses? It's not octopuses, is it?
I don't
Octopus
know.
is one. I don't know. Anyway, it's heating up with this, so the LMP is going to sneak there through at the moment as we're watching this. And the other LMP in the background.
I always find it incredible, Biggles, when the LMP cars come through the GT field. How small those LMP cars actually are. If you see an LMP car on its own, it actually looks quite big. But if you then look at it while it's alongside a GT car...
GTs are like tanks, mate. They're pretty big. I like the headlights there on that livery there. I'm not sure if we're actually seeing the same livery. Hopefully this time where we are. Yes, it is. So looks like it's got those piercing eyes ready to hunt you down. But yeah, I mean, they're basically just big go-karts, aren't they, those LMP cars? Have you seen any one of them up close and personal before, Josh? Because Josh, you said you have been to a Nuremberg, right? I think you went for a 24 hours, so you probably have seen them.
I was at Silverstone for WEC, for WEC in 2018, and
what a time.
They are quite small. The LMP ones were about the same size. One thing that the TV cameras sadly do not show you is how fast these cars actually were. standing at turn 1 in Silverstone.
Yeah, it's amazing. Even if you drive the LMP and IRIX, you get such a sense of speed. If you catch up to a GT at Le Mans in an LMP1 car, it's unbelievably quick. And you have to think so quick, it's just unbelievable.
I mean,
Yeah.
our LMP1
And the
cars
sound,
are
how-
also
how's the
5
sounds?
seconds faster.
How are the sounds? I mean, we know that the GT3 cars got that, you know, the real deep bassing sound because the engines, same with like V8 supercars in Australia and stuff like that, they'll rattle the fillings out of your teeth. How are the LMP cars? A lot high pitched, I presume.
Yes, the LMP2s mainly use those high revving race V8s. They sound really good, just different. At the
Do you hear the
20
popping and crackling sounds when they downshift? And because you really notice that on your trackside.
Yeah. They are really loud. In the Nürburgring 24 hours, funnily enough, they had a Lexus GT3 that was involved in an incident in turn 1 that took out both their mufflers on both
I think
sides.
I remember watching that. I was seeing highlights or something like that, actually, not watching it. So, but yeah, that's how. Oh.
And they raced like that for over 18 hours, and every time, like on the start-finish grandstand, that giant concrete structure, every time the Lexus went past, the entire thing would start to vibrate.
Oh, that's close.
Oh, sorry, yeah, the 318 car had to really just said that. That's because that car was boxing, I think, and that just caught him off guard there a little bit. The last little late breakers. Luckily, no accident. But as you
Luckily,
said,
no
so they were
accident.
cheering. And what were they doing again? Sorry, down the main straight.
Oh, it was so loud that the entire grandstand was vibrating.
Oh wow!
But then
Anyway,
after some time, I think they got like 40 warnings for noise limit, and then at some time they brought them in. What I didn't understand is they turned on the Nürburgring, they turned the on-track commentary off from 10 p.m. to 8 a.m. for noise reasons.
Oh, the neighbors and stuff like that, because there is obviously local communities.
Yeah, but then you
houses that
have
live
all
nearby.
of these race cars going past, vibrating the entire grandstand, and then you go, no commentary anymore.
And the thing is too, if you're going to buy a house, I mean, obviously, I don't know if somebody had owned a house in the family before the track was there. The track's been around a while. You own a house near a racetrack, you probably do have to kind of expect the fact that every once in a while there's going to be a little bit noisy. So you also got to get the other end of the stick, because you can Airbnb a property and get really good money on race weekends for sure if you're right close to the track. And imagine how much you'd bank.
Yeah, but then do you want to Airbnb?
Yeah, true. I mean, if you want to share your house with people, stuff like that. But if you are living near a racetrack, you probably would have to expect that. But once again, this could be houses that have been in families for generations. So, but then again, once again, how long has the Nuremberg track been around? I mean, it's the Nordschleife as well. That they were public roads, but
We do have
It's
our
interesting.
LMP2 leader in the pit lane.
yes,
A bit
we're watching
early
this-
though.
battle too between.
Yeah, this is really early.
He won't make it to the end.
No, you won't. That's interesting. This might just give DLR rotary industry the victory.
If they can make it stretch. And it's going to be obviously a little bit later on. We're going to have to start obviously going on board more with the cars, because you're going to see if they're lifting and coasting. That's a great way to tell. I think go back to that battle bot with the team EGZ, because they're still side by side with the Platinum Racing Team Orange GT3 class. And I don't think they're going to be wanting to hang around too long. Keep an eye on that top timing board to see where they do come back out there for the ATRS 13 car. Are they taking on... we do obviously have Josh down there in the pit lane as well, getting us bratwursts while he's looking at see are they doing a driver change, or that's just a splash and dash, right? Doesn't look like tires.
A puff of smoke
Well,
when
yeah.
they drive off.
Nearly hits the safety car on the way out too.
Yeah, but they won't make it to the end. They won't.
They will
With
never.
Switching
the
strategy
LMP2
for
fuel
something.
tanks.
Anybody out there aware in communication with the team, please let us know what the call on that strategy is. I don't think it's going to be trying to come out in clean air, because unfortunately you're not going to come out in clean air in a endurance race anymore. There's going to be traffic everywhere. We'll keep checking on their lap times. See if they're going to try to put some bankers in.
They did not change tires, no.
No.
But it was
Or a
also
driver
a
swap.
very short pit stop. 25
Or was it a
seconds.
driver swap? I don't know. James is in the car. No, it wasn't. It wasn't a driver swap because
No,
James
it
is still
can't
in the
have
car.
If you driver swap, you also want to change tires
Yeah, you
as well.
said change tires exactly because it's just not worth the time difference. Doesn't it cost you about 1 second if you wipe the windscreen? But go back to that battle, please, in P22 and P23 there, because there's still two for now, and that is Stephen Bird in the 114 car up the road there from Lock. If you could try to pronounce that name there for the team PNG
Louis
there,
Rabier.
Frenchman.
Louis Rabier.
Sorry? Louis Rabier?
Louis Rabier.
Okay. He's got the symbol across his name there. I don't it's almost like a tilde in Spanish, but you got it perfect.
I don't know if I did.
So what is he doing? Is he just... Can we go on board at the moment with the Team BG so we see where he's fighting from his perspective inside the Porsche? There we go. Now you're going to be like looking at your braking markers. Go on the bus stop. Now you got to send it here. There's two cars that are going off and collided up the road. We'll get a replay of that in a second. But there it is. Had to lift off. That's probably even throwing you off, isn't it? Because the driver up the road is going, what's going on? He's probably slowed down a little bit to avoid any of that possible accidents. And now he's going to be under massive pressure. I mean, they make their way obviously down into turn one. This could be a potential side-by-side up through. I wanted a side-by-side through Lacombs. Are we going to get it? I don't think so. He's going to tuck in behind.
He's going to be very close. He might make it side by side, but I don't think he is going to do that. He will be very aware that it is a tricky thing to do, and although it is so late in the race, it's always better to wait until you get the run up or Rouge riding onto the camel straight.
Now. Yeah, this is the overtaking opportunity here. If he wants it. If he wants it. Look at the skeletal skull. That is definitely skeletal, I think, out of the He-Man series in the car up the road that Stephen Bird is sporting. But he's not worried about his helmet right now. He's worried about a very, very fast 119 car of Team PGZ behind. Because they're going to probably be doing this for the remainder of about 30 minutes and change for the race. Because I don't think they made their pit stop. So they're going to be back in it. Further up the road, of course, is the chicane. Online Racing Red against the MRP by Fields Academy. So that's a battle for the provisional lead of the GT3 Pro class too. So two major battles.
Oh, you can try down the inside. That would have been a brilliant move, but moved over very, very late. So I thought he's going to absolutely dive it down the inside. It's sort of hard braking zone, so that would have been difficult. But wow, that was a quick twitch to the right.
Do you have, if we get a second to see the replay of that incident that happened before that, because there was two cars that were involved in the bus stop chicane that was just ahead.
I have updates for you on those incidents.
Yes.
The two cars in the chicane, the Manatee Racing car, touched the grass under braking. They don't seem to be damaged, both cars, but our overall leader had drama with the Reiter Engineering full send car, making it flip, and it's currently creeping back into the pits.
Ooh.
Very
We need to get a
slow
replay of
with
that.
bent steering.
Oh,
So
wow.
that will probably end up being
have
a
a look.
penalty.
Let's have a look. Yeah, exactly. Right on cue. So what's going on here? Is this where you said hit the grass and had a spin?
No, that's the Reiter Engineering car.
Oh, it's already
that's
bent
by
here.
our LMP2 leader.
Yeah, that's the one that's limping back in right now. This is a little bit earlier. And this is probably the reason why. Can we rewind a little bit more? Sorry, I'm losing my voice. Rewind back a little bit, directly. We're trying to see what happened before that. Because that's caused a bit of a drama this evening, late in this racing endurance.
Yeah.
Here we go.
It was quite a big incident.
Yeah. So
Oh,
LMP
no!
left. That's what's happened, and boom! That's the flip. That hurts. And, well, we thought that, hey, the stewards were going to be very quiet up until this moment now.
Well, Biggles, what do you make of that?
I don't know if you go back again and just slow it
Because
down. I don't
they
know.
are
Maybe
side by side here.
That's a difficult call because it's a speed difference, obviously, the LMP. Now, I'm not sure, because the LMP caught him very quickly. Now, you're probably taking your racing line, thinking you're ready to turn into it. And blind spot right there, of course. LMP is side by side. It's like a road car. That is your blind spot.
But they're side by side at the moment they touch. I mean, the LMP makes the corner, I think.
You don't want to see it but late into a race when it's a situation of, you've been doing, 5.5 hours of racing already, and then something like that happens in the last possible moments, and that's a big repair to do. And that's
Vanity Racing has received a drive-through penalty for the incident in the bus stop chicane.
Oh, that was a little bit, yeah. That's another one incident we didn't quite see unless we get that on the replay, because that was happening as well with the bus stop chicane. That was because we were following the battle that was behind that.
Ask,
and this
we
could
provide.
Be much in the replay, right?
That is.
And there it is. We knew. I saw one car facing, and that was the car we saw as we went around the bus stop. So, that was, that's another one for the stewards to look at. Is this too much speed here? Locked up? Hit the back?
No, it's the grass. He touched the grass and then spun on the braking.
Oh, there. All right. Well, busy time for the stewards, of course. This is busy. And, back to the racing action, of course, and still there's a battle between...
Let's take a look on board with... Here we go. Yeah, I don't know what SDK is doing, but this should be the good one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is.
Here we go on board. Look on the left-hand side.
That's the grass there, isn't it? Under braking.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not intentional. It's a racing incident, you can say, because, he was not trying to turn in there, but obviously still get penalised. A lot of the LMPs are boxing right now as well. So 046 Racing, Platinum Racing, Bazinga Racing. Loose Scrooge just come out of the pit lane for the LMP2s.
Our two leaders haven't pitted yet. DCW and DLR. Both are still going.
And on top of it, DCW Racing Team just put in the fastest lap of the race.
But look who is back into the pit lane. 046 Racing back into the pit lane once again.
They missed their teammates. Look at this action that we're seeing right now. Two on the cameras is heating up all over the place between the mix and match of the different classes. There it is there. Yeah.
This battle's still going on, yeah.
It is. I told you it's going to go on, I think, for the rest of the race for sure. And now they have a car, a little bit of a slower car ahead of them. So how's that going to affect this?
This could be a chance for the PGZ to put it up alongside, but of course we go up to Blanchimont now. Not a place to go through side by side if the Ferrari just allows him to get back to his racing line. Yes, he does. Now he can tuck back into that slipstream. Look for the move, maybe into the bus stop chicane. Don't think, though, that he's close enough. We have seen moves happening from this far away, but these drivers are so closely matched that will probably not happen.
And the LMP in the bus stop has to just time it right there, because this is what we've seen. And the leader's into the pits at the moment, too, for the LMP. But the other LMP, they're going to let this other LMP go past as they make their way into turn one. And that's an opportunity right now. And we could very much be seeing a side-by-side to a Rouge that I've been wanting all race long. Will he tuck in behind? He's not left it just yet. Now he has. I still want to see it, guys. Come on.
Oh, but being so close to someone up or Rouge is very, very tricky now. The PGZ car, can it make the move up the Camel straight? Let's look on the nose of that car. It just does not have the speed.
No, the straight line speed, yes. As soon as he breaks the toe, he just dropped like a stone with your top speed. So he's going to have to think about getting it in the corners.
Is that a Porsche thing?
Porsche. Yeah, lots of changes at the moment. And is that the LMPs going in for the last time, guys?
Yeah,
you would have to say?
This is the last time for the LMPs. They can do about 40 minutes on a tank of fuel. We have 35 minutes left now. So, yeah, this is the last pit stop of the race. Anyone who pits now, it will be, if they've put in a full tank of fuel, it will be their last pit stop of the race.
They're still on the lead lap as well, too, which is amazing. So expect to see a showdown there. Expect to see a showdown, obviously, in the GT3 Pro class as well. They've made their pit stops, so don't expect them in anymore. And that's pretty much it for almost everybody at this point. as you'd mentioned, because we're down to the wire. 30 minutes to go, and here we go. Nowhere to get past just yet for the 119 car. He's trying. He's got the better cornering speed, you'd have to say, but as soon as he gets it into the air and breaks that toe, tries to break that toe, it's just no power there for the Porsche.
Man, look, the Porsche is still not able to really catch up to the BMW, even though it has slipstream. Look, still the same distance, even the BMW pulling away.
Yeah.
How was it dry? This must be, big mistake there from the BMW.
But this is the chance. If they make a mistake through the bus stop.
Good exit. This is the way to get it, maybe for the PGZ Porsche. They've put Stephen Bird under pressure. He's cracked under the pressure, but can he pull the mistake back? Can he keep the inside?
This is where if you're outside, you got to cut back on the inside, right there.
Is this then the side-by-side moment up Eau Rouge we've all been waiting for once again? It looks like that Porsche once again does not have the speed, but they're side-by-side up Eau Rouge. The Porsche though does lift.
What do you think about this one at the moment, Josh? Are you excited there, mate? You're eating your bratwurst with your mouth, heart rate through the roof.
Yeah, sadly the PGC Porsche has too much damage, I think, to pull this off. A lot of incidents came in now. Our leader, dealer of white, got a drive-through penalty for the incident with the Ferrari. He's also reported a second time that has only been noted with a warning. And then we have 2 open incident reports.
Oh, wow. So lots going on. And believe it or not, these guys are catching the LMP car pretty drastically. So it looks like there might be a bit of a nursing LMP2 car there with some damage, because you should not be catching an LMP car that quick.
Not at all.
Yeah. So here we go. So Endurance going in. 4-6 Racing again in the pit lane. Again. I don't know why. DLR, as she'd mentioned, so they've got some drive-thrus to go and get done. I got another LMP car behind him. That's a 78 car. And this is a crucial moment with everybody in this endurance race, because they can't afford to lose any milliseconds this crucial into a race.
Drive-through for Octopus Racing Team LMP2 causing a collision. Another penalty coming in. Not what you want to see, though.
I think at the moment, Team PGZ, they can't get the overtake down the straight line speed. So I think they're going to have to seize an opportunity either in a corner, maybe the bus stop, or wait for some lap traffic to be play and then park their car in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, but then they get ahead and then they have the damage, so the less greater lines, a straight line speed, and then they get overtaken once again, because in the slipstream, the Platinum Racing Team Orange BMW is 7/10 per straight faster.
The 40046 racing car came in for a splash and dash of fuel.
But it has been in the pits once again, so that's the 3rd time they've once again been in the pits.
Yeah, the DTR rotary car right now are pumping until P11 after they were leading this race just before. How things can quickly change.
Yeah,
that's the orange car in P11.
Oh, that's right. Sorry. Oh my God, there's a white and orange. So yeah, reverse that one and scratch that. Mistake there from the Biggles cast up. The first time I made mistakes.
You don't normally see that from the Biggles.
Oh, you do. Cast it a lot. It's yeah. So that's the 13 car at the moment, leading it by 12 seconds down the road from the other dealer, the correct one I was mentioning, the Rotary Industry white.
That still has to serve a drive-through, I think.
Yes.
So is this just granted the win, perhaps, to the ATRS?
If they don't get a drive-through, because we know the stewards are very easy with handing them out for free, then they are settled for the win. I think they can do whatever they want now. But
they say nothing in life is free. Well, drive a car outside the limits, or drive a car not according to the rule book, and then you'll get something for free.
Yeah, but also that you have to pay for in order to get into it.
Octopus Racing Team.
Oh, big snap for the BMW.
Oh, yes. Ooh. This is where it gets exciting, guys. You know that endurance races. The start of an endurance race in the first 30 minutes. You can make or break your race very easy. In the last 30 minutes of an endurance race, you can make or break it very easy as well. So this is it, crunch time, because now elbows are out. People realize any opportunity we have right now to gain places, this is the time to do it.
Yeah, up or roost they go. A little bit of traffic in play here for the GazX Racing team. Getting caught up by the 046 Racing.
He's gaining the speed big time to him, the slipstream. So the Orange Army are happy about the orange car. Randall Racing, big lock up in front of that too, as we go to replay real quick of what happens. It's flashing in the background there of the 30 car, I think it is, saying, get out of my way.
Oh, getting caught up. This is the Octopus LMP2.
So more for the stewards to look at here.
Oh no, that is a fault from the 505 car.
Now there's an anger moment. That's a, you know, Sebastian Vettel and Lewis Hamilton, like, he turned in on me kind of scenario. Interesting. Battle for P4 is heating up. Battles are everywhere heating up at the moment. Thank you guys for tuning in. And the leader's boxing. They're saving the drive-through penalty, as you said, I think. Yes, that's correct, isn't it? The ATRS. My apologies. It is the DRL.
Yes, they are serving their drive-through penalty.
But Randall, okay, so I don't know if they're going to come out maybe around, it's difficult to say they're going to come out around where this is at the moment of Randall Racing and the GazX Racing team. That's battling for P6 and P7.
They should come out ahead of DCW Racing. The gap is 1 minute 30. So they should be 30 seconds ahead.
Around that time, 30 to 20 seconds, I think.
And that's a lot. And Endurance have gone into the pit lane too, 505 and P8. So that's a lot of interesting things going on track at the moment.
That was our pit lane reporter, Joshua Meyer. But now this battle for P7 is heating up.
They're going to catch this car as they climb up through a rouge too, so that's going to be very difficult, very quickly catching. Got to get around. Oh, a rouge is scary enough, let alone have to face a GT3 car at 300 kilometers an hour.
And that's now going to allow the 36 car to get a great run on the GazX Racing team. He's going to try it down the inside, just a little bit too far back. If he's within, oh, the GazX car goes wide, and that has allowed the Randall Racing car to go through. Now the GazX Racing car has to watch out that it doesn't.
That one. Is that just too much focusing on your mirrors behind and not looking ahead? Pressure's mounted and crumbled a little bit. We'll have a look at that. Just you can obviously just overcorrect. Yeah, what do you think about that one then, Joshua?
Things happen. Especially when you're battling now in the last 20 minutes of the race. When the emotions get high.
You should definitely be my race engineer, mate. You know, it's just you would keep me very calm.
Oh, look at this then. Look at this for a battle. It has finally turned in the favor of PGZ Motorsport. 5/10 is the gap now. They finally got past the Platinum Racing Team Orange.
Can you find a replay of that one real quick? Because that's the great thing about our racing. We can get back and have a look at those replays. He must have done it, and we wanted to see where it was done because we've been working on that now for at least 20 or so minutes and change. So where was it done? Has to be a corner.
Oh, Puon! Oh no! Up the inside. Yeah, he had to lift. Beautiful move. And this is exactly what you said. He knows he has the speed in the corner. So where does he try it? The fastest corner on the circuit, apart from Blanchimont.
And do you think that was a flick of the lights there from Platinum Racing Team Orange? I think that was like, well done. That's off to you for that pass.
Yeah.
It looked clean. It looked good. It looked fun. And it looks like that sportsmanship saying, yep, you got it. And now he's got to get out of the way, of course. He's got a little bit of a LMP sandwich happening here. Ooh, you can see that a 30 car had to get a little bit twitchy there. 50 car saw, but we've seen this. There's a lot of greed from the LMP2 cars here, doing unnecessarily moves per se in corners where they shouldn't be, and they've been involved in a lot of those drive-through penalties because of it. And meanwhile, remember that these other guys aren't just sitting there deliberately trying to slow them down. They are racing, of course, in a different class. The GT3s don't want to lose too much time as well.
Yeah.
I do have an interview for you guys with someone from GTS Racing. Oh, he just left again.
Yeah. You might have to get him a hold off for a second while we got to, because this is another run here. Straight line speed we've seen. from the Platinum Racing team.
If he can stick behind, this might be
Look at the
an
different
opportunity.
racing line. He just braked a little bit too early there. It's almost reminds me of like a Formula 1 if they're trying to deliberately lift off there to get the DRS, but there's no DRS, of course. And let's have a look at the straight line speed. He's going to climb up through.
Yeah, he's going to catch him through a Rouge. He might get the run a little bit too early, but he lifted off. Oh, look at the snap from the Porsche. But he's going to go side by side now, and the straight line speed, like I said, from that BMW is way more superior than the Porsche behind him now. Of course, that Porsche from PGZ has damage, defends the inside, and once again, PGZ lose all progress that they've made. They were a second ahead when they got on to the back straight before Blanchimont, and now they are 3/10 behind.
The rear end, the 114 looked a little bit swirly-wally, and we go, well, the 119 now knows. Okay, he's played his cards. He says, I can get you Lacombe. Sorry, Pouon. So that's where he's going to be thinking. I don't think he's going to think about right now. He's a little bit too far back, but he can size him up. He has a little bit of time to get it done. Right about those interviews, aren't you, Joshua? Oh, they've gone as well, too. Well, I think we have to pull that driver in for a second, but they're basically coming and going like the penalties have been dished out here this evening in the last moments of the dying endurance race. So that's great. Any other battles we need to be looking at and focusing on, guys? Because the LMPs are a little quiet. Well, they're not really that quiet. Platinum team right now putting pressure on Bazinga Motorsport, and that is definitely for a P4 position. I don't think they have to come in and out of the pit lane anymore, but that's probably one of your closest battles that you're going to see. Ignore that timing tower between DRL and ATRS. It's always been stuck on 101 second for forever, but it's not.
It's minutes. That's why.
That's 1 minute and one. Okay, change. Okay, there it is. Oh, ATRS has gone to the pit lane again, so that'll probably switch through this one.
Yes, but they will come out very close behind. They do have to make this pit stop, as we said earlier. They don't have enough fuel. So
well,
the penalty for DLR will give them a fighting chance. We also have Platinum Racing Team Blue very close to the MRP by Fields Academy car, battling for P3 and GT3 Pro.
And PGZ goes in the pit lane as well too. That's very interesting. They were battling it out, and now their chances of that close battle with the Austrian sim racers has probably dropped. As a very late pit stop there for the GT3. We didn't expect any more.
I have to correct myself. The ATRS car got a drive-through and has to do a pit stop later.
Oh
no!
Joshua could be gone here. That's very interesting.
Joshua, remember, you said they did a splash and dash. They've done their splash and dash already. This is just a drive-through that they would have got.
No.
Anyways.
That was 046 Racing that did their splash and dash. ATRS still is due in the pit lane.
Okay. Well, they're out of it now. 3.4 seconds ahead.
And look at this. Platinum, as you can see, battling it out. Look at the LMP in the background. Wants to get past this, the 63 car. But these guys aren't going to let him pass because they want to battle. They can't afford to lose his position. 63 is going to go, where can I go? Outside, inside, anywhere. They did eventually let him through.
This is going to be then a slipstream battle. We've seen that the BMW is generally quicker on the straight than the Porsche. So probably it's going to be done at the end of a Rouge.
We suspect, right, as well.
Yeah, but the BMW has always been quicker on the straight in general, a little bit, a K or 2, 3 than the Porsche. Look at the speed that Winston Eckel has. This is for P3. This is to get on the podium in the first race of the season. He's side by side, alongside into Lecomte. He's going to have to do it around the outside, a move that not a lot of people have pulled off, but he has to do it. 20 minutes to go, and also this time round, Fields Academy car.
And they're going to have to lift in a minute too, because look who's flying in the background there. The AKA 046 don't want to be in a pit lane anymore, racing team. Look where they're going to have to do this. They're both going to have to lift up a little bit.
This is going to allow the
opportunity, sneaking it there, but not quite enough.
Oh, that was very smart driving from Winston Eckel. He's almost pushing him, and he is pushing him through. I did hear the contact. And now on to Pouon. Is he going to try the same move that PGZ did on the Brown Racing Team car? No, he is not.
Left to an LMP in the background as well, so this is going to be interesting. But if that was an LMP driver at the moment, if I was a spotter, say, don't even go there at the moment. You've got to stay behind him, because these guys are battling.
And he is. He is staying behind them, but he can't stay behind them for too much longer. The 78 car at the moment not in the top 11 in the LMP2 class and still stuck behind the GTs.
Yeah, they're not going to let them pass, mate. It would be risky and bold and brave if you're going to throw that LMP car into a fence. Because these guys, mate, they're not going to yield to anybody if they don't have to. Of course, eventually at this point they did. But there, yeah, you don't want to be around these guys at the moment, okay? Because it's hot, it's steamy, it's cooling down, hopefully, the temperature, but not inside these cars because they want that. They want that position, of course. This is battling for P3, essentially, in the LMP class.
And look at that, he's almost going for it up the inside. Winston Eckel has been trying to get this podium position. Last season around, they bottled the win because Winston Eckel was clutching in with the LMP2. Let the clutch come up and did it in too low of a gear. Spun the rear tires round and they lost the win just like that. Hopefully Winston Eckel this time round doesn't bottle it for the team. Knowing Winston Eckel, he won in the GT3 car. He's one of the fastest drivers. I am sure about that in this field, in this GT3 car. Up Eau Rouge, ready on they go on the back of the MRP by Fields Academy Porsche. I think this time round he's a little bit too far back.
Yeah, Joshua, what would you do, mate? What would you do right now if you're the engineer here?
I would tell them to wait. Just wait until the race goes on a bit. You know, get back in. The 78 car didn't need to overtake them. They are 2 laps down from the car ahead. GTS Racing Team just received a 30-second stop and hold for causing a collision.
That's yeah.
Which team was that again?
You just
GTS Racing Team has received a penalty, 30-second stop and hold. We also have 2 more open incident reports coming in right now. With a drive-through for the 505 Endurance number 50. And the PGC Motorsport 119 is also under investigation.
Okay. Winston Eckel is driving in the mirrors of this MRP by Fields Academy Porsche. He is trying to find a way past. He can feel that he's faster. He just has to do it. And it's easier said than done. But now he has the run. Look at this. The run out of the dual right-hander. Is he going to do it up to Blanchimont? Is he going to try it up the inside of Blanchimont? He is! Up the inside he goes. They're side by side going into Blanchimont. Winston Eckel has to lift. And slot in behind once again. He's going to try it into the bus of chicane. Winston Eckel can feel he's faster. He can see he's faster. He just has to get past. And I think once he gets past...
the Porsche Ricardo is a little bit quicker in the cornering speed, of course. So, you know the Porsche is quicker in the cornering, but we know that the BMW's got a bit more straight line speed. So, it's up to Ricardo Fernandez to defend where he needs to defend and get a good exit out of the corners, because this is when the monster of the BMW of Winston Eckel is going to get that catch as they're going to make their way, obviously, into the first corner and then eventually up to the Eau Rouge right now. Here we go. So he's dropped back a little bit here, so didn't get a very good exit.
No, I think Winston Eckel is a little bit too far back this time round. 3.5 tenths when they go over the DRS line. Of course, no DRS in this car, so it's a reference point for the drivers.
Look at the LMP's approaching right in the dangerous place through Lacombe.
He's going to try and follow the LMP.
He's going to go through Lacombe, and that's going to allow the window open. It's, as James would say, you leave your door open, you'll get burgled.
He tried to follow the LMP through, and watch, he's going to dive to the inside very late. He's just driving in the mirrors of that 101 MRP by Fields Academies. I know Winston. He wants to be all over that mirror. He wants to show himself. He's a very smart driver, as you saw. He wants to try and lift together with the LMP. Of course, the slipstream from the LMP takes him with him. He's going to try and do that once again now. The LMP just gets ahead of the 101.
And they got another one in the background as well, too, as ATRS just lost the lead of this race for their drive-through penalty. But here it is. They got to move. He just realized there was an LMP to the inside. Oh, he can tuck behind the LMP, try to get a slipstream.
He's going to have to go the long way around. Not working this time round, but he forced him to the inside. Now he can get the better exit onto the double right-hander. Once again, is he going to try it into Blanchimont maybe? Not a place that I would do it personally, but knowing Winston Eckel, he's way quicker than me and also a way better driver than me, so probably the best driver to do it for. But I think the 101 is going to keep the inside here.
George Russell and Valtteri Bottas about go through Blochmont. I can try that one before, but here it is. ATS is still in the pit lane. ATRS, of course, in the LMP, but we're watching this battle, of course. That's been going on for about 30 minutes right now. 2 for Nail. BMW versus Porsche.
And he now has him round the outside. That will give him the inside for the second part. Usually we see the incident that the car on the outside then just turns in and the car on the inside has nowhere to go. Taps the car ahead of him around, but luckily we did not see that this time round. But that has compromised his run onto the straight. But now let's see what he can do. If he is within 3.5 tenths, he might be able to pull off a move. It is 4 tenths, but can he be within 2 tenths when they get across that DRS line?
Yeah, without the DRS, of course, because those wings won't open. They're so slim as they are. Climbing their way up through a Rouge, down to Camel Straight. Once again, this is where the speed is. 505, of course, has had to go in and serve that penalty. ATRS has come back out and served that penalty 34 seconds down the road. But this is it. Battle. Traffic up the road as well. Moving across wisely. No! Opportunity of swinging out to the right there. The traffic as they go through Lacombe. So now, are they separated by a back marker? No, they're not. They're stuck behind a back marker here. They have to get around. And look at the LMPs going to be in the mix here. Oh, no. This could go very pole-shaped.
Oh, Winston Eccles, where are you going?
Blink for a second, yep.
LMP got through fine.
Yeah, but they're stuck behind 294 car. And this is going to back them up, of course. Into one.
The ATRS car came in for the splash and dash. They served their penalty earlier. DCW is now in P2.
35 seconds down the road, so they eventually got past they cleared the other car. And it's on tooth and nail as we're getting almost close to 10 minutes left in this race. Unfortunately, I would like to see some of those battles happening with the LMP2 cars, but it's all been sorted out because of those penalties and pit stops and drive-throughs. This has been the action all for the last evening of this race. And it's keeping Dan excited and hyped, isn't it, Dan?
Oh, yeah, they're going to go side by side.
There is another battle occurring between P4 and P5 to the LMPs, too. But keep an eye on this for now, because we've got replays to go back to.
Look at this then. Winston Eccles once again closing up. He's going to have to do it around the outside once again. Can he keep it there on the exit and on the entry of the last quarter to the left? No, he can't. Once again going to compromise his exit onto the straight. But that slipstream will tow him back up to the back of that Porsche. Then through La Source, he is trying to find a good exit to try and maybe try something.
It's all about the Porsche now, yeah, because he's got the cornering speed. He knows he can't have the straight line speed, but he knows he's getting the exit speed good now. He's worked on it, perfected that, I guess, for some time now, being behind essentially the car of Platinum. Now they're ahead, and he knows this is where, as a pit lane exit, shouldn't be a problem. But he knows that if he gets straight through there as good as possible, this is where the comeback will be on Platinum. Another LMP, of course, is going to throw a sparrow in the mix. It should clear him by the time they get to Lacombe. It will. He's actually going to be clever to tuck in behind the LMP2 car to get maybe a little bit of a tow. But once again, main focus is now defending against Platinum that has the little bit more of a straight line speed. And what happened to that? And there's also that battle brewing, of course, remember, between Bazinga and the other Platinum racing team. We have 2 Platinum racing teams. We have an LMP Platinum racing team, and we have a GT3 Pro racing team. Have a look at that battle too, mate, as well. So I want to see how that's also brewing up there for the LMP2s, because they're within a second battling out for P4.
That's a lie. Look at that.
It's a lie?
17 seconds.
Forget that then. My apologies. Go back to the other battle then. Sorry.
That's a lie from SDK.
Yeah.
But once again, look how close he is through Puon. He's going to try it around the outside. Not a place to do it here in the piff path. He does go alongside fully, but has to back out once again. And now that has compromised his run into the chicane. He can't try it into the chicane, but the Ferrari is all over the back of the Platinum Racing League car now. He'll probably be sitting like, go away, I want to fight the car ahead of me, not you. But it's a part of racing.
Who is the Ferrari as well, too? Is that?
It's the Reiter.
It's a lap car.
Yeah, it's the Reiter Racing Full Send.
We've got to remember Javier Chavez and the Astro Racing team is leading this class, and they have about a 15-second gap to the chicane online racing, so that's still brewing. The time's not on their side. 10 minutes to go.
1 minute and 20 seconds
is
the gap.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, and my time was out of place, so I'll just ask you guys. But we do know what we're seeing right now within a battle between, if I'm not mistaken, Winston and Fernando. That's a battle for P3 and 2, right? For the GT3 pros.
Yes.
We're watching.
This is a battle for P3 and P4.
Yeah. We've been watching this. And unfortunately, guys, this is the closest battle on track. So unless anybody has a major crash or incidents, they're going to be sticking the pictures on these two cars for now. Unless you guys out there that are in the other LMP2, why don't you slow down a little bit and let's bring some action to this race or not? Anyway, just come on. You want the pictures on you? Your sponsors, right? Your sponsors need advertising. LMP will get past, the LMP2 will get past here. Down, not sure if you're down the Camel Straight or not. No.
It's actually up the Camel Straight because it goes up.
Yeah, it does. Is this, by the way, it's not rescanned yet, isn't it? From
no,
the
it's not,
did
sadly.
This year in Spa. Hey, what's GazX Racing Team going to pit lane? Anything you heard there, Josh? P8, GazX into the pit lane, and they're going to lose a place for sure.
Look at this side-by-side through no name for P3 and P4. Banner Race Team finally able to try it. He's going to go around the outside. This will give him the better line for Puon. But the Porsche, once again, with that superior cornering speed, looking to try and get ahead. Winston Eckel gets forced out wide. That's the risk you take for putting yourself on the outside. You put yourself on the penalty spot, as he likes to say. Not what you want to see there, but hey, Winston Eckel put himself on the penalty spot and got thrown into the net and had to go wide.
Maximum risk and maximum reward. That's how you drive. You were talking about it before in the chat. I remember you saying if gap car, it has to be. And when you're getting down to about 8 minutes left of a motor racing you've been doing for 5 hours and 52 minutes, you don't want to finish behind the other car. You want a podium place for the GT3s. It's there. It's up for grabs. Who wants it is the key. And what we do want to see, obviously, please, guys, is nobody not getting anywhere and killing each other. But
around the outside once again. He is going to be able to keep it there now. The Fields Academy car has to give him the room. Does so. Once again, side by side. This is amazing to see Biggles with only 7 minutes to go now. The gap is 0.2 of a second after 5 hours and 35 minutes. He's going to try it up the inside of the source. He can't turn in. That will compromise the exit of the Porsche. And he will now be able to tow up behind them. This is, I can surely say, this is the move.
I still wanted to see the side-by-side through Rouge, but it's not going to happen. I need my heart to slow down a little bit. I need Josh to calm me down. Josh, you said, okay, we asked you before to slow down and make the move, but I don't think they're going to get that at the moment, Josh. When do you think he's going to get this done? Who do you think can win this, Josh?
He's going to try it around the outside, though. They're fully alongside now, both. Once again, the outside. He's making the Fields Academy car as wide as possible. The inside now for the PRL or for the PRT car. And he's going to try it around the outside.
There's marbles on the outside of the track too, which means you're going to lose a bit of traction.
But Winston Eckel finally got past P3 now for the Platinum Racing team car. But the Porsche up the inside once again with that superior corner speed. He's going to try it around the outside of no name, but that position is finally done for Winston Eckel. The only thing he has to do now is drive away.
And they're going to allow the other LMP2 car, because again, I was always scared at the moment, so be careful if this battle guys out on track. Your spotter should be well aware. Yes. Cool, calm, and collective, Josh. Are you? You got about 6 minutes to be stressed, and then you can relax.
I'm never stressed.
It sounds like it. Exactly.
Morning, Heister in the chat. What a move by Winston Eckel. Definitely what a move by Winston Eckel. Beautiful move, but the 101 car not out of this yet. Still straights to go, and if he can keep it within 5 or 6 tenths, he is not to be ridden out for the Camel Straight.
It's got to come down. I honestly think it's amazing, isn't it? When you go through a 6-hour endurance race, tooth to nail, and all of a sudden it's regardless of how much time you're going to have, you're going to come down to the last corner on the last lap of the last minute of the race to decide who's going to win between these two drivers. Who's going to come off better, of course.
Yeah, look at the superior speed through the chicane. Gains 3 tenths. And that will put him right in contention for the Camel Straight. Is he maybe going to try it on the entry to the source? Not really. He knows that he has to maximize his exit. Does so. The BMW goes wide. And this is once again completely onto the Camel straight. 2.5 tenths at the start of the straight here. Up to our Rouge Radio we go.
Come on, guys, I want side by side. Not yet, but do it in the last lap if you have to.
Look at that gap. It's almost less than 1.5 tenths. This is maybe the move for the MRP Fields Academy. Porsche is also going to be looking around the outside. The BMW, as smart as the MRP Porsche was, is going to send them around the outside. Can the Porsche keep it there? The answer is no, he can't.
No, he can't on the outside there of Lacombe. It's not the best place to be. You don't want to be on the racing line going into Lacombe because unless you got an awesome exit speed, which you didn't. And now he's going to be tucked in behind the BMW again and go, all right, I've had to do this all racing long, so let me just go back to my back box of magic tricks and try another one. Reach it and grab it. You have about 4 minutes, maybe only 3 minutes or so to go to see if you can pull out some more of those ace cards. If you're a gambling man, well, guess what? It's not Las Vegas. It's Spa. So here it is, and it's come down to the wire in this championship. Of course, we got to remember that the Javier and the Austro racing team will get this class there from the chicane. But for now, this is the highlight, as well as the LMP2 class. Should be definitely won there by the DLR Rotary Team White.
Yeah, with only 3 minutes to go now. This is an amazing battle between the PEC or the Platinum Racing
Another
Team
LMP car split up big time and cost a bit of time. Now, we're not blaming the LMP2 cars because he's in his own race. It's what's caused a lot of time. And that's the difficult part, lifting and trying to allow them through. Being nice, of course, being gentleman about it. But yeah, I don't know at this point. Do you agree, Joshua? I wouldn't be so kind in allowing these fast LMP2 cars pass because they're not even in a close battle anymore. I don't think you should let them pass. I think you race your heart out. And when they can get past, they get past.
But it can lead to incidents, and you don't want this now in the fight. You know, getting the car ahead or getting yourself
but you're in your own fight. I mean, if somebody's got to take you in a corner, I'd be like blocking. I'm sorry, but I'd be very unpopular with the stewards. But the other cars aren't going to gain or lose anything. There's no major close battle with the LMP2 cars right now. So if they lose a second or two or three in a couple of corners, it's no big deal. But these guys can't afford to lose a second right now in their battle.
They can't. Look how close it is once again. Coming up to the Camel Straight. He's once again going to be shown the outside by Winston Enkel. Can he keep it around the outside this time? He stayed into the slipstream for longer. They break almost at the same time. Winston Enkel goes wide, and that's going to allow the MRP car to get the switch back. That was on edge from Winston Enkel. Later than the latest breaker there today. I think that's the latest that has been broken there in that corner.
Last of the late corner breakers or whatever. This is definitely coming down to the absolutely wire. We have about a minute and change, as I said. Hours and hours have gone by of racing. It doesn't matter. And there's also another close battle, believe it, brewing behind them between Platinum Team Orange and Austrian sim races. So something's occurred really drastically there. Maybe somebody's made a mistake. So two very close tooth-and-nail battles between the GT3 Pro class at the end. So spicing it up, of course. But we're going to have to remember there are the 23 car that will be coming very soon to winning this race in the LMP class. LMP2 class, of course. And Jean-Paul should be the man driving that car across the line.
Starting the white flag lap.
Check flag.
He's going on his last lap now.
Yep.
He's white flag.
So white flag for our leader.
The white flag now for the final time this evening. As they're going to be the final time around a Spa, a 7-kilometer track as well too. In 6 hours you had to do it. And believe it or not, what's amazing, out of 53 class field, we've only about 6 or 7 cars retired, so that's pretty impressive.
Is that the Platinum Racing Team call round? The 318. The 117 is still in P3, but the 318 has gone round.
And the 318 car.
That is in the middle of the Camel Straight.
He's bend it, and you'd hate to see it on the last lap of the race. So close to the checkered flag. I want you to push that car across the line if you need to.
That car is still P3 in the AM champ.
Time to not get it done.
That car is still P3 in the AM battle, but look how hampered that car is.
Just tap it home. Get out and push it if you need to. What's happening
Austrian
there?
sim racers just completed their overtake on the Platinum Racing Team Orange for P5.
They did as well too. We'll go back to that replay for sure in a minute because we're going to obviously have to look at the leaders crossing the race to finish it up. We have replays, so we'll definitely see that overtake because there must have been damage. Something happened there because they caught him tooth and nail.
They caught him
We
tooth
got
and
replays
nail.
coming, guys. Don't worry. There's a lot of action here. We're going to capture on the last dying seconds of this race. Barney's
Platinum
gonna be waving
Racing
that
Team
flag soon.
Blue seems to have had an incident with the MRP car.
Oh, so the stewards aren't going home anytime this evening from this track.
The stewards are
They're
not
gonna be
going home
probably staying
anytime
overnight, for
early.
sure.
The DLR Rotary Industry White car has overcome every challenge that this race has thrown at him. Into the bus stop chicane they go for one last time. It is one Paul Simon bringing that car across the line to win the 6 hours of Spa by Apex Tech Racing Supplies. And they win. In other classes, it is, at the moment, Jordi Lopez leading the way for Octopus Racing Team Black. He has Blanchimont and the bus of chicane to go to bring this car to victory in the GT3 AM class. Behind him, though, is Xavier Chavet, who has led the whole race in the GT3 Pro class. But one final time through the chicane for Octopus Racing. And Jordi Lopez will come across the line to win the GT3 AM class for the
Bravo.
Octopus team.
Yeah.
Xavier Chavet, now the last leader of a class to come across the line. He has a lap over P2. That's how dominant this team has been. Chicane Online Racing Red already finished in P2. But look, MRP Fields Academy got P3 in the end. Where's Platinum Racing Team Blue? Did they run out of fuel?
Whoa.
No, they had a big incident. The whole front of that BMW is missing. We might need a replay of that.
Astro Racing Agenza comes across the line to win the GT3 Pro class.
Yes.
And they're all our winners.
If that is a lap down or not. Wow, guys. 3 classes, 3 champions, 53 gladiators. Grilled it out on one of the best racing courses on the planet. Let's have a look at some replays now.
Oh, the scene that happened. Here we have it from a little bit earlier.
We need
It's
even
together
earlier.
with the MRP.
Yeah, you gotta rewind that back and see what happened before that because that was involving, and it also influenced some of the other
You have
racing.
to do it like this then, otherwise it won't go back.
There we go.
Oh,
Ooh,
big
that's
net code.
A net code. Yeah, that's what it looked like to me. Stuart's obviously will tell us about all that at the end. But make sure you do not leave, guys, because even though the race is finished, it ain't over. We got replays, we have interviews, we've got a lot to talk about here in the post-race show.
Wow.
ECW Racing finishing P2 in LMP2. If you remember, Dan, in the second hour, they were a lap down.
Yeah. That is absolutely
just-
amazing.
They just stayed clean, didn't get any penalties, and it paid off.
So can we go back to that overtake as well too that we saw in the GT3 class, not the battle we've been watching, but the other battle, because there was a very late charge, unless that was exactly what guys were showing, but you were just trying to calculate what just happened in the dying stages of this race, because there was a lot that happened. Was that overtake?
Here we
I don't know
have
which
it.
drivers, so
The
that's why we
Austin
have
Sim
cool,
Races
calm Josh
BMW.
here to let us know.
Oh, very smart there,
There it
using
is.
the LMP as traffic to get up the outside. That was very smart driving there from the ASR car.
On the last lap of the last dying corners, timing it perfectly to get it done. Traffic is sometimes your best and worst enemy. In this case, it's buy that LMP car a beer, I'd say, to help you out on that one.
Yeah. Wow, guys, it's absolutely amazing to see all these drivers come across the line. But there's one team that has won it, and I think we can hear what they are doing.
By the way, too, we've got to talk to them. Yeah, do some burns, my friend. Those tires are non-refundable, so don't worry about that. celebrate, and that's a team, of course, because it's a team of drivers. It's a team of everything, and you can rotary that industry car around any day of the week because the number 23 car has done it.
Oh, a good spin.
Spa.
And that is stuck there forever.
Yeah, we'll get towed back. I'm sure they didn't want to worry about returning the car right now because they're going to be back down there in the top step of the podium and shaking some champagne.
Here we have it then. The result for you? Do we have it? Come on, result, you can do it.
It'll come up in a second, my friends. Calculating the 53 cars. There you go.
There we go. DLR Rotary Industry Wide coming across the line with a minute to spare over P2 DCW Racing PEC winning the race. And DCW in second. ATRS Esports 13 in third place. Fourth, Bazinga Motorsports. And those were all the cars on the same lap as the leader. Platinum Racing Team, LMP2 in fifth. Platinum Racing Team having a very good day until the end where the 811 and the 117 or the 113 all got spun round at the same place on the Camel Straight. So something to look at for them. Randale Racing in 6th, 7th, 046 Racing. They were looking very strong throughout the whole race. A drive-through penalty, 2 actually drive-through penalties, and a splash and dash in the end made sure that they finished outside the lead lap and in P7. Loose Crew Racing in P8. P9 for Gazax Team LMP. P10 for DLR Rotary Industry Orange. P11 for Lithium Motorsports. 505 Endurance in P12. Octopus Racing Team LMP2 in 13th. 14th TSR Racing. 15th Writer Engineering Esports. And the last of our LMPs, Digital Spirit DS Racing with, yeah, let's say a chaotic race for them. Then on to the GTs. Astro Racing, Agenza, Moderna with a dominant performance out here in the 6 hours of Spa. They win by a lap over all their competitors in P19. It's MRP by Fields Academies in P3. Chicane Online Racing Red finished in P2. I'm sorry for that. Of course, MRP Fields Academy involved in that battle with Platinum Racing Team Blue. So they snatched that third place away. Let's see what the stewards think of that. I think that it's a racing incident because it was netcode and there was nothing that the MRP by Fields Academy could do about that. Astro Racing Cellular Mode in P20 and in P4 of the GT Pro. P5 in the GT Pro, like I said, Platinum Racing Team Blue. Austin Sim Races Sign in P6. P7 for Platinum Racing Team Orange. PGZ Motorsports in P8. P9 for Austin Sim Races Orange. P10 No Limits Sim Racing Octopus Racing Team in P11 and AVL Racetech Sim Racing Team in P12. Then we move on to Manatee Racing Black in P13. And our winner in the AM class is the Octopus Racing Team Black car ahead of the Sylvan Motorsports. And then in P32 overall, the GTS Black Team. And P3 in the GT3 AM class is the Platinum Racing Team Red, who were leading for a big portion of that race. P4 in the GT3 AM class is Crips, and P5 there is YS Motorsports 01. Netrex Grand Prix GT3 in P36 overall. P37 Rider Racing SR Technic in P38. P39 is for RFRO Orange. Got it in the end. Chicane Online Racing Orange in P40. P41 Trackside Esports Endurance Orange. 046 Racing GT3 in P42 overall. Right Engineering Full Send in P43. P44 by Visa Motorsports. P45 Verve Racing Team Black. P46 DLR Rotary Industry Red. And Skin Lab DS Racing in P47. As it suddenly goes off. Matt Sim Sports 111 in P38 of P48. P49 Trackside Esports Endurance and P2. P50 for Austin Sim Races Yellow. Arvensis Racing Red in P51. P52 for Platinum Racing Team Black. And not starting this race, sadly, is Trackside Esports Endurance Blue.
Got through that absolutely brilliant there, Dan. Of course, there's a lot to go through, and we still have a lot to talk about, no doubt, here at the Platinum Racing League with the PEC Season 2. Obviously presented by the fantastic team at the Apex Tech Racing Supply, and that is at the bottom there, powered by, slap that in your web browser, apextechracing.supply. and get the supplies you need, because we're going to need to refill and restock what just happened in this fantastic race. Of course, the 6 grueling hours of Spa have come to a closure. The curtains are now closing, but we're going to be obviously talking to the drivers, talking to the teams, evaluating what's happened. And if you guys thought this was a fantastic race, do us a favor, give us a bit of a thumbs up out there, because the team, the league, and everybody and all the drivers, of course, multiple drivers, hundreds of drivers, and 53 cars have put the effort in to deliver you this fantastic race.
Well, a fantastic race it was. Everyone, of course, welcome for an interview at the end of the race. No one in the waiting room at the moment, so I think we'll reflect on the race with just us 3 commentators. Sad that Edward can't be here. He was, of course, he would of course.
That's fine. Yeah, I actually want to ask a little bit of a question, because Joshua was monitoring all that action in the LMP2 pit lane garage. Because remember, well, about 30 minutes before the end of the race, everybody was almost on a lead lap in the top 10 of the LMPs, and then all of a sudden those penalties went thick and fast. Josh, what happened?
We had 3 contenders, DCW, ATRS and DLR, for the win. ATRS, obviously, with the non-fuel saving strategy, letting them an extra pit stop, which they did complete in the end. They would have come out in P2 from that, but then their drive-through penalty threw them out behind DCW Racing, about 9 seconds behind them.
Which was a lot of time to try to do in lap traffic all over the place. Exactly. Race director, if you can go back and show us that top results there, of course. So John Paul there for the DRL rotary team, as we saw, the rotary team industry white. Got it done. The other rotary team industry, DRL, for the LMP, finished in P10. But you got, I can't actually say their positions gained and losses, actually, because my telemetry is wrong. But it got it done, the 23 car, and almost by a minute.
1 position gained.
The biggest loser in the LMP2 field was the biggest winner was the Platinum Racing Team LMP2, moving up 12 positions from their original starting position of 17th.
I'll take
For
that.
the
Any day of the week.
GT3s,
Yep.
I'm pretty sure that it's Platinum Racing Team Orange, moving up 15 positions. They started
17.
P40 and got all the way to P23, so it's even 17 positions.
So are you saying at the moment that if you want to be picking up a trophy on the podium for the most position gained, then you need to have the word platinum in your racing team name? Would that be correct?
Yeah.
No, you need to be Sylvan Motorsports. They have gained 1 position more.
Ooh.
18.
Oh, okay. So silver trumps platinum.
Yeah, you are correct in that. The biggest loser in this race is Trackside Esports PEC LMP2. They lost 38 places, of course.
There's no losers in the team, but there's no losers in the race. It's just like less gained per se. We'll use the kind words, because you all win if you get the car across the line. I can guarantee you that.
They did not get the car across the line.
Oh, well, there you go. But anyway, they tried. They could, and it's experience, isn't it? You gain. You win some, you lose some. But once again, I don't like that word, the L word. I think it's a win-win for everybody at the end of the day. You just can't win every single race. It's an endurance race. I missed the start, guys, so I'm sure there's a lot. You can. But you can actually get some free stuff that we've seen this evening from everybody, isn't it? Free penalties.
Yeah. Well, Joshua, I think you were there in the beginning when we saw the 2 GT cars go side by side up a Rouge. When I think it was the 505.
Do you want to scroll back through that? I might be like going through about 1,000 hours of footage, but you may be able to find it. I don't know. We've got a bit of time to do that. Actually, I know I can't help you on that one, unfortunately, because I joined a little bit late when you woke me up with the cars screaming around the 7-kilometer track. We're still going to wait, obviously, for some drivers to have an interview, because, I mean, at the moment, they're down there shaking champagne, celebrating with their crew, or having their helmets on and putting their face planting themselves. I think we might have some replays here on cue soon. To get rid of the overall fix. Yeah, Dan's got it covered. 6 hours, Dan's been doing. Actually, not 6 hours. Dan's been doing this a lot more than 6 hours. Remember. has been here trackside for a few hours way before the event. And what are we looking at here currently at the moment, Dan?
There should be a crash from Thomas Burling. Just going through all the crashes now, but it seems like SDK can't load that far back.
Yeah, you might be right. It's really hard to actually get that in. Try it in 24-hour races, mate. It gets really all messed up. Thankfully, we don't have to worry about that. I mean, you got to remember, 6 hours of Spa is a lot. And here is a side by side. This LMP going the inside, yes, and
One team that we have to congratulate and talk about is DCW Racing. They did not receive a single penalty this race.
and they finished P2.
Yeah.
Yep.
From a lap down in hour 2.
All right, so they get the FedEx. Now they get the Rolex Time Award. They'll get free Rolexes actually for not getting any penalties.
The Apex Tech Racing Supply.
Right.
Cleanest driver of the race, or cleanest team of the race.
So that's even better than a Rolex any day of the week then.
Yes.
They even had the fastest lap, as far as I'm aware, of the whole race.
Like, what do you have, or what's a Rolex worth if it only shows time, and you can also buy a watch that costs 20 euros, which will also show the time. Maybe the watch from Rolex is more accurate, but you can just tune the...
No, I'll take Apex any day over a Rolex watch, mate.
Exactly.
For sure. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I'm pretty sure DCW Racing has the fastest lap of the race too. I'm going through them now, but I cannot find
Still waiting for my
anyone that went quicker.
Bratwurst there, Josh. But yeah, I mean, I know you've been busy down there everywhere, running around. For 6 hours now too, Josh, mate. You can't keep a great Dutch caster, engineer, and just a great general bloke down, can you?
I'm not Dutch.
Oh, you're not Dutch? Sorry, you sound Dutch. My apologies now. All right, now,
You sound Dutch. You made it even worse by saying he sounded Dutch.
He does sound Dutch. What nationality are you, my friend?
MRP by Fields Academy just received a 45-second penalty post-race.
Ooh, stewards are coming in. I told you guys to hang around because the race is over. Barney's flown the checkered flag, but we still have things to talk about. There are still stewards crunching through information to try to give last-minute stuff. We'll get interviews, of course, too. We haven't heard from the drivers. We will in a second, I believe.
I have an interview for us with a driver, or more a engineer today, because he couldn't drive, from the not only cleanest team, but also quickest team, single lap-wise.
So who are we bringing in the interview box there, Josh?
Joost J. Bouwmeester.
Okay.
That's me.
Oh, welcome.
Yes. I figured I would say the name because he's Dutch and I am Dutch as well, so I could.
You didn't
say
want
the
me
name
to
the
pronounce it. That's the reason why. But as an engineer, right? It's confirmed tonight. How happy are you of your team performance?
I didn't really expect to get P2 in the end. We were actually settling in for P4 with the pace the guys up front had, but then things happened and people got penalties. So
just to confirm your team with everybody, that's the DCW Racing team.
Correct.
Yep. Okay. Just because remember, people might be tuning in and don't know who we're talking to. We know. So yeah, your drivers, are you proud of them? How many drivers do you have? Yet Stewart was the one that crossed the line, I think, in the last stint. How many of your drivers were racing your car to see?
It was actually Richard Jepp crossing the finish line. Stewart was the other driver driving today. And if I were able to drive today, that I would have been a third driver. But we've got a couple of more people in there. We've got one more main driver, Richard Simner. And then we've got a couple of drivers which don't have the LMP2 car as their focus as far as their car is concerned, with the car which are driving most. So they're happy to step in if need be, and put in the practice if we need someone to step in. But we're all solid drivers, all similar I rating, all similar mindset, and I think if we just continue like this, just stay safe and stay out of mayhem, which I think happened quite a bit with all the penalties in the end. I think we should get more results like this.
Yeah,
And
when you
yeah, go ahead, Josh.
when you remember last time we talked to you, Joost, you were nearly a lap down, I think.
Yep.
And now you are here in P2.
Yeah, just a minute behind on P1. I mean, yeah, we were about to get lapped, but I did see in our telemetry that we weren't getting lapped in the end because, like, P1 was at some point 6 seconds behind us, but we knew they still had to do a pit stop. So
Penalties, mate. So it's music to your ears, obviously. I mean, at the end of the day, racers want to race side by side, right? Wheel to wheel. But at some points when those penalty notices were coming in, they're getting drive-throughs around you, and you're going, right, guys, we're going to gain a ton of positions here now by keeping it clean. Hard to do, as you know, because you also, as an LMP2 car, you have to overtake 1,000 million cars every lap. Any major stressful moments during this grueling 6 hours that got your heart rate through the roof?
Well, not through the roof, but it got up pretty high, yeah. I mean, there were a couple of moments where, I mean, I don't want to blame anyone or talk negatively about someone without them being able to defend themselves, but there were a few of them out there which were a bit dodgy, like when we were overtaking them. Some people tend to deviate from their racing line on a straight when an LMP2 car is approaching, which they really should not do. They really need to do. They really need to let the LMP2 car do the overtaking.
Yeah. It's. I mean, you don't have to, but it's applied. Obviously, it's in the racing rules that's applied to do it. But I was actually saying towards the end, mate, with the battles that we're having with the GT3 cars, at that point, with the gaps that all you guys had in the LMP2s, I was kind of saying, well, if I was a GT3 car battling it out right now, I wouldn't even give you guys a space to get past because they're in their battle tooth and nail for a position. Whereas if you sat back for 10 seconds, you're still going to be where you are. Even though I will say, but that's at that point, And
there was just one instance where there was 2 GT3s battling, and my teammate still decided to go on the inside because the space was there. And in the end, after he got that move done, he said he would normally not do that, and he didn't quite know why he did it at that instance. But
and you're lucky, otherwise it could have been not talking to you right now about a P2 and talking to you about a retirement in the pit lane garage. Risking it for the biscuit, of course, but hey, drivers are drivers, mate. As I know as an engineer before in the past, you can tell them one thing, they're going to do another.
Yeah. Well, Joost, I have one question for you. Last season, if I'm correct, you were with the IRNL team?
Last season ago, I was in Cabot Motorsport.
You? Okay.
Yeah.
How different is it driving in this team compared to the Cabot?
My new team, they've got a more similar mindset that I have, like taking it slightly more easy, more planning on where do we overtake the GT3 instead of just rushing through, because obviously you would rather lose 2 seconds than 20 minutes in the pit lane. They've got similar pace than me, they've got similar mindset than me, which it makes it more of a pleasure to be around. Where in Cabot, they're good lads, but the pace difference is a bit bigger. Like one of my previous teammates is still driving right now. He's even driving for the Platinum team right now. And he got up to pace right now, but but the other guys in my previous team, they were just a bit slower, and in the end I felt like they were holding me back a bit with team performances, so that's why I decided to then go to another team in the end.
And they've obviously hired the correct engineer on the other team as well, 2/driver. As you said, he couldn't unfortunately drive today, but you engineered your team to a fantastic victory and cleanest of cleanest obviously is the key, isn't it? You'd have to say, you summarize, what was the key? What was the big difference for your team to get second step on the podium today?
Obviously staying clean, as you said, and even more so on the next race, because Road Atlanta is going to be even more trickier with the sector, the S's after the first corner. That's going to be really tricky. And because like on Spa, the track is pretty open, you can see about everything, but with the altitude changes on Road Atlanta and the S's, it's a bit more difficult. So really, the spotting will have to be more spot on to be as clean as we have been in this race.
X marks the spot is the key, isn't it?
Yep.
So yes, fantastic. Thank you very much, mate. I know. Any questions there, Joshua, or anybody in the chat would like to, of course, for the 48 carat of Justa. Josh, you have any questions there?
No.
I think we might let him go and celebrate with his team then, because he's done the job.
Yeah, let's get the champagne out.
Absolutely. I thought you already had the champagne. I mean, I can smell it right next to you. You're soaked in it, mate. So it stings in the eyes, doesn't it?
Yeah, sorry.
It doesn't matter, because pain, no gain, as they say, and that's exactly what you guys did. Painfully, I'd have to say. So, trust me, mate, penalties were free this evening. You could have as many as you wanted, and you decided to, no, we don't need no freebies. You're going to deliver the results on track, and you absolutely did. Congratulations.
He's not a proper Dutchie.
DCW racing team, sorry?
If he was a proper Dutch guy, he would have taken everything that was free.
Well, my team has gotten every freebie we've gotten our hands on, so.
We'll let you go. Thank you very much, mate. Yep, we have a few more interviews to go through. You can obviously hang around and have a listen, but or party, whatever you want to do. So,
yeah, I'll just listen in on the stream if you don't mind.
Not a problem. Absolutely. Let's. So, all right, Dan and Josh. Josh is the cool, calm, and collective. Josh should be the best FIA president I'd have to find on the planet. But let's bring some more drivers in, or engineers for a chat.
James Newbrim and Nicholas Hedberg from the number 13 ATRS Esports. Welcome, guys.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Well, tell us, you guys had a very interesting strategy this race, not fuel saving in the end, which I think did cost you a little bit.
It's actually a strategy mistake. Our spreadsheet spat out the wrong numbers, so we thought we could sort of short fuel and have the same number of stops, save a bit of the tyres, but yeah, and then unfortunately we forgot to untick the tyres after we got the drive-through, so then they accidentally,
Yeah, we lost P2 that way too, so we got P3 we could have won. So yeah, it's a bit unfortunate.
Toto's not ticking the boxes. What's going on there?
Just a category of just categoric errors, really. Just need to iron them out. But these things happen.
Yeah,
If you would have watched the stream, we were predicting that you had to do an extra stop quite far away from the finish.
Yeah. So next time.
Yeah, we knew. When we started on the fueling. Yeah. When we started on the fuel in the car, like 2 stints into it, we were like, wait, we're not going to make it. We're way too far behind on our stint sheet. So then we needed to make up something.
Talk to Josh, just to get a direct line to Josh and ask Josh about that, because he's already picked up on that strategy before.
Yes. Yeah, I'll keep that in mind for next round then, huh?
Just have a listen
running
to the
around
stream.
the pit lane, man. All you had to do is wave him down, go, Josh, quickly, come in here. What are we going to do? We need to do.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll pull him in next time, okay?
Yeah, but don't
buy him a Bratworth first. But yeah, guys, I mean, overall,
don't distract him too much.
Not too much, okay.
So only apart from that, how was the rest of? Remember, there's a 6-hour race, so that we're talking about one event in a 6-hour race. How was your race start?
Race start was fine, but I tapped the leader when it was green flag because instinct, so that was not the best. But then the first stint was all according to plan. Didn't fall that far behind the leaders, so we had a good beginning to the race, and it was just keeping the gap to see if we could get a podium at least. Because we knew the top 2 were really fast, so it was going to be tough to get them on pace. We needed to do something to get ahead.
What was your overall pace? Just because I don't have the analytics.
It was
anymore.
like 2-3 tenths, maybe slower than their fastest guys, but
Okay, that's
overall
not bad.
pace we're on par, I think.
Okay, yeah.
I think
it's average
overall
pace, of course.
pace. Yeah, I think overall pace was strong.
Yeah, it
That's
was.
all you need to worry about because it's an endurance racing. Because overall pace,
Yeah,
you gotta
true.
remember when you're lapping cars tooth and nail and all that, that costs you a tenth there and a tenth there and all that sort of jazz. So
Yeah,
overall
true.
pace is key in endurance, as you mentioned.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, we felt like the overall pace was really good. The traffic management was good. As I say, we really threw it away on our strategy mishap and the unfortunate drive-through, which that kind of cost us.
But
Overall,
still,
are you happy with the stewards and stuff? I mean, the stewards are very busy. We've spoken obviously. to a
Yeah, of
couple
course.
stewards,
Yeah, but it's been like the organization has done a really good job in itself. So it's been a good start to the season and to this league. I've never been here before, so it's a new environment for me.
You got more to go, of course. How do you feel about Road Atlanta coming up, guys?
I'm not that strong there, but hey, same for everyone. Everyone has to practice for it, so we just prep and do what we can and see what we can do from there.
Yeah, you're in a team, of course. So I mean, it might not be your strongest. Your other teammates may be able to lift the game, but endurance
course.
race, it's not about being the absolute quickest all the time. It's about being the most consistent.
Yeah. Sometimes
Yeah,
you need to try to be good, you know?
Yeah, I think Road Atlanta is going to be. We found that it was quite busy this circuit. Even though it's a 2-minute plus lap, the circuit felt quite busy a lot of the time. You were never really in a lot of space every lap.
Oh.
So if that sort of trend carries over to a lap that's about a minute shorter, then it's going to be chaos.
And we heard obviously from the DCW racing team engineer before that spotting is key. So you guys obviously had a spotter on your team during this race.
Well, we just watched each other.
Yeah, we watch each other. We don't
That's
have
fine,
a
but you're still
nice
spotting.
spotter.
You're going to have to spot a lot more apparently in Road Atlanta, right? Because that's going to be the key.
Yeah, I guess so.
Awareness, really.
Yeah, awareness is key. Like special
We saw a lot of
awareness.
drives tonight, like when this fast flying cars going to the left, going to the right. Drivers are trying to battle, they're trying to hit their braking points, and all of a sudden there's like we all know blind spots happens in your regular racing, regular street car, and then you need somebody to go car right, slow, list, blah, blah,
Well, we have automatic stuff for that. Like Crew Chief does an excellent job with that.
They don't work too well, mate. It's AI. It doesn't really calculate for the human aspect of it, does it?
Well, I try to just be committed and trust that the line I hold, the people around me is going to see me, so then I can do whatever I need to do to get out of it.
You don't see a 70-year-old grandma on the outside lane on the motorway, right, when she turns into you in last minute.
Well, hopefully she shouldn't be in a motorway anyway, because she's too old for that.
But trust me, mate, the stewards this evening have gone through a lot of the stuff, probably questioning whether or not how many incidents were occurring, but
Yeah.
6 hours, of course, that's a lot to go over, but you gotta be happy, guys, and I'm
I
looking
mean,
forward
it's still
to,
a podium. Of course, we're happy. I mean, it's good points in the championship, and we're still in the hunt for the win. So
always in the hunt. If you're not in the hunt for the win right now, mate, don't say that on air. Otherwise, they're not going to renew your driving contract.
yeah, true. Might get fired.
Hey, don't worry if you get fired, mate. I think you get about $31 million payout if you're in a
Oh
contract.
yes, of course.
So talk to Daniel Ricciardo about that one. All
Oh
right.
yes.
So, too soon. All right,
Too
let's go. Thank you, guys. Any questions, obviously, from Josh and Dan to these gladiators before we let them go back and obviously celebrate the champagne?
Well, I
But
just
can
have
you bring us back the empty bottle, well, half-empty bottle?
Half empty.
I just have the question to you guys. What has Apex Tech, because of course we see Apex Tech Racing Supplies Esports, what has Apex Tech Racing Supplies provided for you guys?
No, but it's...
I'll let you
go
know.
ahead, Jens.
All right, okay. Well, they've been a great support. I've been with them since almost their inception of their, not quite the pure inception of it, but the sort of more serious side of it. I joined about a year and a half ago, and there's a good community of guys, and there's a lot of people in the team that have different skill sets and different abilities, and all the sponsors that help us do what we need to do, like Pro Simrig, HD Anywhere, Meridian Audio, and obviously Apex Tech Racing Supply themselves. So they are the headline sponsor, as it were. So they've all contributed to helping this team grow, and have certainly provided a platform for myself to be a better driver, as it were. I don't know if that's actually coming across, but
no, it is. Yeah. So can we get those links, obviously, please, in the YouTube channel? Because I want to visit them. I want to find out the goodies. The problem is I don't drive, so all those goodies are probably going to help me drive, but they're not. But they do help you guys drive, and that's the key thing. And they also support League and support you guys, which is the most important thing. So we definitely need to shout them out. And as drivers, you are using these very tools these partners and sponsors are providing. So yes, we support each other as a community.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I'm still very new to the team. I joined like a month or two ago only, but I really feel like this is a step up from what I used to be a part of as a team. So it's a good stepping point for me too.
Well, now you have advertising on your racing suit, mate. So yeah.
Yeah, true. Represent, mate. Yeah, but I want to thank like my team or like management or staff, iLiveries for a livery, which is beautiful, and all our sponsors, TPI Sound, Meridian Audio, HD Anywhere, Base Performance Simulators, Pro Simrig, Apex Technologies, and of course Apex Tech Racing Supply.
If you got
for
one,
all the support.
The Swedish chef.
Swedish chef.
You're Swedish, from Sweden,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
Out of the Muppets, you all know the Swedish chef, right? Goody, whoop, whoop,
No, I don't know that one, sadly.
Why do you not know that one? Anyway, don't worry about it. It's fine.
It's fine.
Oh, I love it. You don't mess with Scandinavians. They can drive. Everybody knows that for a fact, right?
I mean, we can do rally at least.
Yes, you can, because you drive down the road and it's ice most of the time
true.
here. But anyway, puns aside, it's always a great racing course. It's not just one nationality.
No,
this is a united nationality of drivers all over the planet. We have a couple, even Australian out there. And I think my Australian team, 505 Endurance, ended up finishing about P12. But they were here. Remember, they're racing at like 2 a.m. in the morning or something. So give them a bit of a break on that. But
yeah, true.
Anyway, yeah, you guys did it. So congratulations. ATRS Esports. And the number 13, right? Unlucky for some, but unlucky for you guys.
Yeah. Thanks again for having us.
Yeah, cheers, guys.
Thank you. Well then, Biggles. Well then, Joshua, first of all, I want to start off by thanking you two. And of course, thanking Edward. It's been amazing to have you guys around here this evening. And just today in general, it's been a real pleasure to have you all.
Thank you. By the way, you're casting with me in about 2 hours, another 6-hour endurance race. I didn't let you know, but I'll let you know. And Joshua, you are coming down with me as well. So let's, I guess, you know what? Let's have a barbecue here in Spa. It's a beautiful country. It's a beautiful track.
I would love to have a barbecue with the bratwurst.
Let's celebrate with the 53 teams that have turned up here this evening, and the 100+ drivers and engineers, all their friends and family. And just, this is what you're going to expect here from the PEC Season 2, presented obviously by Apex Tech Racing Supply. So let's go down there and enjoy and reap the rewards of what you guys have put on for a fantastic league.
Joshua, any words from you?
Yeah, it obviously was an amazing race towards the end. And I'm sure as the league progresses, we will also hopefully see more clean racing too. But it is what it is. The race itself, I think, towards the end was really exciting, with actual battles and penalties shaking up the order. So I would say let's just see that next race we have the same, without penalties.
Yeah.
And Dan, real quick, if we get Josh back in here, I want to put a heart rate monitor on him, because if he breaks 80, he's excited. Thank you, Josh. I love you, mate. You're so cool, calm, and collective. But we need that. We need your insider information as you provided, as you mentioned too. So stewards will be busy, won't they? I love you, Josh. Thank you very much or casting, I'm going to buy you a beer, right? Let's go. Let's go head down to the bar.
Well, it's been amazing. Like the guys said, it's been an amazing race. Amazing moves, amazing drivers, amazing teams, and amazing liveries. But most of all, they all had fun. And I hope you did too by watching the broadcast. I hope we provided you with some great action. Once again, excuses for what happened in the beginning with SDK and with the blinking of the cars. We got it fixed in the end, and we'll take a thorough look at it in the review of the race. Thanks for all sticking with us today, and yeah, hope you enjoyed it. If you did, make sure you subscribe, turn on the bells, and give this broadcast a like. And we'll see you out there next time at Road Atlanta. Bye-bye.
Apex Tech Racing Supply is your go-to source for the finest sim racing hardware on the internet. Visit apextechracing.supply for all your professional grade sim racing gear. Race with the same equipment our pro drivers use to win. Pro Sim Rig aluminium race rigs and monitor stands. Base performance simulator cockpits. BPG and precision sim engineering racing wheels. The best tools so you can win on the track. apextechracing.supply. Sim racing products for the discerning sim racer.